Round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship continues here at Hooton Park. A slightly less warm Sunday morning as we kickstart what will be 21 races over this morning and this afternoon. It's myself, Zach Swinney, and Riley Davis to talk you through all of the racing action as we, await the start. And like I say, 21 races, an action-packed day, and off the back of yesterday, Riley, we're expecting fireworks, I think, across all of our categories.
Yeah, everyone's learned from what they did yesterday, and people will come back stronger. Finley Styles comes to mind, and Zach, to be honest, if you could use one word to describe yesterday's action, it's dominance. There was always someone in every class who looked like they just had something else than the rest, and it was quite clear to see, especially in the AC40 Pro class, which is coming up. We've talked many times about how riders can regain confidence after this first race and try and take it to the top riders.
Indeed so. At the moment on circuit, you'll be sort of seeing the lovely guys of the Moto Team paddock. These guys will be out for 2 races today, race 3 and 4 of their weekend, off the back of races 1 and 2 yesterday. For everyone else, it's race 2 and 3 of their respective weekend as we tick our way closer and closer to the halfway point of the season. That'll be in a couple of months' time when we take to Ella Park for races 10, 11 and 12 for the best part of the 2026 season, before then heading to Roura, Three Sisters and Clandau to complete the 2026 campaign of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Of course, on the in-between to that, there's a lot of exciting things coming up. You know, a lot to look forward to, both the racing today, but also, again, that Junior GP event at Silverstone, which I've heard from someone, some rumours that it's taking place on your birthday weekend, Riley, but it should be a very exciting time. And again, FAB-Racing, strength to strength. There's a lot to look forward to. A lot of that has already happened in 2026 and plenty more to come as well.
Yeah, it's perfect for fans as well that are at the MotoGP race to just come along and have a look and maybe get a look at the future stars, especially in the eyes of the UK, who are in need of more Grand Prix racing riders at the moment. And that's what FAB-Racing does. It raises those riders and crafts that skill for them and pushes them through the ladder. So it's also a great opportunity for them to gain more sponsors, and more sponsors means more money to go racing, and more racing means more experience, speed and talent.
Exactly that. Motor Team session, their warm-up for the morning, about to get checkered flag, or in fact it is checkered flag, and then we'll head to the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class, where it has been the talk of the town. Noah Barfoot so far in dominant stead. He ran away with race 1 yesterday. He ran away with all 3 wins at Clay Pigeon and then 2 victories at Lydd as well. We've done 7 races so far in 2026 in the AC40 Pros. He's won 6 of them. Not a bad record at all. However, Finley Styles is the one that set the pole position time yesterday in qualifying, and for a moment, actually, did maintain the gap to Noah Barfoot in the race. Just needs that little bit extra, slightly better start to apply that pressure in the early phases. Noah Barfoot definitely is beatable.
Yeah, one thing Jamie King said to us yesterday is that in all classes it's very important to go down into turn 1 leading, and that's exactly what Finley Styles needs to do, prevent Noah Barfoot from going through.
Exactly that. There he is. You can see waddling back to the paddock, Jamie King, who's going to be feeling a little bit defeated off the back of his devastating loss to Chris Wells in the pit bikes yesterday. There you can see some nice handshakes going on down in the dummy grid, and always nice to see the riders being friendly with each other. The 69 there on the right hand side, that of course is Randy Carter, who is fighting away with James Dermott for 3rd place in the championship, and basically for the entire season thus far have been battling for who finishes on the podium versus who finishes 4th. In terms of the rivalry, we saw plenty of that yesterday in the pros between Randy and James. They were swapping places like no one's business, and it gave us pretty good action over the course of the 9 laps we had yesterday.
Yeah, the gap between Finley Styles and Noah Barfoot was a little bit more stretched out than we would have expected, given the fact that Finley Styles got pole position, but he'll probably be a bit more competitive as the weekend goes on. Of course, the AC40 Pro class have got 2 races today to contend with, but yeah, we'll be looking at that battle once again. Randy Carter, James Dermott, they were offering up the action in the race, and of course they'll be wanting to catching that top 2.
It's time then for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. Race number 2 of round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Coming into this round, Noah Barfoot dominating the championship by some 38 points. 161 to 123 ahead of Finley Styles, who's on a bit of a run of form. He's finished 2nd over the course of the last 4 races as Finley Styles. 2nd to Noah Barfoot, who has just defined domination in this class. However, Finley Styles is the one that starts this race on pole position. He started yesterday's race on pole position, missed out slightly on the start, but as we were saying, once the race got settled, did manage to equalise that pace. They'll make their way out for their formation lap, and as I said, it'll be Finley Styles that starts on P1. Noah Barfoot alongside him on the front row of the grid from James Dermott and Randy Carter, who keep each other company on row 2 in that battle for the podium. Harrison Dale from Jude Good and Zach Athasich completing the 7-rider field that we've got for the pros. And Riley, when it comes to Finley Styles, when it comes to Noah Barfoot, Barfoot definitely cannot get complacent, because like we say, Finley Styles only needs an extra maybe 5% in order to take that fight to him.
Yeah, if he can get that run through turn 1 and maintain the lead, I think he will have the best opportunity he has anyone has had yet to challenge Noah Barfoot. The thing that Noah did really well was get away fantastically and surprise Finley down into turn 1, sitting him up, getting him out the way and almost ruining his confidence already. And that allowed him to put the hammer down on the first lap and already break out a big gap which couldn't be caught for the rest of the race. So Finley Styles, his number 1 priority is defend that inside line.
He needs to get a good start. He starts on the inside front row of the grid, so pole position on the left-hand side of your screen, the right-hand side of the circuit, and crucially that does give you the inside for T1, but we didn't actually see too much of P1 keeping the lead in towards the opening corner, maybe because they're on the dirty side of the circuit?
Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder also being on the inside line, because you can get a really good run through that first corner into the second one. We saw a few riders getting bumped off onto the grass as well, having been on that outside line after having been caught up in the crazy turn 1 and turn 2 action. But here we go, AC40 Pros is underway as they get racing for the first day of Sunday's action. Noah Barfoot gets the exact start he needed as Randy Carter goes into second place. Finley Styles, not the start he wanted, but work to do for him.
Indeed, so nice start there from Noah Barfoot, as you would expect. Not the best one, as we say, from Finley Styles, who drops back to third and behind Randy Carter, the 69. Back down the inside there, the number 19 will give it a good go. Behind that then comes James Dermott, completing the top 4 as they all race their way towards turns 4 and 5. This double apex long left-hander that sweeps you through. You've got to drift it to the middle of the circuit, bite it back for a second apex, then the chase towards the chicane. 2/3 of the lap completed, and Noah Barfoot running away with it. Crash in the background though, potentially, maybe, I think, for the 76 of Zach Athasich down the inside as well. That's Jude Good on the inside, skipping it as well, nearly throwing the bike through the final corner as we'll complete the first lap of 9.
Yeah, you feel bad for Finley Styles really, because as we said, he needed to get that lead into turn 1, and you feel like that chance for win is already gone. He's got Randy Carter, his old rival from Leeds, that they had an amazing battle to deal with, and that is going to take a while to do. Of course, this race only 9 laps from now, so Finley Styles, if he wants to win this one, he's got to really hope on a mistake from Noah Barfoot, but anything can happen, especially with these cooler temperatures are going to make a difference on the track. And it rained actually for quite a bit earlier. It might not make the biggest difference, but this track surface does make it a little bit difficult to ride around, and again, these temperatures might make a difference for these kids just because it's not what they've been used to all weekend. So anything can happen as we now come towards the second part of the race, not too far away now. Finley Styles again though has work to do.
He does indeed. There's a battle going on here. Jude Good on the rear end of James Dermott, or battling away with James Dermott. In fact, the pair of them looking very good. Sorry, no, actually it's Jude Good versus Harrison Dale. This is the battle for P5, so the 33 leading the 56. Good from Dale, so nice to see that these guys battling, even though, they are towards the back end of the pack. These young riders are learning with every single lap that they turn over, every single race, and at such a young age, the progress almost exponential. One rider, though, who has already made quite a lot of progress, Noah Barfoot, fastest lap of the race, a 45.535, 1.9 seconds clear of Randy Carter, who is still in front of Finley Styles. It wasn't just a good start. He's keeping that P2 at the moment on pure pace. In fact, let's see, there's a break the beam. He was actually faster than Finley Styles last time through. Randy Carter has found something over last night to really take the fight to both Finley Styles and to James Dermott. He's running away with it in second now. Probably not quick enough to chase after Noah Barfoot, but a huge step forward in the right direction for the 69.
Yeah, 100%. And it shows that these kids, the way they ride, the consistency, proves that they are now at that stage where they're ready to step up to the bigger bikes next season. That, of course, is the way it goes in FAB-Racing. AC40 Pro is the top level for these kids on mini motos when they eventually step up to an Ovale or a Metra kit. So all these riders are going to be practicing on those bikes as well, so that might take away time from their riding on the mini motos, and that's why maybe we see someone like Finley Styles taking a little while to get into the race. I've been seeing a lot on Instagram. He's been riding his Ovale quite a lot, maybe even more than his mini moto, so we could just be seeing he's prioritising maybe next year already.
Essentially so. We spoke yesterday about the recent trend of riders going through Minimoto fairly quickly and trying to basically just get onto the geared bikes as quickly as possible. Emilio Pereira, I think, he did his rookie season in 2024, and I think in 2025 immediately stepped up and was already testing on the 50. So, it's the case that riders want to maximize the amount of time that they spend on the geared bikes, because that's going to be what they spend the best part of their career on. But they still do need to invest the amount of time that they need to on these mini motos, learning the basics of body dynamics, how to position your body, the braking dynamics, the weight transfer, and crucially as well, I think the racecraft. You don't want to be jumping onto a 50 too soon before having the fundamental knowledge of how to race it.
Yeah, I think what's important on these mini motos is that how easy it is to be overtaken. So teaching riders how to defend is very important when you have a kid on a mini moto, mainly because they have to figure out every single opportunity that they can to defend a move from happening. Like we're seeing here, Randy Carter going through all angles of the track to prevent Finley Styles from getting past. He knows that the pace is stronger in Finley Styles, at least from what we saw yesterday, so he's got some work to do. Of course, you can see there Randy Carter with the aero helmet in second place, Finley Styles with the showy helmet in third, and with 4 laps to go, Noah Barfoot, you feel like gone.
With Noah Barfoot, 3.8 seconds is the gap, and currently what he'll be on is 7 from the 8 races so far in 2026. If he's able to secure victory, it would have been 6 on the bounce. The only one that he lost was to Fea Veldhuizen back in Lid, and the young Dutch rider who joined us as a guest entry there really took the fight to him. It was fantastic to see, but Noah Barfoot still had the measure over the weekend and is commanding this championship towards the halfway point. Like I say, 7 rounds in 2026. We've ticked off Lid, we've ticked off Clay Pigeon, the southern part, if you like, of the season. And now we're sort of up north, Hooton Park, then we'll go back down sort of to East Anglia in Suffolk for Ella Park, then back up north to Rowrah, slightly less north in the former Three Sisters, then to Clandau to round off the season. So Noah Barfoot in the early sort of third of the season looking very, very strong indeed. 3 laps left to go, and the battle between Randy Carter and Finley Styles still very much on. Finley Styles not out of this in the slightest. Last time through, 2/10 the good relative to Randy Carter.
Yeah, we're getting to that part of the season now where summer is coming along. Might not look it at the moment on Sunday, but boy, Zach, did we know it on Friday and Saturday. The heat was unbearable, and even for these riders as well. The kids will be able to deal with it a little bit better. The energy is endless. The want to ride their bikes is endless. When I was their age even, I didn't ride mini motos, but nothing could stop me from wanting to ride my bike, and that's exactly what they'll be doing, is trying to get as much time as possible out on 2 wheels, and that's how you know they want to be a bike racer. Now, 2 laps to go. Randy Carter, it looks like now he's in trouble. Finley Styles has been playing the waiting game, a waiting game. How many times have we been saying that? Hooton Park, it's all about waiting for the right moment, because the best way to go through is down here at the hairpin.
Not quite close enough on that occasion. It's an early apex hairpin as well, is turn number 3. So you really have to get the bike in early and use the power, use the circuit on the exit. It really widens up so you can get on the power early. What that means is, though, is because you're not taking a later turning approach, because you're not aiming for a late apex, the inside is very hard to send a move from far back on. So that does sort of reduce the overtaking sort of viability, if you like. Nonetheless, onto the final lap of the race, Noah Barfoot has had to do absolutely 0 overtaking, got the launch off the line on the front row of the grid, and has since not looked back. It's interesting, actually, as to how good of a job he's done in all of the races thus far. Didn't get the lap together in qualifying, but I guess he doesn't need to.
Yeah, the expectation from himself now is just to win everything. He is aiming to replicate Nicola Buliger in the World Superbike Championship and just win every single race of the season, bar that unfortunate one, which he still finished second after remounting, I believe, at Lid. And here we go then, as he comes to the final few corners, the domination will continue as long as he gets around this last corner perfectly, but of course he will. He's done everything perfectly in this AC40 Pro class by 2 clicks out, but Noah Barfoot once again takes victory and kicks off Sunday's action with another word to describe this weekend: dominance.
What a ride there from Noah Barfoot. 5.1 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Randy Carter hanging on there to tip off Finley Styles to second position, taking what is yet another podium for the 69. The 19 brings it home, like I say, in P3. James Dermott from Harrisondale, the top 5. Duke Good and Zach Athasic completing the 7 rider field in the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. And but by most metrics, probably, you know, not the most exciting race in the world in terms of on-circuit action. But what we did see was Noah Barfoot once again rising above, setting the standard as Zach Atasic has suffered a bit of drama on the final lap. He gets himself back going to take the checkered flag. But also what we did see was Randy Carter really taking a huge step up, finding that improvement, and as well Finley Stars finishing within only 2/10 of it.
Yeah, something I said yesterday is that Randy Carter and Finley Stars were battling so hard at Lid that Randy Carter would probably be quite disappointed with how far back he was on Finley Stars at Clay Pigeon and in the first race here, and he's really worked hard to find something, and it's proven to work. It certainly wasn't just the fact that he got a better start than Finley Stars that got in that second place. He was able to hold him off right out in race pace, because Finley Stars, he couldn't even get close to find a move.
Exactly that. Really good stuff there from Randy Carter. And like we say, even better stuff from Noah Barfoot. These guys will be back out, of course, for race 3 a bit later on. Just a quick update in terms of how the championship is standing up. 47 points clear at the top is Noah Barfoot, off the back of what is now his 6th consecutive victory. 7 in total in the AC40 Pro class by 2 clicks out. Finley Stars, Randy Carter, the top 3 in the championship. They're only separated by 15 points between the pair of them. That's going to wrap it up for the pros in terms of their morning's action. And they'll be back out for race 3 later on today.
And now we look to the AC40 rookies by Grassroots to Grand Prix. The largest AC40 grid, and certainly the most dramatic. We've seen big crashes, amazing overtakes, and domination throughout the season so far. Names come to mind: Harry Burridge, Albie Stone, who is now in the AC40 Interclass, and these kids looking to replicate that.
They are indeed. Eros Garrett, though, is the one leading the championship. Yet to take a race victory, though, is Eros Garrett. From the 7 races so far, he's taken 6 podiums and 1 top 5 outside of that. That was race 2 back in Lid. And that pure consistency is what he's needed to rise above and to lead the championship. However, Harry Burridge wasn't there at Lid. He missed out on those point-scoring opportunities. But since he's joined rookies, he's not lost a single race. And there's only so far that consistency for Eros Garrett is going to take him, because if Harry Burridge is running away with things every single race, eventually that point deficit is going to close. If after the 2 races today, Harry Burridge wins both of them, Eros Garrett finishes second in both of them, going into Ella Park, the championship deficit is only going to be 5 points. That's incredibly close. Eros Garrett needs to find that extra step up to take the fight to Harry Burridge.
Yeah, Harry Burridge has been fantastic, but actually I've been so impressed with the consistency of Eros Garrett at such a young age in the first class of FAB-Racing, to have that level of consistency and calm, to think, hang on a minute, let's just take this one on the chin, because that gap is too big to close in this short race, and overall I'll be in the championship fight. I'd rather win a championship than a race, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Consistency wins championships. Joanne Mir comes to mind in 2020 in MotoGP, and some of these kids might not even been born then, which is insane. But here we go then. AC40 rookies by Grassroots to Grand Prix, bringing them from the grassroots of Fab Racing to the top of Fab Racing, and then even further along to professional motorcycle racers. And they all fight for that dream, fight for that career, alongside all their buddies in the paddock. It's a very family-themed paddock here in Fab Racing. Everyone knows each other. Everyone enjoys being together, and enjoy being together with your mates at the the British Grand Prix of MotoGP. You'll likely step across the Kart Silverstone circuit, where you'll find Fab Racing at the Junior British Grand Prix, a site that promises to be the greatest event in British minibike history. It is going to be a show. Many amazing riders in motorcycle racing Hall of Fames that will be watching along as well. And of course, thank you to everyone joining us from across the world, USA, everywhere, all the fans joining us for Sunday's action of Fab Racing. And AC40 rookies never fails to disappoint. Even if there is dominance at the front like we've seen, a podium battle is always on.
Exactly that. And, well, off the back of race number 1, Harry Burridge, like I say, was the one to take victory. Eros Garrett bringing it home in P2. Bobby Baker came home for what was his 2nd podium of the season as well. A couple of riders to look out for. Tyler J. Winded, who comes into this one P3 in the championship, only finished P6 yesterday in what is a huge rookie field. You alluded to it being the largest grid of, I think, any category that we've got here in the Fab Racing paddock, and, well, it's probably one of the biggest range of ability as well. You know, at the front end of the field, you've got riders who have done a few racing rounds, have got a bit of experience under their belt. For those towards the further back of the grid, they've probably only done 1 or 2 race meets maximum, and as such are still learning through every corner, every lap that they turn over is something to learn. With that, of course, you have those at the front probably lapping them by the time they get back round again. And that lapped traffic was actually something that almost did decide a couple of positions in the race yesterday. So for the rookies, they've got quite a big headache. They've got to learn how to ride the machines. They've got so many lessons that they need to adopt, that they need to sort of build that confidence and that bravery. But then also as well, the extra headache that a lot of the junior riders don't have, which is they have to negotiate lap traffic as well. A huge test of their ability. Lee Klaus making some further final confirmations at the back end of the pack, make sure everyone is there that should be. And of course at the sharp end of the field, Eros Garrett showing the front row with Harry Burridge will look to get this race underway for the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup in FAB-Racing. Round number 3, race 2 at Hooton Park. Eyes to the lights. And we go racing. Good start from the front row as they all kick their way down towards turn 1. Couple of slow starts in the back, but for the most part, all good. Harry Burridge will lead them as Eros Garrett is under a bit of pressure from Bobby Baker, who darts to the inside of turn number 1. Through turn number 2, Harry Burridge already a few bike lengths clear. He's going to be under no pressure by the time they reach turn number 3. Side by side in the fight for second, though, as Eros Garrett will try and find the space to the inside. He's dropped it. Harry Burridge has gone down. He slipped down into turn number 3, low side, and he's able to get back up. He's all okay, but that could bring an end to the win streak.
I was just about ready to say these kids need to watch out for these differing conditions, the colder conditions, and especially how slippy the track must be going into that hairpin due to the rain we had earlier. And right there, Harry Burridge made sure that I didn't have to remind him, and unfortunately his chance of continuing that domination goes out the window. But now, Zach, we've got a battle on our hands. Eros Garrett, Bobby Baker, and maybe Freddie Fletcher joining the party as well. But Eros Garrett now currently leading a race which he has been looking for all season long.
Such heartbreaking to say the least, you have to say, for Harry Burridge. But again, maybe a slight bit of overconfidence, unfamiliarity with the conditions. You can be as quick as you like in ideal conditions, but as soon as things change, that's then when the lessons are learned. Harry Burridge still has the best part of this race to make up for it, and you can probably bet your bottom dollar that he'll be carving his way back through the field. What this is, though, is a golden opportunity for Eros Garrett. And earlier we were saying that maybe his consistency wasn't enough. It's situations like this where that exact consistency can allow you to make the difference. When other people make those mistakes, Eros Garrett will be the one to step up and showcase what he can do as a rider. He's only finished off the podium one time this season, and right now is the favourite contender to go and win. However, he has got Bobby Baker close behind him as they cross the line, only 0.6 between the top two.
It is pivotal to his championship, Eros Garrett, that he finishes this race on the podium. He can score some huge points to his championship lead and gain a huge gap going into the next race, and of course Ella Park in a few weeks' time. Harry Burridge, you really do feel bad for him, but I definitely think now he's got used to those conditions, he'll charge back through the grid, learn some more feel on the track if he's been able to get back out there, and in the next race as well, possibly join this little battle here, because Bobby Baker looks like he's found a bit of resurgence, now looks to challenge Eros Garrett.
It's going to be a good battle for the lead. They've got to be careful. They don't want to be ending it in tears. Look to the inside there from the 64. Bobby Baker getting really aggressive, and who can blame him? He can see his first victory in FAB-Racing directly in front of him. Same too for Eros Garrett, though. They'll draw side by side on the start-finish straight. Jamie King dubs it an extremely long start-finish straight, using the pit lane exit to open up turn number 1 as much as possible. Very Redgate-esque at Donington Park. Straight into turn number 2, where the exit is all important on this long backstretch towards turn number 3. Garrett from Baker. Then comes Alfie Spedding in P number 3. Alfie Spedding, best finish of the season so far, P4. He's searching for his best podium. So for a lot of these young riders, they're looking for their best result of the season, all by virtue of Harry Burridge, that one catalyst there, slipping down at turn number 3.
Yeah, and I think he was the perfect example to the other riders, to be honest, because he'd already got such an incredible start. He was that far ahead that he was unfortunately the test mule for those conditions in this AC40 Rookies class, and they're going to be closer to the outside line because they're on these slightly slower bikes than the AC40 Inters and AC40 Pros, so they're going to go for the wider lines, and that's why we see such fantastic overtakes like this one. Lap riders making more of an issue, which we don't see in AC40 Inters or Pros. Eros Garrett, though, continues to lead. Bobby Baker has winded his way into this one and joined the party. 5 laps to go, but it was a fastest lap last time around. A 51.3 from Eros Garrett now, getting that confidence in and putting the hammer down.
I just want to give a shout out, by the way, to Harry Burridge, who, despite dropping down and losing upwards probably of about 15 or 20 seconds from the initial get-go, already back into the points-paying positions by quite some margin. In fact, already back into the top 10 is Harry Burridge. Points all the way down to P15. And a lap ago, he was in 15th. And in about 40 seconds, he's climbed up another 5 positions. Nicely done there. Also, you can see Tyler J. Winded, P5. Freddie Fletcher, only 6/10 off the back, so a three-way fight for the final step on the podium is also one to keep a bit of an eye on. But Eros Garrett versus Bobby Baker, just 0.3 of a second separate them with 4 laps left to go. There's plenty of intrigue in the grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 rookies. Probably the most entertaining race of the season thus far.
Yeah, an 8-second gap that these two have to Alfie Spedding third. Make that Freddie Fletcher, who's just now made his way up into third. So they've got plenty of time to battle together and not worry about getting a third or fourth rider involved. Of course, that can completely go upside down if they collide. But at this point, with 4 laps to go, it's all guns blazing for these two. They both are looking for their first win of the season and want to take as much points as possible out of Harry Burridge as we now come through this zigzag section. Quite odd on a mini moto compared to how you ride it on a bigger bike. As you'll see Jamie King doing his onboard lap, we're not going to see a similar example on a mini moto, but Harry Burridge already putting the force through the field. 50.2. He is miles quicker than everyone else on the grid, nearly a second quicker than your leaders last time out. I'm not sure if it's still possible for him to take victory, but a top 10 after a crash like that, where he even got up and nearly called it quits. That's incredible.
Exactly that, and it just shows that determination so important. You are going to have those falls, you are going to have those tumbles, you're going to make those mistakes, but underneath those mistakes are the lessons that are crucial at this level. And the whole point of the Rookies Cup, it's that freedom to fail, freedom to make those mistakes, because you don't want to, cruise through rookies, dominate it, fill your head with this idea that you're the messiah of Grand Prix racing. Get onto those GP bikes and then start making those mistakes. Make them now, learn those lessons, and then come back through swinging. And that's exactly, I think, what we're going to see from Harry Burridge. Eros Garrett, though, you have to say, his consistency remarkably impressive as he's dealing with the pressure of his first victory, dealing with potentially the pressure. Maybe he's not overly fussed about the championship. Maybe, his parents haven't even given him the thought of the championship standings in his head. He's just out there to ride as quickly as possible. But nonetheless, he's still riding. He still knows he's in the race lead. He still knows that Bobby Baker is just over his shoulder. And that I like to say, that composure, so impressive from both of these young riders at this stage.
Yeah, and what you might see sometimes in the AC40 rookies class is when a rider is so dominant as Harry Burridge was, that they just start enjoying it a little bit more. They start, getting this big head on them that they can always be the best, and they know they're the best at all times, and they keep going faster and faster and faster and looking for more fastest laps to prove how much better they are than everyone else. Because as a kid, there's nothing you want more than to show that you are way better. And unfortunately, sometimes that confidence can go straight to your head, and it's a quick lesson as to why you need to be careful in these situations. But speaking of careful situations, these two at the front have a lot of lap traffic to deal with on the last lap.
They do indeed. Around the outside, though, from Bobby Baker, he's going to try and split his way through, loses some of that momentum as turn 2 tightens up on the apex. This is going to be quite difficult to pick apart. Lap riders everywhere. Meanwhile, our leaders also trying to jostle through the traffic with half a lap left to go. Look for the 64, look for the 84. Eros Garrett is the one leading the way on the 84, the 64 as well, just trying to make the most of the traffic, see if there's an opportunity with just half a lap left to go. They've got about 4 riders left to clear. There could be an opportunity yet still for Bobby Baker. Both of them battling away for their first victory of 2026. Eros Garrett with the championship on his shoulders, but I think just getting caught up there is the 64. The opportunity might fall through out of the final corner. For the first time this season, the championship leader will see the checkered flag first, and Eros Garrett will take victory in the grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup. Bobby Baker brings it home for P2, and Tyler J. Winded somehow through all of that, a spectacular battle between himself, Freddie Fletcher and Alfie Spedding, will complete the podium for what will be his 4th of the season so far. Harry Burridge came back through, by the way, to finish P7 in that race. And again, he made the mistake. He more than made up for it in the race.
Yeah, it was a great ride to come back to regain the composure and put those lap times in. It certainly will raise his confidence and understanding of his own ability going into race 3, especially with the conditions improving as the day goes on, as long as we don't run into any rain. As we now get the results coming through, Eros Garrett takes victory. You feel bad for Bobby Baker because maybe you were robbed of a bit of a last lap battle due to that last lap traffic, but that's just something they got to learn. Tyler J. Winder did a great job to get back into the podium positions after a fast round at Clare for him as well. Freddie Fletcher took home 4th place ahead of Alfie Spedding. Grayson Mills, Harry Burridge returned to 7th with the fastest lap of the race. Jack Irwin in 8th, Savannah Polden 9th, and Louis Elimelech in 10th. So the top 10 all a bit tighter together actually than they usually are in the rookies. So clearly these conditions making for tighter races in AC40 rookies.
Exactly that. It was really interesting to see actually. And again, all of these riders taking lessons every single race. And that's the whole point of the Rookies Cup. We'll echo that through the whole season. But, sometimes, they're the youngest riders. And yet they still give us the best action. I think of that titanic duel in 2024 between Emilio Pereira and Nelly Nuth. And the battle that they shared through the season was amazing to see, to say the least. And I think that's something that we are going to see through the rest of the season in the Rookies Cup. Harry Burridge maybe had the initial head start in terms of pace, but obviously the deficit after not attending Lid, he has to make that back up through the rest of the season. And Eros Garrett still there with sheer consistency. He's taken a win, he's taken multiple podiums, and has only, finished outside of the podium once, and that was a top 5. So fantastic job there from Eros Garrett, who seals the deal to extend the gap at the front with his first victory of the season. AC40 Rookies will be back out for race 3 later on today.
And now we come to the final AC40 class for the first races of Sunday. Of course, they'll be back, AC40 Rookies and AC40 Pro, after the lunch break. We have AC40 Inter on track by LS2 helmets. Of course, thanks to all the sponsors for your support in FAB-Racing, helping these kids get their careers to the top of the industry. MasterMac Surfacing, of course, FAB-Racing's title sponsor. As we now wait for the riders to come to the grid, one person we do need to look out for is the big name at the moment coming through the Fab ranks, Albie Stone.
Yeah, he is looking really, really good, isn't he? In the Rookies Cup at Lids, that was his debut round at Fab Racing. He did the sweep in the Rookies Cup with 3 straight victories and took his first victory in the Inters yesterday as well, did Albie Stone. He had a learning curve, I think, at Clay Pigeon, just to, see the difference in level between the Rookies and the Inters. And very quickly he learned, he adapted, and he overcame the challenge. And yesterday looked so strong indeed. P2 in that race was Austin Baton from Logan Paisley in P3 as well, with Daisy Grayson and Oakley Hipwell completing the top 5. Still very, very close, and anyone's game really in the field this time.
Of course, these being the middle parts of the bikes in AC40s as we now get ready to go. It's Albie Stone, of course, on pole position with Daisy Grayson alongside in second. Now, Daisy Grayson, she got quite a poor start yesterday, so now this time looking to get the jump on Albie Stone down into turn 1 and maintain in the podium positions. Logan Paisley in third, he'll be looking to get the jump as well on Daisy Grayson. Watch out for him, his defence was fantastic. Behind him, Oakley Hipwell and Lawson Dorrington, but now we get racing for the LS2 helmets, AC40 Inter race. Here on Sunday morning, we get ready to go. It looks like we're just waiting for a few moments for the red lights to come on and go out. Albie Stone, though, can he be beaten? Daisy Grayson this time as well, as I just mentioned, looking to get a better start. They look to the lights, and the lights go out once again. Not the best start for Daisy Grayson, but still managing to hold on to P2 as Albie Stone gets away fantastically. Short-lived P2 for Daisy Grayson, because through goes Logan Paisley. He's really good at getting off the line and maintaining his position, but this time, instead of defending, can he attack and catch Albie Stone?
We'll have to wait and see. They fly into formation through turn number 3, 2 rows of 2. They set themselves up by the time they reach the apex. Great start from pole position from Albie Stone. Not the best of starts from Daisy Grayson, who, as we've been echoing all season long, has got the pace. She just needs that raw brute strength, I think, to muscle her way past. In front of her now is, that's going to be Oakley Hipwell and Logan Paisley, who put up a stone wall defence yesterday. However, now he's challenging for the lead. Look to the inside through the final corner. Albie Stone momentarily, I think, just having to sit up for a second and think twice about turning in. The 25 there. Logan Paisley up to P2. Then comes Austin Baton in third from Daisy Grayson, Jensen Brown and Oakley Hipwell, your top 6 with 9 laps left to go. And to be fair, Albie Stone not running away with it. The front 4 nose to tail. Here comes the run from Austin Baton, though, on that charge up towards turn number 3.
Austin Baton was the force to be reckoned with at Clay Pigeon, and here at Hooton Park, looks like it's Albie Stone who has taken that title at the front. But Logan Paisley not too far behind him now, but you could almost say, like Logan Paisley, he's the king of defending the podium positions in this class. And at the moment, he wants to make sure that he doesn't defend too much, that he allows Albie Stone to get away, because they're certainly not teammates.
No, not in the slightest. But of course, racecraft, you don't have to be teammates to recognise that there's a greater objective to be had. Logan Paisley doesn't want to defend too early and allow Albie Stone to get away. He is still firmly catchable. The gap only half a second. But Austin Baton wants to be the one to lead the charge. Daisy Grayson is involved there as well. She has taken a number of podiums, 4 podiums so far this season, and would like to add a 5th to the tally on the brakes and towards turn number 3. Grayson, earliest apex of the 3, but not alongside anyone to actually make a bit of a move. Side by side as Logan Paisley will have to defend through turns 4 and 5. Meanwhile, Albie Stone will be able to bridge a bit of an advantage, probably, I'd imagine, to the frustration here of Austin Baton.
Yeah, one thing I noticed from Daisy Grayson, starting from Clay Pigeon, is that she's always looking for that opportunity, always waiting for something to happen, to go through on the inside, and sometimes that can work, and sometimes it can't. And I think what we're seeing here is she is starting to drop a little bit off the back of this group. She's still with them, but as the laps go on, it might be the case of Paisley and Baton trying their best to catch Albie Stone, or battling for P2. But what I seem to see is she's always darting for the inside line to possibly wait for a move to be available. And she now looks for a move. Oh, wow, that was close. Looking to become the House and Moto Female Rider of the Year. Of course, that award getting handed out at the end of the year. The number 19 trying to take that one and adding to the tally of podiums this season.
They're looking very strong. That was an ambitious dive, and Austin Baton now sandwiched here. He's looking forward to attack, backwards to defend. Daisy Grayson once again looking to the inside through the final corner. Can't quite make it stick there, but Austin Baton potentially has got the momentum here on Logan Paisley. 3 riders all fighting for 2 spots on the podium. 6 laps left to go as Albie Stone will carve his name potentially into the winner's trophy this evening. 46.5, his fastest lap of the race. He bridges the gap to 2.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Paisley continuing a valiant defensive effort through turn number 3. No way through for Baton nor for Daisy Grayson.
Albie Stone doing incredible here. He's got that confidence from race 1 and he's built on it, and now replicating what we saw from him in Rookies at Lid. Daisy Grayson still on the back of this pack, possibly waiting for a move from Austin Baton on Logan Paisley, but I'm sure she's sat there watching Austin Baton and saying, that's where I've been sat, Clay Pigeon, and even yesterday I've been sat behind Logan Paisley and I can't make a move. Now please give it a shot, make the move, push the other rider wide and allow me on through. Daisy Grayson waiting for the opportunity which can't seem to arise. We've said so many times how incredible Riley Paisley's done on defence, but now Daisy Grayson wants a chance at attacking him as she looks to attack Austin Baton down the inside. Doesn't quite make the move work. With 5 laps to go, the win is off the cards at this point. Now it's all a battle for second, and it's all going to go to the flag.
Daisy Grayson, you have to say, learning all of the time, and that was an ambitious move. Turn number 2, unorthodox, throwing something new into the ring, and that's what you want to see at this stage. Try those new things, see what works, what doesn't work, and to be honest, it almost very nearly did in this battle with Austin Baton and Logan Paisley, who once again gets such a good run off for the final corner in the slipstream towards turn number 1. Got to be careful here. Baton now knows that Grayson will eye up and move into turn number 2. 4 laps left to go, and the run once again going the way of the number 19. She'll try it again to the inside, but slightly too shallow to the apex, and that's going to hamper her exit. Meanwhile, though, Austin Baton, no slowing him down in the slightest. He'll try and send the move to the inside of turn number 3. Paisley sees him coming and forwards the attack once more. He keeps second place for now.
I did say this yesterday, sometimes having an older sibling in racing and with that experience on mini motos as well can really help you when it comes to race situations and mentality, because no one else understands the situation you're in. As much as we can try analyse and I can try and explain what the riders are feeling, no one will know better than your own older brother, and I think that's what we're seeing from Logan Paisley. He's taken that advice on, learned from what Riley Paisley did wrong back in the day, and he's been able to boost off those mistakes and become almost like a Paisley 2.0 and being a more complete package on the mini motos. And we now see Austin Baton trying to get underneath Logan Paisley. Still not a move available. Daisy Grayson now has to wait for something to happen and try and take advantages. Here comes something now. Austin Baton makes the move. Finally, Logan Paisley sees someone move along beside him and through towards the later stages of the race, but already trying to respond. Daisy Grayson waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity there from Austin Baton. He capitalised. Logan Paisley now drops to 3rd. second place in this train. The green and white machine there at the 25. Maybe Grayson can use some of that momentum while Paisley is still a little bit shaken up. But I have to say, Logan, really impressive to spread his composure. Back going again. On to the penultimate lap as Albie Stone leads them 5.3 seconds clear. As Paisley will once again go defensive. He wants to keep this podium. Grayson gets the up and the under. Is it the drive towards turn number 2? She'll give it a good look, but not quite close enough. Meanwhile, Austin Baton, your championship leader, will drive away into the distance. Really, he's got the advantage, and that gap continuing to grow. A lap and a half left to go in the AC40 Inters. Grayson gets the run out of turn number 3, but nowhere near enough to challenge Logan Paisley by the time they reach 4 and 5. Baton through. He's got the pace. He had it in his pocket the whole time, and now will be looking to run away and keep second place.
Well, I did say at first, Daisy Grayson might have just been looking a little bit too much at a move and going for the tighter lines, hindering her exits. I'll tell you what, though, some of these lines that she's preparing for a move are really creative and showing some fantastic racecraft. And now on this last lap, looks to put all that practice into action and finally make a move on Logan Paisley. She looks a bit closer this time. Here we go then. Is there a move? Not quite. It would have been her favourite one. As here we go then. One more lap for Albie Stone to contend. He's got that confidence back from rookies. He won that race yesterday. Podiums at Clay Pigeon. He's unstoppable, but still has to deal with this final half of the lap. And can Daisy Grayson finally make a move? You don't feel like it, as lap traffic unfortunately makes an issue for that podium battle.
Here's Albie Stone through the final corner. The number 16 will bring it home. He waited a long time for his first victory in the Inters. Now we go for 2 on the bounce here at Hooton Park. Albie Stone sees the checkered flag first. It's victory in the LS2 Helmets AC40 Interclass. A fantastic ride from our championship leader of Austin Baton will complete P2, with Logan Paisley finishing off the podium. Daisy Grayson narrowly missing out, and this time she's frustrated. She knows there was an opportunity there, but still, you have to say, a brilliant battle shared between the 3. Between Logan Paisley, Austin Baton and Daisy Grayson. Of course, the 100 of Austin Baton bringing home a very respectable P2, and you have to say Paisley's defence almost bulletproof.
Yeah, Austin Baton, the championship leader, managed to carve his way through on that occasion. But Daisy Grayson, she'll be devastated with that one, but got closer than she's ever been to getting on that podium. Has got one more chance to do it later on. Logan Paisley, though, third place is good, and it keeps him in the championship fight. But it's Albie Stone who takes his second win of the weekend and second win in the AC40 Interclass by LS2 Helmets, followed by Austin Baton in second. Logan Paisley taking the final podium place. Once again, Daisy Grayson in fourth, looking to improve that next time out later on. Jensen Brown coming home fifth ahead of Oakley Hipwell, Lawson Dorrington, Casey Reeson, Keely Bailey and Chase Carter, running out the 10 riders we have in this AC40 Interclass. Well, some pretty good action there in the podium battles as we now finish the AC40 Inter Racing for now, before the lunch break, where they'll come back and give it another go. And I'll tell you who'll give it another go. Daisy Grayson. She'll be desperate to get on the podium.
She will be indeed. In terms of the championship outlook at the moment, Austin Baton leads Logan Paisley by just 15 points. Daisy Grayson 29, and their sheer consistency through the season have kept those gaps nice and close. Jensen Brown P4 in the championship, with Albie Stone now making some headway. Still 62 points to close, but plenty of the season left to go. For the AC40 Interclass, brought to you by LS2 Helmets, they'll be back out for race 3 later on.
Coming your way now is the Mini GP50R class, as the Ovales and Metrokits make their way on the circuit. And Emilio Pereira, I actually found out this morning that in qualifying had a huge high side in this class, and that really affected his confidence, but still managed a podium in this class and a win in Mini GP50s, of course the Metrokit only class. So a really great job from him to regain the confidence and continue on his amazing form this season, as unfortunately someone there has stopped on the out lap. That is a real shame for him, but hopefully they can get the bike restarted. Better for it to happen now than in the race, as they do their absolute best to get it started. A little bit harder to get going again than the mini motors we just saw gone by.
Yeah, exactly that. That's the 75 there. That will be... not actually too sure. I mean, we'll confirm, of course, when we can, but... maybe a delayed start slightly to this race. We'll run you through the full grids. It's Reed Saxby, by the way, the 75, just in on the grid sheet. Jensen Ansell, nonetheless, will be the one to start this race from pole position, looking mighty strong indeed, alongside Mason Fedrick on the front row of the grid. Emilio Pereira alongside Tommy Williams on row 2, with Bo Morris and Josh Perkins sharing row number 3. Freddie Taylor from Joey Athisic on row 4, with Reed Saxby, who of course there I think might fail to start this race, should have started from 9th alongside Jensen Cedras. Robinson from Carter Spinks on row 6, with Nuth, Jasper and Neil White from Oliver Wilson, Emerson Oakley and Claudia Dudman in P17. 12 laps of racing for the Mini GP 50R class, and well, you have to say, Jensen Ansell coming into this one absolutely swinging. Took his first victory of the season, his 4th consecutive podium yesterday as well. But he's got a mighty adversary in the form of Mason Fedrick, who dominated so clearly back at, of course, Clay Pigeon. However, not present on the grid at the moment. No, he is there. There you can see the black and red Mason Fedrick just maybe tucked behind a little bit of some of the other riders. Tommy Williams as well, very aggressively poised in that all-blue 51 machine. Jensen Ansell, Mason Fedrick, your front row. Ansell on the left, Fedrick on the right of your screen. Look out for Emilio Pereira in the 31 to dart his way through the middle. Lee Klaus gives them the signal. It's eyes to the lights for race number 2 of round 3 of the Mini GP 50R category. The lights come on. 12 laps of racing ahead of us. Lights go out. We go racing. Good start from Jensen Ansell. An even better one there from Mason Fedrick. He'll be looking to go around the outside of turn number 1, but can't quite manage it as Emilio Pereira will slice his way through and retain 3rd position. Mason Fedrick, by the time they reach turn number 2, though, has got the measure, has got the advantage, and will lead them towards turn number 3. Jensen Ansell needs to fire one back through soon if he wants to stay in contention in this race. Battle for 3rd settles as Emilio Pereira settles just in front of Tommy Williams, but a fantastic start there from Mason Fedrick.
Yeah, beautiful racecraft. He set up the wider line on entry and cut underneath Jensen Ansell towards turn 2. That's something he learned from yesterday. He realised, hang on a minute, I've got to get a move done on lap 1 and surprise him, because he was stuck behind Jensen Ansell the entire race without making a chance. So now, with a whole race left to go, you feel like Mason Fedrick is able to put in the pace that we saw from him at Clay Pigeon.
Essentially so. Mason Fedrick, yeah, like you say, just got stalled a little bit behind Jensen Ansell yesterday, but now he's made that difference. He's, got the punch off the line, and I think it might be defining. Three-way fight for 3rd position, though. Emilio Pereira having to look over his shoulder. He's got Tommy Williams, the 51, the all-blue machine. Then comes the 57, white and red of Bo Morris, who also was looking quite strong yesterday, narrowly missing out on the podium, did Bo. It was a P4 for him. He'll be looking not to repeat that today and maybe go 1 or 2 better. Emilio Pereira leading that three-way fight for what is 3rd position. 10 laps left to go as they tick over the timing, being fastest lap of the race for Mason Fedrick as the gap at the front ticks over 1 second. Track position we know is important here at Hooton Park. I think Mason Fedrick might have made that difference very early on.
The hammer is down and we look to see a similar performance at Clay Pigeon. I said, here comes Tommy Williams though, trying to challenge Emilio Pereira for the podium. Emilio Pereira, he's got a massive bruise on his body, and that might hurt a little bit more this morning than it did on Saturday, being revved up after that crash. Adrenaline is a wonderful drug, but Tommy Williams doing everything he can to take advantage of that injury, and the Metrikits, of course, not being as competitive as the Ovales for the moment. They were fantastic at Lid, still great at Clay Pigeon, maybe a little bit more competitive here at Hooton Park, but we'll see that chop and change as the races go along. But nonetheless, a three-way battle between the Metrikits for the final spot on the podium, and Tommy Williams and Bo Morris definitely no stranger to battling across this season.
Down the inside, Bo Morris spots the gap on Tommy Williams, will find his way through and up into 3rd position. Now eyes on Emilio Pereira. However, Bo Morris now assumes the mantle. A very difficult position to be in this three-way fight. Forwards to attack, backwards to defend. Also closing in Freddie Taylor, the 118. If these three continue to battle, we could introduce a 4th bike into the equation. 8 laps to go at the line. Mason Fedrick will lead them down, but Jensen Ansell responding with the fastest lap of the race of his own to keep that gap around the 1 second mark and maybe to start chipping away at it. Pereira not really had to do too much in this race so far. Keep it on the tarmac, keep it consistent, and like we say, build up that confidence off the back of the crash in qualifying yesterday. He's more than made up for that, but Bo Morris charging through and might be eyeing up second in the near future. He's dispatched of Tommy Williams and now has eyes on El Toro.
Yeah, he's got a great start to this race, got into his rhythm nice and quickly, and that is showing here. He's all over the back of Pereira, and seems to me like he's just putting a bit of pressure on him and might not be lapping much quicker, but he's looking a lot more aggressive and ready to pounce than Pereira is. Then again, Pereira defending that third place. You can already tell Ansel and Frederick pulling away by the lap. 8-second gap already to Pereira behind from Ansel, which the gap is now 1.2 between 1 and 2 in this race. As another fastest lap comes the way of Mason Frederick, getting all the closer to his lap record from 2025 of a 40.0.
They got away off that, 3/4 of a second. But to be fair, the track probably quite good for it. Freshly wet, so the track will be slightly cooler. The track not as hot as it was yesterday as well, or the air temperature not as hot yesterday either. And the track very rubbed in here at Hooton Park. So the conditions probably quite favourable. It's down to the riders to do the business out on circuit. There's the 67 of Joey Apisic, older brother, of course, of Zach, who we saw back in the mini motos. Currently running P9 with Jasper O'Neill White just over his shoulder, fighting for the lower echelon of the top 10. Nelly Nuth, one of the stars in the House of Moto camp, one of the, most aspirational young female riders, taking that step up onto the metric. It's her first season on the bigger geared bikes this year, and on the back of Jasper O'Neill White to potentially find her way through and up into P10. She did bag a couple of top 10s over yesterday in her classes, and right now she's running in P11. Our race leader Mason Frederick, though, the black and red number 5 of Mason Frederick, just under a second now clear of the 22 of Jensen Ansel, who's just once again set the fastest lap of the race, a 40.634. The race far from over now with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it seems to me like a bit of a tug of war at the moment. It's a fastest lap to fastest lap, and it's a 10th there, 10th here. Unfortunately, though, I don't think Jensen Ansel would be able to catch up unless there's a mistake from Mason Frederick. Because their pace is so even, it's going to make it a really hard job to close that last couple tenths and then make the move on top of it.
It's going to be tough through the chicane. Mason Frederick definitely riding very aggressively and yet still very smoothly. That's one of the best sort of attributes, if you like, of Mason Frederick. He definitely knows how to negotiate sort of changes of direction like that. He's taken that trip over into Spain a couple of times where they do have those more fast and flowy circuits, contrary to the UK. So that's that skill and that talent that's going to transfer over here at home. Mason Frederick fighting away with the 22 of Jensen Ansel for the race lead. Let's not forget, as the lap time's getting quicker and quicker, Jensen Ansel with both the slipstream and, of course, the motivation to close down that race lead has just put in a 40.4. The gap closed down now to 6.5 tenths of a second as they negotiate a bit of lap traffic. 3 laps to go at the line, and this could really spice things up in the fight for the lead.
It's magic what can happen in 1 lap's time. A lap ago, 40 seconds ago, I said I don't think he can do it, and now he's all over the back of him and taking the wider line that Mason Frederick took on him on lap 1, and now it offers him the inside lines turn 2. That will be a brave move, especially on these larger bikes. We saw it happen a few times in mini motos, and now to the favourite overtaking spot. Mason Frederick knows to take that defensive line. With 3 laps to go, Jensen Ansel is back and ready to fight for his second win of the weekend.
Down the inside through turn number 4, had to sit the bike back up as they both negotiate, and look there, Mason Frederick cleared them by the time they reach turn number 5, and that's going to give him a bit of a reprieve heading into the final corner. Jensen Ansel will still be there, still be fired up. 2 laps left to go at the line. It's Frederick from Ansel, the number 5 from the 22, coming down to the wire as they'll be trading victories as it stands in round number 3, the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Mason Frederick has got some ground to make up in the championship relative to Emilio Pereira, but Jensen Ansel, off the back of his first victory yesterday, will be fired up as ever to make it 2 from 2.
Yeah, it's a lap and a half, and Jensen Ansel has some time to judge this perfectly. They've got a bit of a bigger gap now to lap traffic in front. It was a bit wide there with Jensen Ansel, but that's the best thing about that corner, is that you can cut it back and get a better exit for it. But Mason Frederick, it is the harder job to defend, and now he's got the job that Jensen Ansel had yesterday. Now, what does he do to stop the race winner from yesterday from getting through? Oh, someone's gone down there at turn 1. That is the number 64. Unfortunately, going down there with only a couple laps to go. As we wait for a move to possibly come now from Jensen Ansel on the last lap. Mason Frederick still defending in the last couple corners.
I think it was the 641 of Jasper O'Neill White potentially dropping down there. Nonetheless, the fight and the attention back at the front of the field. Mason Frederick just in front of Jensen Ansel with the fastest lap of the race last time through. Bit of lap traffic to negotiate. Maybe a last lap hurrah from the 22. Not quite close enough. So Mason Frederick will out of the final corner. Will take his 4th victory of the season. He'll win the drag race to the line and see the checker flag first in the Mini GP 50R category. Mason Frederick another step closer towards the championship lead And Ansel is furious at himself for not bringing it home for 2 from 2, but a very respectable battle between the pair of them, and great blow shared, you have to say, between Mason Frederick and Jensen Ansel. Emilio Pereira will complete the podium, a very consistent ride there from him to fend off Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, capturing the marshal there in what was a thrilling battle between the pair of them. Mason Frederick, you can understand, will be elated, but Jensen Ansel furious with what was a P2. Still, I mean, a great result, but just shows what these riders are fighting for.
Yeah, I think what Jensen Ansel was thinking is how dominant Mason Frederick was at Clay Pigeon, and might be thinking that continues as the rest of the season goes along, and wants to stop that from happening. But what he couldn't stop today, unfortunately, despite his amazing pace, Mason Frederick once again on top of the standings at Hooton Park. Here he goes then. Winner ahead of Jensen Ansel in second place. Emilio Pereira takes home third ahead of Bo Morris, Tommy Williams, Freddie Taylor, Josh Perkins, Jensen Cedras, Joey Athasich and Nelly Nuth rounding out the top 10 in her new ventures onto bigger bikes. But yeah, Jensen Ansel, he'll be really disappointed with that, but his people around the paddock will be telling him that was a really good ride. He had a really difficult start to the race and he pulled it back fantastically. He proved me completely wrong. All of a lap after I said I don't think it's closable, he chalked down that gap and closed 0.4 of a second on one lap. And a short track like this, that's really impressive. So he'll be looking to get a better start in race 3 later on.
3 riders in this field have done 100% podium rate of all of the races they've entered in 2026. Emilio Pereira goes 8 from 8 as he's been here for the entire season, 2 wins along the way, and keeps the championship lead by 38 points provisionally. Mason Frederick, 3 wins at Clay, a win and a second place so far here at Hooton Park, with Jensen Ansel 5 podiums to his name. The battle is on in the Mini GP 50R Championship, with race 3 later on for them today.
One more mini moto class coming your way before the lunch break, and this time the adults are out there for a play. We had some big drama yesterday as championship leader Matt Birkin went down. His engine went boom boom, in his own words, at Clay Pigeon, and unfortunately his chances of wins also went boom boom yesterday. But let's see if he can give it another shot today with a better start.
Indeed, so looking very much forward to the senior mini motos, and you have to say, Matt Birkin, we've made excuses for him, or his bike has made the excuses for him on any race that he hasn't won. Yesterday, completely of his own volition. His brother, of course, Josh, has been very quick as well, finishing P3 yesterday. It's a battle of the Birkins potentially out there on circuit.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what though, Harvey Jeremy on pole position is the one to be reckoned with. He is charging in the championship after an amazing round at Clay and an amazing start to this weekend. But behind him on the grid is Josh Birkin, Matt Birkin in third, Tom Byer in fourth, Andy Whedon, Nick Bennett, Chris Yeomans, Gary Eldridge, Nicky Lewis and Kieran Roberts rounding out the 10 riders we have in this senior mini moto class. A short grid, but nonetheless it's always drama and fantastic racing in this class. Are we going to see Matt Birkin go down again, or this time we'll be able to add to that domination that he has? Every race he's finished, I believe, is in that top 2, so you can't really stop him unless he crashes.
Yeah, or his bike lets him down. He lost the championship lead yesterday. He's taken 4 wins so far this season, more than anyone. For those he hasn't won, he's been off of the podium. 3 points between himself and Tom Burt. Senior mini motos, though, will be looking eyes to the lights. The 45 of Harvey Jeremy on pole position alongside Josh Birkin. Lights go on, lights go out, and we go racing. Good start there from pole position. Josh Birkin will look to contest, but he's dropped all the way through the field. Great start there from Matt Birkin, who looks to fire one back and retake the championship lead. Through turn number 1, he's up to third. Harvey Jeremy will lead them through turn 2.
I'll tell you what, I don't even think Matt Birkin is on the grid, you know. It was a bit of a late charge. I actually can't see him out there. That's Andy Whedon in third, with a similar suit, but you can tell the difference with the black and white Arai helmet, whereas Matt Birkin has a black LS2 helmet, like Tom Burt out there at the moment as he sends one up the inside. Wow, a brilliant move from him as he goes underneath Harvey Jeremy and won his first race. Oh, that was an amazing move from Harvey Jeremy as he jumps over the curb, and oh wow, an even better one around the outside from Tom Burt as he retakes the lead of this race, looking for his second win of the season. He's up for this one.
Yeah, apologies to Andy Whedon there. Great start from him, let's say, as he tips over Josh Birkin. Potentially some issues then from Matt Birkin as he's going to drop further and further back into the championship, and Tom Burt knows this is a golden opportunity for him to claw back some points between himself and Harvey Jeremy. This is also a straight shot in the championship. The top 4 4 in this series, separated by just 17 points. And in FAB-Racing, virtually nothing, but one of them's dropped it. Oh my goodness me, drama in the senior mini motos. That is heartbreaking potentially. I think that was Harvey Jeremy that's dropped it. Tom Burt could well run away with a very easy race victory.
This is the perfect opportunity for Tom Burt now to get a massive lead in the championship standings. Josh Birkin would have seen that, and now he sees Tom Burt pulling away with the lead. And now he's probably thinking, or Matt Birkin watching this at home perhaps, if he's gone home, is thinking, Josh, please take some points out of Tom Burt, because while Matt Birkin has been dominant, his bike has been his ultimate nemesis and losing him many points in the championship. Tom Burt would most likely come out of this leading if it stays like this, depending on this battle behind him, which now looks to change as Josh Birkin goes up the inside of Andy Whedon and puts him back down to third. Behind them is Nick Bennett trying to get involved, but Andy Whedon looks quick to respond, but shakes their head, realises it's not time for that move. It's too early at the moment with 8 laps to go.
Yeah, no way through there. Don't want to go for a desperate lunge. Nick Bennett on the 711 chasing down after Andy Whedon, who, like I say, came into this round P4 in the championship. 3 podiums amongst 4 fourth places. So remarkably consistent is Andrew Whedon. And I think today maybe a breath of fresh air because he's looking remarkably quick. He looked at a very, very good start from what was, P5 for me. He had a clear row in front of him with Matt Birkin's absence. So got the launch that he needed. Now is fighting away for what will be his 4th podium of the season. If you're looking at this and you wanted to have a bit of a go, the senior mini moto class, definitely inquire down on the FAB-Racing website. Get yourself the mini moto, get yourself some leathers and a helmet, and well, maybe we could see you on the grid for Ella Park. It's a fantastic field, and these guys, fair enough, maybe from an outside look they do look a bit silly, but the racing is absolutely fantastic, as today has proven. Tom Burt leads Josh Birkin by 1.9 seconds now with 7 laps left to go. Tom Burt with the fastest lap of the race as well, will be looking to take his 2nd win of the season, and with it extend the lead at the top of the championship.
And now as we watch this little train on the podium battle, 6 laps to go, Harvey Jeremy has managed to remount and he's currently in 7th, and that's really good for his championship actually. Nonetheless, while being penultimate in the penultimate position in this race, he is still going to score some really important points towards catching Matt Birkin in the championship. Tom Burt is now leading this race and looking to take the 2nd win of the season. Won his won the first race of the season in his debut and hasn't won since then, but kept consistent in the championship. As many people faced chain issues, it was all quite common and allowed others to step up to the championship challenge. There's so many people involved in this one, and with more riders crashing out of leads, it's going to make even more riders in contention.
5 laps left to go, and yeah, you're right, Tom Burt, of all of the races that he's finished them on the podium. He DNF'd race number 1 at Clay Pigeon and has since been on a bit of a charge of form, making the most of Matt Birkin's misfortunes, who himself has taken 4 wins, and well, that's it in terms of results to write home about. Yesterday dropped it all of his own volition, finished P5. He had the chain issues back at lid as well that demoted him down to P8, and the retirement by virtue of his engine going bang back at Clay as well. So Matt Birkin could be dropping off a fall from grace potentially for the champion, as we're following here Nick Bennett and Andrew Whedon in the fight for the podium. You've also got Chris Yeomans closing back in as well on the 85, incredibly close in a three-way fight for 3rd. There is our race leader though of Tom Burt, and our championship leader. Could he go straight in? I mean, he joined us at FAB back in Leeds. Could he go for a debut season championship?
I'll tell you what, though, at this point in time, Matt Birkin is probably not too worried about the championship standings. If we've seen anything from MotoGP, I won't spoil the sprint race, but Marc Marquez has clawed a huge gap back already to Marco Bezzecchi, despite his abysmal start to the season. But already back on the charge, and that can easily happen for Matt Birkin. Tom Burt, though, just has a few more laps to contend with. Clearly, that duck on the back of the bike handing him some luck in this one.
It's got to be worth like half a second a lap at least. Definitely not weight reduction, but I think psychological advantage potentially for Tom Burt. Josh Birkin in P2, some while off actually, you can see in the red and yellow leathers. He's in 2nd from Nick Bennett in P3, who's dropped a little bit of a gap to Andrew Whedon, who's 3/10 back. Then comes Chris Yeomans, Harvey Jeremy making some moves and back into P6 ahead of Gary Eldridge and Nicky Lewis, who completes the 8-rider field that we've got. 2.5 laps left to go, and there's not really much more that can happen now for Josh Birkin. He's unable to catch Tom Burt. He's in a bit of a no man's land ahead of Nick Bennett. But Andrew Whedon and Chris Yeoman still have got an opportunity to get themselves back onto the podium.
Andy Whedon just needs one more great result, possibly a win, a top two, a battle for the win, to give him that feeling and confidence to get involved in this championship battle. That's what's happened. Tom Burt got that win first time out and got that result to boost him and put him back into the championship fight with Matt Birkin, which before the season even started, everyone pretty much considered to be written off. But now it's blown wide open. Harvey Jeremy, that win at Clay Pigeon, knocked his confidence way up higher to allow him to enter the championship battle as well. So you feel Andy Whedon been relatively consistent, one crash at Lid fighting for the podium, now has got to take these strong points and try and get back in that championship fight.
Yeah, a lap and a half left to go in this race. And what do you think, I guess, in the senior mini motos makes the biggest difference? What does Matt Birkin now need to do between now and the rest of the season to claw back that deficit? Because Tom Burt doesn't look to be slowing down in the slightest.
Take it seriously. That's what he needs to do. As much as he does do fantastically and takes it very seriously, Matt Birkin sometimes likes to have a bit of fun with it, as we saw him last time out at Clay Pigeon nearly hand the win away as he looked behind him going across the straight and let off the throttle to make a bit of an interesting finish for us. And while we appreciate that on our side, we want a series championship battle to go down, and this time it is going to happen because Matt Birkin has a job to do. But a job to do did Tom Burt have, and he has played it perfectly. He had to take as much points away from Matt Birkin as possible, and he's on course to take his second win of the season. As he rounds the final corner, Tom Burt, with that lucky duck on the back, puts in the performance to take victory in race 2 of senior mini motos here at Hooton Park. Joy for him as he sits up. It's probably quite difficult to stay tucked in, and I can't imagine how these guys dealt with that in the heat yesterday, but a bit more of an easier time at least for Tom Burt. The same can't be said, unfortunately, for Harvey Jeremy or Matt Birkin.
No, not in the slightest. An unfortunate race for both of Tom Burt's championship rivals, as you quite rightly point out, with Matt Birkin and Harvey Jeremy, who still claws back P6, and that's better than a no-point score than that Matt Birkin will have. So the gap in the championship will, inevitably grow, and Matt Birkin has got to be careful. Maybe Burt is the new Birkin in terms of his run of form so far this season. Of course, behind that, you've got Josh Birkin, Nick Bennett to complete the podium. So many Bs in the senior mini motos. Andy Whedon and Chris Yeoman's the top 5, with Harvey Jeremy, Gary Eldridge and Nicky Lewis completing the 8-rider field. A good recovery there from Jeremy, but obviously ideally you just don't drop the bike in the first place.
Yeah, but nonetheless, great points for him to gain. With only a few riders in this class, it allows you, as long as you're able to get back on, you can still score some strong points, and that's exactly what Harvey Jeremy did. I started to see his lap times really drop off and end once he got into 6th place, but just making absolute sure that he can get that bike home, and that he did, and still putting himself in championship contention.
Well, after what was 2 races so far this weekend, the provisional outlook of the championship, Matt Birkin 28 points behind Tom Burt. He's tied at the moment with Harvey Jeremy on 122 points apiece. Tom Burt, though, 150. 2 wins, 7 podiums, 87.5% podium rate this season for Tom Burt. The only race he missed was one that he DNF'd. So it's been an incredible run of form for Tom Burt, with the top 3 in the championship separated by less than 30 points. That's going to rack it up for the senior mini motos for this morning's action. They'll be back out for race 3 later on today.
Now we go back to the big bikes, the main event on the way. The amphibian scaffolding mini GP70s get ready to go out on track. And yesterday, quite eventful, as the poleman and the dominant force in the championship, Sebastian Gazlawski, couldn't start on pole position. So big drama, and I'm sure there's more on the way, because this time Gazlawski is desperate to take a victory, and he's got Bradley Curtis in the way, though, fresh off confidence of a win from Saturday. So I think these two are going to come to blows once again, like we saw at Lid.
Hopefully so. I mean, the rivalries in the 70s, so impressive. Bradley Curtis leading the championship by 11 championship points from Gazlawski, who, like we say, made the difference yesterday. Didn't start from pole position as he should have, but didn't let that slow him down. He set the fastest lap after fastest lap, race-winning pace pace, but started from the pit lane, clawed his way back through to finish P6 and mitigated the damage in the championship. The grid as follows: Sebastian Gazlowski alongside Bradley Curtis, the top two in the championship, sharing the front row with Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe alongside each other on row 2. Max Johnson alongside Tommy Keats, with Maxwell Keats and Daisy Polden on row 4. Bojan Blazewski and Harry James, the 10-rider field for the amphibian scaffolding Mini GP 70, the premier class of FAB-Racing, the final step in their grassroots journey before they then take the next big step on that ladder towards Grand Prix racing in the form of the Moto4 British Cup. Sebastian Gazlowski on the left, Bradley Curtis on the right. 7 wins between the two of them, 13 podiums between the two of them, and I'm sure that is going to increase by the end of what will be 13 laps of racing. Nice to the lights, of course, for what will be the 5th time today. Gazlowski, finally from pole position, will be looking for a bit of redemption. Lee Clowes gives them the signal. Super Seb from Bradley Curtis. We Go Racing wheelie in the background as he still can't quite get the front wheel down. Gazlowski will lead to the opening corner as Rex Austin will eye up a move for second. Curtis fends it off and keeps his way through, but a nice start there from Super Seb, who's looking for redemption from yesterday in the 70s and claw back some points in the championship. Through turn number 3 under zero pressure as Caelan Ratcliffe getting swamped there by the number 8 of Tommy Keats.
The perfect start for the number 64, couldn't have gone any better. Really got the jump on Bradley Curtis, so now the number 71 with the confidence of victory yesterday has some work to do. Caelan Ratcliffe unfortunately got a bit of a poor start, and actually a mention for Caelan Ratcliffe. We were talking about his confidence and how that raised from lid to clay pigeon and to here. But actually, when he crashed on the warm-up lap in the GP70 race at Lid, it was tyre warmers that weren't on his bike, which is unreal. And of course he wouldn't have confidence. No one would have confidence to turn the bike in when there's cold tyres. So a real shame for him, and I'm surprised that it took this long for the information to get to us. But it's fine. We substitute that with some amazing action to talk about, because Caelan Ratcliffe has been riding the crest of a wave at the moment, battling for podiums in GP70s, battling for wins in GP50s. But I'll tell you what, I think he's already a bit too far back to challenge Sebastian Gazlowski. I think Bradley Curtis is the only force who can deal with that. But I'll tell you what, after his performance yesterday, Rex Austin can't be counted out.
Yeah, big thank you to Caelan Ratcliffe's parents, the newly dubbed the Hornets in the form of Caelan Ratcliffe, for the information and letting us know, and also taking the accountability for forgetting the tyre warmers. And it's those small things like that that can really make the difference, even at the grassroots level. Tyre warmers, so important. You've got to have that confidence out there on circuit, and a lesson I'm sure the 96 camp are going to learn. He currently runs P4 and ahead of Max Johnson. 12 laps left to go, with Gazlowski leading Bradley Curtis by 1.5 seconds. This is the pace that he demonstrated yesterday, and Gazlowski riding with something to prove.
Half a second quicker than Bradley Curtis on that last lap. That's really going to hit Bradley Curtis like a bus, because he's just realised, hang on a minute, I don't think I'll be able to repeat what I did yesterday. And now he's already got Rex Austin on his hands. Rex Austin got a poor start in yesterday's race. Unfortunately, some contact with another rider at the start of the race, being pushed out on the grass, and a valiant job from him to reclaim a podium place in that battle with Max Johnson at the end of the race. But Sebastian Gazlowski looks like he's away, and it's a battle for second to focus on now. And we're speaking about Caelan Ratcliffe not being able to challenge for victory, but a podium definitely on the cards if these two start dive bombing each other.
Absolutely. Rex Austin, I'm super impressed with him this weekend, I have to say. It wasn't long that, of course, he was on the LC40 Elites, on the mini motos, and over the last couple of years has gone from strength to strength. Rex Austin, so far, only one podium this season, and that was yesterday in race number 1. He's looking to go back to back and maybe even go one better, fighting with Bradley Curtis, who has been no slouch so far this season in 2026. Slight look to the inside there from the pink and black machine of Rex Austin, chasing after the blue and the white 71 of Bradley Curtis. 9.5 laps left to go as Sebastian Gazlowski basically writes off this race and puts it as a fight for second, and that is the one right here. Curtis versus Austin into the final corner, no way through for now, but Bradley Curtis has got to keep his wits about him and keep his head on a swivel to keep Rex Austin behind.
Yeah, these guys fighting for victories and podiums, of course, in the very class that is equivalent to the Red Bull Rookies class, and what it is to Moto3, but what this is to the Moto4 British Cup heroes of the Moto4 British Cup, like Harrison Day doing a great job in his rookie season, of course, coming straight from the Mini GP70 and Extreme 200 class, winning both those titles. They see that. They see that Bradley Curtis sees his older sister Lucy in Moto4 British Cup and knows that they can be there as early as next year. It is a passionate fight for who gets the early jump up the ladder in their career, and that's why they battle so hard. The lap times are incredible because they push to the absolute limit, and Sebastian Gazlowski doesn't look like that limit is going to end at anytime soon.
Not in the slightest. It's looking so strong in the 70s, have had some fierce rivalries in the past. You think of Harrison Day last year, Wilson Dilks fighting away with Archie O'Brien back in 2024, and legends who have carved their way through the FAB-Racing paddock and, have etched their name into the Hall of Fame. 8 laps left to go here for the Mini GP 70s, brought to you by Amphibian Scaffolding. Currently, Sebastian Gazlowski leading by 3.5 seconds. Last time they broke the beam. Personal best for both Curtis and Austin last time through, and they're running remarkably close together at less than a tenth of a second between the pair of them. There is our race leader, though. He'll break the beam to start what will be lap 8 of 14. Gazlowski, 3.7 seconds clear from Curtis. 4 tenths back is Austin. 3.5 then is Caelan Ratcliffe, who's just 2.3 in front of Max Johnson. Bit of a gap back to Tommy Keats, Daisy Poldin, Maxwell Keats, Boyan Blazewski, and so far a DNF for Harry James. So 9 riders still going in the 70s, and Rex Austin, I think, just not quite got the stamina relative to Bradley Curtis, whose ruthless consistency right now is enough to keep him in second place.
Yeah, Rex Austin just needs to try and dig into that pace that he found yesterday on that amazing comeback ride, and it's a miracle what that motivation can do, a poor start, to give you that extra boost. And to be honest, sometimes these riders think in their heads, hang on, I've still got the pace to get on the podium. How cool would it be if I had such an incredibly difficult start to a race and came back to third place? Now he just needs to get back in that mindset of going for it if he really wants this podium position. Speaking of going for it, Sebastian Gazlowski entering the 38 lap times and beating the lap record set by Harrison Day, jumping for the first time into the 38s with a 38.964. Fantastic from Super Seb, a super lap time, beating the lap record of 39.0. So only rider at the moment in the world being able to get into their 38s, and that shows this true dominance is no one-time thing.
Absolutely not. Sebastian Gazlowski, who, had a slightly tame start to the season, finished second to Bradley Curtis on all 3 occasions back at Lydd, and we said, what is he missing? What does he need to find? And it was largely just a bit more confidence, a bit more spring in his step, if you will, out there on circuit, and he brought that at Clay Pigeon, responded brilliant with dominance of his own, and the championship that Gazlowski and Bradley Curtis are going to share, I think, is going to be absolutely legendary. We see it all the time in the 70s. That rivalry and that duel at the front end of the field, and it's going to be a true test, a marathon through the rest of the season with 4 rounds to go after this one. Bradley Curtis wanting to minimise the damage though and reduce the gap that he's losing to Gazlowski. Currently 11 points is the championship points gap between the two of them. After this race, as it stands, it'll be down to 6. However, Rex Austin down the inside could make that even worse. Skates it, locks the rears slightly as he gets it stopped to the apex, but Bradley Curtis giving a bike length and no more by the time they reach turn number 3.
Well, that might have been a failed opportunity for Rex Austin. It's definitely going to panic Bradley Curtis a little bit, because he knows now he would have seen just a bright flash of pink on his side, on the inside. With 3 laps to go, he knows it's not over yet. His chance of second place isn't safe for now. 71 leads this second place battle from Rex Austin. Of course, if things go wrong, like it very nearly did there, Caelan Ratcliffe is waiting quite a while behind, but can easily pick up the pieces in this one. Just hit his personal best lap of the race with a 39.6. So a lot of people really struggling to get on the pace of Sebastian Gazlowski, but you can agree it's a little bit harder for Curtis and Austin to match that pace when they're in such a heated battle. Bradley Curtis is defending and Rex Austin is looking for the moves. So it's all about the battle. Forget lap times, because Gazlowski is too far away, because he set another lap record of a 38.961, gone a couple milliseconds quicker. He is on fire, Zach.
It's unbelievable from Sebastian Gazlowski, 38.961, which is only a couple hundredths quicker than the previous lap record that he set just a couple of moments ago. He's doing that lap after lap after lap. That repeatable technique for Sebastian Gazlowski is a skill that a lot of riders don't have. They've got the raw pace, but they don't have that ruthless consistency, and Sebastian Gazlowski has got it in abundance. Could we have a showdown finish in the fight for second as Bradley Curtis gets swamped on the exit of turn number 5 and allows Rex Austin to close the gap as we start the final lap of the race?
We talk about one skill, the incredible dominance that Sebastian Gazlowski is putting on here, the incredible raw speed that he's putting into these lap records, but then we look to the other talent that is needed in Curtis and Austin as they battle for second place. Rex Austin has been sat there long enough. He was 0.3 of a second faster to close the gap back to Bradley Curtis on this occasion, but down into the hairpin in. I don't think he's made the move, so unfortunately he's running out of time. He's going to have to create something fantastic. But here comes Sebastian Gazlowski, the number 64, coming around the final corner with lap traffic in front of him. We say it makes a difference, but not for Gazlowski because he's too far ahead. The only man in the 38s in the whole paddock. He's on fire. Sebastian Gazlowski takes victory after a difficult one yesterday in the GP70s, proving that it was not his issue. Curtis holds off for second. A great job from him to limit the damage done by Gazlowski, and Rex Austin makes it another podium in the GP70 class.
Yeah, a really impressive race there from Gazlowski. And, you know, riders at this age, you know, try and ask them to be emotionally regulated. Probably not going to be the case, but the maturity that they show at such a young age, it's incredible. The professionalism that they bring to each and every single one of these rounds, even at a grassroots level, to respond to the adversity of yesterday, to be fired up and motivated to come from pit lane to P6, to then do it from pole position and go all the way to a race victory with a new lap record. Sebastian Gazlowski take a bow. Bradley Curtis, though, a respectable P2. Rex Austin in third as well from Kaylee Ratcliffe and Max Johnson, your top five. Of course, it was a brilliant showdown as well from Curtis and Austin, and I'm hoping that will repeat a bit later on. Again, Sebastian Gazlowski, a victory once more. His fourth of the season from Bradley Curtis, Rex Austin, Kaylee Ratcliffe and Max Johnson, your top five. Then comes Tommy Keats, Daisy Polden, Maxwell Keats from Boyan Blazewski, the ninth finisher, with Harry James unfortunately retiring through that race. Yeah, February scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP70 class comes to a close for race number 2, and race number 3, Riley, you have to say, is going to be electric. Can Bradley Curtis make the difference and close the gap to Super Seb?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure, because he was so strong. Gazlowski repeating what he did at Clay Pigeon, and unfortunately we didn't see Curtis close that gap. But I tell you what, the points that Curtis achieved yesterday over Gazlowski is what he's going to be happy with across the weekend. As long as he can just keep finishing second for this next race, I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased. Now, 3 races to go before we head for a small lunch break. As you see, Jamie King, our loyal explainer of the track, after that amazing lap that you may have seen yesterday. I'm not quite sure if that was the lap that put him second on the grid behind Chris Wells, but it was certainly still a fast lap. Thank you for that one, Jamie. Of course, Pitbike Sonic on YouTube, the resident vlogger of FAB-Racing, as he will be documenting all of this, and this will probably be on the YouTube video as well, so make sure you check that out. But first, make sure you join us for the rest of the season in FAB-Racing. Ella Park in a few weeks' time. If it's local, come watch, support the young talent of riders. Bring your own kids and show them how amazing motorbike racing is and how it is a career they should chase. As breakable it is for the bank, it is certainly worth it to see your kids enjoying their dream. But we move from kids to adults in the Pitbike 140 class.
I was going to say young talent, probably 2 words I wouldn't use to describe Jamie King in the slightest. He's got to take the challenge, though, to Chris Wells in this race. The 76 pulling up to the right-hand side of your screen alongside the 73 of Chris Wells on the left. Both of them champions and legends of pitbike racing in the UK and beyond, in fact. Both of them, I think, with some international endeavours at some point in their careers, and they shared a titanic battle yesterday. Jamie King, a single mistake through race 1, and that was the single mistake that cost him from Chris Wells, who took victory, and a decisive victory at that. Jamie King, confident as ever to take the fight back to him.
Yeah, while it was still a good performance from him to limit the damage done to his championship lead, which was certainly helped by the fact Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence were out there to take 1 and 2 in all 3 races last time out at Clay Pigeon. Him being 3rd and 4th in those races as well helped him to the championship lead. But yeah, he had some really great pace and is still looking for his first win of the season. So once again, like the ages-old rivalry, it returns. Chris Wells versus Jamie King.
Look out for Harrison Quincy as well, just behind Chris Wells. He has been fighting some issues. Was very quick here last year, was Harrison Quincy. Suffered some cam problems yesterday that delayed his timing and, of course, reduced his power as a result. They've sorted that problem now, so look out. Directly behind Chris Wells. Pitbike 140 is go. Jamie King, a quick start there from Chris Wells as Harrison Quincy will try and challenge Pitbike Sonic to the opening corner. Not the best of starts, though, from King. Definitely not as good of a start as he had yesterday, but the top 3 still line astern as they exit turn number 2. and that chase towards the hairpin at turn 3. Ducking and diving there is Jamie King, finding a bit of a gap, but can't quite seal the deal as Chris Wells will lead them through the first half of lap 1.
Might not have been the perfect start for Jamie King, but it's a very long race, this one. 13 laps for him to contend with Chris Wells and get back into contention. But as you said, look out for Harrison Quincy, who should have those issues solved and will be ready to redo those amazing results that he put on last year. Hooton Park, he won every single race and now looks to take at least 2 wins in this one, as he's already all over the back of Jamie King. So a strong start to him. For him in this race, he doesn't need to build his confidence, he's there.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gap already starting to grow between Chris Wells and Jamie King, though. Chris Wells playing a bit of Mario Kart yesterday, leaving some debris on the circuit. I initially blamed Jamie King, but he was quick to correct and say it wasn't him in the slightest, it was Wells that was littering, and we're still not sure as to what the debris was, but nonetheless, Jamie King was convinced that Chris Wells tactically deployed it to distract him, and it worked because he was the one that made the mistake and cost himself the race. Harrison Quincy in P3, like I say, sorting those cam problems. The camshaft itself was loose. They've tightened it back up. They've sorted it. The timing is back where it needs to be. And now he's got full power at his right hand. Behind that, you've got Stephen Humphries and Simon Gates battling for the back end of the top 5. Is running wide there as the 241 of Stephen Humphries, allowing Simon Gates through and up in a P4.
An easy mistake to make with such tough braking on these pit bikes, a lot more rigid and difficult to maneuver than the smaller mini motos and metro kits. They're not purpose-built race machines, at least for the circuit. These are all modified bikes from motocross, most of them 140s and below. Now, in this pit bike 140 class, it looks like Chris Wells putting on a dominant charge at the start of this race, but a fastest lap last time around from Jamie King. Quickly responded though, quickly replaced by Chris Wells, and then Jamie King once again clearly getting back into his rhythm. He was 2 tenths quicker that time around and getting back into the fight.
Yeah, exactly that. He's locked in. You can always tell he's locked in because he looks down at his bike. And that's just his tell that he's focused, he's locked in, he's trying to find the lap time, he's motivating himself, he's spurring himself on and trying to be as aerodynamic as possible. Is Jamie King on the rear end of Chris Wells and bringing that gap back down to just half a second. Jamie King leads the championship, hasn't taken a victory so far in 2026. He's been the most consistent rider, and to be fair, that's sort of what Jamie King is. He's never the outright quickest, but he's quick enough to bag podiums, to bag top 5s, and that is why largely he is successful as he is. Right now though, he's definitely got the pace to challenge. So too is Harrison Quincy with the fastest lap of his own, both him and King in the 41.9s, whereas Chris Wells stuck in the 42.2s. That gap has come down to sub 3 tenths of a second, and now Jamie King back on the scene to make this a 3-way fight in PB 140s.
It's a bit of an overused term, but to finish first you have to finish, and that's exactly what Jamie King has done every single race with a consistent result, and now looks to make it one better, not only finishing but finishing first. He looks to take victory in this one as he follows Chris Wells with 9 laps to go. He's back in the fight, but Harrison Quincy looking to get involved as well.
Exactly that. Good run there off the final corner from Jamie King. This very long start-finish straight as he looks to the inside there through turn number 1. GoPro on the front fairing of his pit bike, getting some great content for the gram, and to be honest, probably quite a lot of it is the rear end of Chris Wells. Look to the inside though. This could be the opportunity for Pit Bike Sonic to take the lead of the race. Not quite though. Chris Wells will slam the door in his face through turn number 3. Harrison Quincy as well there. Jamie King looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. Slight look there from Quincy. King needs to get the track position, 1 because it's nice to lead a race, but 2 because he doesn't want to be split in his attention and fighting on 2 fronts.
It's great to see the confidence back in Harrison Quincy to get involved in this battle. I knew something was up because I didn't want to start speculating, because I knew that he had that speed. He was the dominant champion last year, had an amazing second half of the season, was on pole position at Lid as well, and we didn't quite see it materialise for him at Clay Pigeon or even Lid for that matter. But now he's back, and the big 3 are back in Pit Bike 140, and coming back to lead perhaps is Jamie King, as again he looks for the inside, not quite there yet. 7 laps to go, maybe just waiting for a later spring to surprise Chris Wells.
He needs to find the difference. The duo, the rivals of Chris Wells and Jamie King, they share some great moments both on and off the circuit, and right now it's going to mean so much to the pair of them that they beat the other. Harrison Quincy, the reigning champion, something to prove in this fight as well. 6 laps to go at the line as we tick our way over half distance. The 73 from the 76, Wells from King, Quincy there as well involved in the battle. King just not I don't know, there just isn't a gap materialising at the moment. He needs to find something different and find a chink in the armour that he can then capitalise and bring down the defence of Chris Wells.
Yeah, Jamie King did tell us he's selling his big bike, the Ninja 300. He's been racing at Bemsey to focus more on his racing here at FAB. Been riding the LRA Moto 190 and Extreme 200s, but he's prioritising 140 all the time. It's the class he's quickest in, and nearly went for a move there on Chris Wells. 6 laps to go, and now it looks like he's getting restless because he knows Harrison Quincy behind is not done yet, and a move will be made if he realises that Jamie King is starting to drop off.
Chris Wells is still confident that, of course, he can win this championship despite missing round number 2 at Clay Pigeon. He was present at the TT on the Isle of Man, and that as a result is why he missed round number 2, but he's still confident he can go all the way and take the fight to Jamie King, who definitely still sees Chris Wells as a threat and knows that he does need to beat Wells on a number of occasions this season despite its difficulty. This is the challenge that the pair of them have to rise to, but Jamie King goes grass tracking. That could be the opportunity for Harrison Quincy to sail around the outside and take second place. It all comes undone with another mistake from Jamie King.
He's done it again. He's got a little bit too greedy on the exit and unfortunately paid the price, but thankfully for his sake he's sort of regained a little bit of time. I was just about to say that the lap traffic making a difference, pushing Chris Wells back into them a little bit, but no, that has unfortunately rubber banded back to them and pushed them further back as well. Harrison Quincy might be a bit disappointed that he's lost some time for them both to Chris Wells, but Harrison Quincy doing a great job though to close that gap back down. Jamie King's win chance is not over yet because something can definitely go wrong when Harrison Quincy tries to find a way through. Michael Med there in 4th, setting the fastest lap of the race with a 41.5, lapping quicker than these guys out front. He's got a sizable gap to close, but if they keep making mistakes like that, then it can definitely happen. A move is on the cards. Harrison Quincy, he has won here before. He knows how to do it, and he is lacking a win so far this season, as is Jamie King. So more motivated than ever to beat Chris Wells on this occasion.
Michael Med, that is a remarkable lap time. And, you know, our focus here at the top 3, Michael Med, no slouch in the slightest. He's fought his way up and into 4th place from what was quite far down on the field, actually, in all fairness to Michael Med. And right now, I mean, P4, like I say, no means slouch in the slightest, so definitely got the pace to contend. Side by side as Harrison Quincy will try and challenge Chris Wells. The fight not over yet with 2 laps left to go at the line. It could come down to any which way. Chris Wells, though, by virtue of Jamie King's mistake in the lap traffic, had a lap or 2 of breathing space. Now that breathing space is feeling a bit more cramped. He has to once again look over his shoulder and defend from Quincy and King.
Now, I don't mean to be rude to Chris Wells and Jamie King, but Harrison Quincy really strong through that long double apex corner, which is a double apex in terms of these bigger bikes. Plainly just because I believe Harrison Quincy a lot lighter than these two, being a lot younger and fitter, so he's able to carry so much more corner speed, and I think that's why he was able to move so elegantly around the outside of Jamie King after that mistake. And look, he's looking for a move every time there on Chris Wells. Unfortunately, lap traffic plays another part in pit bike 140s. Thankfully, everyone is able to get through safely. Again, all of them running off the track that time, copying the Jamie King method we've seen so far this weekend. And now going on to the last lap, it's Harrison Quincy's move that he has to make.
Just 900 metres left to go here at Hooton Park. Chris Wells wants to go 2 from 2. My goodness me, as he had to fight for it. It has not been easy in the slightest. Harrison Quincy fighting back from challenges yesterday with the cab. Can he take the fight to Chris Wells? Out of turn number 2. With just half a lap left to go, slightly defensive, parking it in the middle of the road. There is Chris Wells, late on the brakes is Harrison Quincy. He'll go up and try and get underneath Chris Wells. We know how strong he is through this long double apex left-hander. Look to the inside through turn number 4, but no way through. Jamie King as well, sat idle, sat powerless in this battle, and at the mercy of the top 2 coming together. Bit of a mistake there from Harrison Quincy, running wide through turn number 5. Now through the chicane for the final time. Chris Wells, once again, will rise up to the challenge, out of the final corner for the 2nd time this weekend, for the 5th time this season, will take victory here in the Pit Bike 140s, and race 2 of Hooton Park goes the way of Chris Wells from Quincy, and Jamie King fighting for the win once again comes up a little bit short and finishes 3rd.
A week away at the TT and missed a round, but nonetheless Chris Wells, his confidence doesn't get knocked. He proves his calibre incredibly well. A 41.7 on that last lap, a really good lap from him to end that race, defending from Quincy and Jamie King. He judged that perfectly, as you can see there. Unfortunately, Jamie King not too happy with that one, but another opportunity for the number 76 Pit Bike Sonic to get out there in race 3 and challenge. But nonetheless, finishing on the podium is really helping his championship challenge. Those two, Chris Wells and Harrison Quincy, quite a ways back in championship standings due to that round at Clay Pigeon being missed by Chris Wells, and Harrison Quincy not being able to get on the podium alongside Jamie King, with Taylor Norris and Ollie Horner there.
Chris Wells takes victory, 0.2 of a second, and his 4th of the season, clawing back those lost points in the championship ahead of Harrison Quincy, who closes the gap to Jamie King. The top 3 in the championship separated now by less than 20 points at the top of the standings. Michael Med brings it home in P4, just behind Jamie King, with Simon Gates rounding out the top 5. Then comes Stephen Humphreys, who made a mistake earlier on in the race, finishes 6th, from Ben Simpson, Callum Maxwell, Perry Thompson and Daniel Cliff, your top 10. And like I say, Jamie King leads 135 points. Chris Wells just 15 behind on 120. Harrison Quincy 116. We've got 3 champions inside the top 3 in Pit Bike 140s. This could be a modern classic and a historical season in 2026.
Yeah, once again, the big 3 getting involved in that championship fight. But we now move. GP50 is on its way. The Metrokit Mini GP50 class 2-stroke city comes to the track, and it was amazing yesterday, wasn't it, Zach? Dive bombs like we predicted. Caelan Ratcliffe versus Emilio Pereira, ending in El Toro taking victory despite his massive high side in qualifying. Many crashes in qualifying, which we saw captured in photography by Dale Baldwin, the resident FAB-Racing photographer. Someone has stopped there. That's unfortunate for them. And once again, it's Reed Saxelby who had issues in the GP50R race before the start of the race. So that's a real shame. He's having some difficulties mechanically this weekend. But we go back. Oh, right. And we've still got that battle to come, though. 2 more races for GP50 today. And Caelan Ratcliffe and Emilio Pereira, they cannot leave each other alone. The pace is always so equal. It's going to be some big drama, but we are going to expect a little bit of a delay to this start. Everyone is going to be sat on the grid, getting nervous. The tension builds, and that is only going to add to this amazing duo coming our way.
There you can see Reed Saxby's father, Ryan, quick to the scene to try and help him. Big thank you, by the way, to the marshals and the roaming marshals of the FAB-Racing parents for their help and their assistance over the course of the weekend, to all of the medical crew, to the FAB-Racing team as well, for making sure that the racing can get done as effectively and as efficiently as possible. Big thank you as well to Nova Racing for sponsoring the Mini GP50 class and their support of these young riders' future and their ambitions as they climb through the endless ranks of GP racing. Emilio Pereira, El Toro, alongside the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe, the Hornet alongside on the front row. I mean, what a star-studded lineup that is. Bo Morris, Tommy Williams, the front 2 rows, with Josh Perkins set to start alongside Reed Saxby, who I don't think is going to make it all the way back to start, and that is abysmal here on Sunday. Nelly Nuth from Jensen Cedras on row 4, then comes Oscar Rowland, Adele Everett and William Skingle, the 11th rider to take to the start of this one. But El Toro versus the Hornet, 31 versus 96, that race towards turn number 1. Who's going to come out on top today? Well,
I'll tell you what, you can never leave that Hornet name alone. Of course, Zach Sweeney being the very man who crafted that Hornet nickname for Caelan Ratcliffe, the number 96, the name given by Zach due to his bright yellow and black, Metrokit Mini GP50. These 2 strokes about to go screaming into life as they set into turn 1, with Tommy Williams looking aggressive off the start once again. He's revved up to get a podium.
Yeah, he is. He's looking good, is Tommy Williams, this season. Yet to take a podium, though, in 2026. Looking for his maiden one. Could that come today? Lights on. Lights off. We go racing in Mini GP50. Equal start between the top 2 championship rivals, but Emilio Pereira will lead them through the opening corner. Bo Morris looking punchy as he has done all weekend long. Pereira, though, under pressure as Ratcliffe will chuck one to the inside of turn number 2, and Emilio Pereira drops to 3rd, maybe drops to 4th by the time they reach turn number 3. He's hampered here on the exit as Caelan Ratcliffe will seal the deal and take the lead of the race down through turn number 2.
A Hail Mary send into turn 2. We were not expecting that. We were saying earlier how only at turn 2 moves could be done by mini motos, and Caelan Ratcliffe, the Hornet, pushed his way through, moved him out the way, and commanded that he moved and took the lead of this race very dominantly. That was incredible from Caelan Ratcliffe. We said about confidence yesterday, it is clearly there as Bo Morris now is in second. Emilio Pereira, who was originally in fourth, has already made his way back through and is revved up to get back in the fight for the win.
The tyres definitely warmed up on the opening lap for Caelan Ratcliffe. I mean, he is flying forwards, 0.8 of a second clear of Bo Morris on the initial opening lap. Tommy Williams tries to look for a move to the inside of Nelly Luth, searching for her best finish of the 2026 season, learning with every single race on the bigger and the geared bikes is Nelly, previous champion of FAB-Racing back in 2024 in the rookies, and one of the, like I said, most aspirational female riders in the FAB-Racing paddock. Currently runs P5, just in behind of Josh Perkins. Amelia Pereira back to third and chasing after Bo Morris. In fact, trying to clear Bo Morris by the time they reach turn number 1. 10 laps left to go. It's Ratcliffe from Morris, from Pereira, and this could be some crucial points gain in the championship from Caelan Ratcliffe, who made the difference on the opening lap.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with how Nelly Luth has progressed on these bikes as Emilio Pereira makes an inside move. That was so close. In fact, yesterday when we were watching them in practice, we knew that Emilio Pereira was going for some interesting sends there in practice, and there's another one again. Wow, I thought he was going to go for that one. That would have been an incredibly brave move from Emilio Pereira, the number 31, doing everything he can to get back into the fight with Caelan Ratcliffe. He's just done the fastest lap of a 41.4, but that's quickly dethroned by a 41.1 by Caelan Ratcliffe, who's putting the hammer down and looking to take victory after missing out in race 1.
Pereira coming into this swinging. He got the poor start and now he's looking to fire one back to the inside of turn number 3. Will Pereira punch one to the inside? Bit squirmy under brakes. There is Bo Morris. He keeps it under wraps, tries to go the long way round, but Pereira will find his way through and up in a second. Nicely done there from the 31. To be fair, a valiant effort from Bo Morris, but he's been struggling to get it stopped into turn number 3 basically all weekend long. Had a huge stoppie in warm-up yesterday and lucky there to keep it stopped, and just goes to show how hard each of these young riders are pushing. 9 laps left to go then as Caelan Ratcliffe will lead them across the line to make it 8 to go. Pereira back through in a second. The gap as they cross and break the beam, 3 seconds. It's going to be a hard charge to close, but Pereira limiting the damage and bringing it back to P2.
Only a few laps in and Caelan Ratcliffe is already getting in touch with the lap record set by Sebastian Gazlawski. Of course, if you're watching that GP70 race, put another lap record to his name being
Bo Morris.
Oh no, Bo Morris. Oh, what a shame, because we just saw the white and red bike number 57 unfortunately rejoining the track. What a shame. He was doing fantastically, battling with Emilio Pereira for the podium. 8 laps to go. Emilio Pereira has a job to do to catch Caelan Ratcliffe, but now on lap record pace is Ratcliffe, only a 10th off the lap record by Gazlawski. He's got some work to do, Pereira, if he wants to catch this one. 7 laps to go and Tommy Williams now tries to get onto the podium.
Yeah, that's Josh Perkins there in P3. Now the stakes have risen a little bit for Perkins and Williams because they're no longer fighting for 4th and 5th. They're fighting for a podium, and for the pair of them, it would mean the world. Josh Perkins has got 2 podiums this season so far. Tommy Williams, despite his consistency, surprisingly, somehow has not got one just yet. Nelly Luth fighting away with Jensen Cedras as well in the fight for 6th. She'll lose out on that occasion and drop down to 7th as they settle in just behind Bo Morris after his mistake down at turn number 3. Again, I'd imagine losing the rear brakes as he gets it into the hardest braking zone of the circuit, trying to fire one back through and contend and potentially ruin the day of Tommy Williams and Josh Perkins, who again are in a titanic battle, locked together in the fight for 3rd. 6 laps left to go though here in the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. There's Cedras versus Nuth, the number 2 versus the 44, and Bo Morris spurred on as ever to claw his way back onto the podium.
We were just saying about Caelan Ratcliffe being in contention with Gazlawski's record from 2025, but Emilio Pereira has taken that title already and knocked out of the park by 0.05 of a second, and he is on the charge. Still not enough, you feel, to catch Ratcliffe unless a mistake arises for the Hornet. 2.9 is the gap between them currently as they make their way to the mark of 5 laps to go. I tell you what though, Josh Perkins doing a great job to fight for 3rd place with Tommy Williams, especially since that monster high side he had at Clay Pigeon. While it was a while ago, you definitely feel like he might have a little bit of a limp on after that because it was pretty huge. We're quite grateful that he is okay after that one, certainly okay because he's back and challenging for podiums.
Defensive to the inside there, Josh Perkins trying to keep Tommy Williams at bay. Bit of lap traffic to negotiate as they'll split their way through. Tommy Williams draws momentarily alongside the number 30, but no way through and to no avail on that occasion for him. Tommy Williams still motivated, and you can see his maiden podium directly in front of him. You can bet that he will be pushing for it. Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe, new fastest lap of the race, going the way of the 96, a 40.771. They are locked together in terms of pace. They were virtually matching each other for the last 5 laps. However, Emilio Pereira, I think, caught up on that previous one on lap number 8 and dropped back a little bit. The gap between them now just shy of 4 seconds. So Ratcliffe just has to keep it clean and will be looking to take his 3rd win of the season and close down the points in the championship. Perkins versus Williams, though, still nothing really happening. Perkins just doing exactly what he needs to. Quick into the corners, quick out of the corners. Not really much that Williams can do more than that.
I think after that move at turn 2 on that one from Caelan Ratcliffe, I think we can definitely confirm that there were tyre warmers on his bike, and he might have even gone a bit further and used his own pace to warm up the tyres, if not, because that was truly an amazing move. And now knocking on the door of beating the lap record, original lap record, by an even larger amount now, with another lap coming in from Ratcliffe of a 40.732, over a tenth of a second quicker than the original lap record set by Sebastian Gazlowski, who's been so impressive in the GP70 class. Now 3 laps to go. What can Tommy Williams do? And I'll tell you what, Bo Morris with a very quick remount, getting back to 5th place. If something goes wrong between Williams and Perkins, he can definitely collect that final spot on the podium. And a brief mention there for Reid Saxelby. It's nice to see that he was able to get back on the grid and back ready to race on the number 75 machine there in 8th behind Nelly Nuth.
2 laps left to go. Just about 1.8 kilometres of racing here at Hooton Park. Caelan Ratcliffe coming into this race 26 points adrift from Emilio Pereira, and as it stands he'll leave it just 21 behind, with still 14 races left to go in 2026 in FAB-Racing, the Nova Racing Mini GP50s. Fight here between Perkins and Tommy Williams. The all-blue 51 on the back end of the blue and yellow number 30 of Josh Perkins, who's looking for his 3rd podium of the season through the chicane, and to start the final lap of the race between the pair of them. A showdown here that could well mean the maiden podium for Tommy Williams, but he's not quite got enough just yet. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, oh my goodness me, he has been striking in this race, and through turn number 3 for the final time, just has to keep it nice and tidy to take what will be his most dominant victory of the season yet. Yeah,
I've just noticed some spectators on the outside of the track coming along on their enduro bikes, and they've come just in time to witness this incredible performance from Caelan Ratcliffe. Make sure you're here for Ella Park next time out, because we're going to have some more action. But the action on the headline at the moment is Caelan Ratcliffe, the Hornet, comes to the line to take back victory from Emilio Pereira after losing out in race 1 with an incredible manoeuvre on lap 1. He never looked back. A new lap record and a new challenge in the title as he continued to take Pereira straight to the final round. But here we go then. Perkins takes home 3rd after a valiant battle with Tommy Williams. He'll be very happy with that, and a great job from Josh to come back after, of course, that brutal crash that he had at Clave Pigeon. A great job from him to fend off Tommy Williams. But again, GP50, the drama, maybe not the battle for the win we would have wanted, but you can't deny that that manoeuvre from Caelan Ratcliffe was nothing short of sensational.
Yeah, that opening lap from Ratcliffe, I mean, he's going to be buzzing with that, isn't he? The Hornets, and, well, takes home his 3rd win of the season. Between Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe, they have won between them all 8 races of 2026, and the gap in the championship comes down to 21 points. 9.2 seconds, though, was the winning margin for Caelan Ratcliffe, who brings it home in front of Emilio Pereira. Josh Perkins takes his 3rd podium of the season. The Tommy Williams, who will still have to wait to taste the top 3. Bo Morris, top 5 from Jensen Cedras, Nelly Nuth, Reid Saxelby from Adele Everett, and William Skingle, your top 10, and the final rider in the Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP50s. They're 1-1 now. The Hornets versus El Toro, who's going to come out on top in race 3 later on today.
Well, it all comes down to tomorrow. It is today even. Sorry, I think it's still Saturday. The heat getting to my head yesterday, and now a bit cooler temperatures maybe made the difference for Caelan Ratcliffe, because you felt like Emilio Pereira just had something a little bit more yesterday. But now Caelan Ratcliffe putting the hammer down and letting Emilio Pereira know that the gloves are off for race 3 later on. Don't miss it. We move along from Mini GP50 by Nova Racing to the LRA Moto Extreme 200, the ultimate class of absolutely everything. Nearly every bike, big bike that is, in the FAB-Racing classes out there. GP70s, Ovales, make it 160, 140. You can see Mason Fedrick out there on his 160. There's pit bikes out there as well in the form of the senior classes. Of course, Jamie King out there on the LRA Moto, the brand new 190 that he's been trying out recently. Very happy with that package at the moment and contending for victory in the senior class, unlike he was on his own bike. But yeah, fierce fights coming your way after an amazing round at Clay Pigeon. We saw Henry McCartney and Harrison Day inject themselves into the battle with some new machinery on their sides as well. CRF 150 piloted by reigning Extreme 200 and GP70 champion Harrison Day and Henry McCartney on his SX85. And of course, another mention, like I did yesterday too, Henry McCartney, Moto4 British Cup rider, has unfortunately broken his wrist. So we hope he can get better soon and get back out on track and show us why FAB-Racing can bring riders to amazing feats like they are doing right now in the Moto4 British Cup.
Running through the grid for the Extreme 200, Sebastian Gazlowski, championship leader in Finley Polehill's absence, and a victory yesterday for Super Seb, taking 3 of the last 4 victories. Starts alongside Bradley Curtis on row 1, and hopefully, like we saw in the 70s, going to share a similar battle. Tommy Keats, Rex Austin, row number 2 from Max Johnson and Mason Federick on row 3. Then comes Thomas Med, Jensen Ansell, Maxwell Keats and Daisy Polden, your top 10. Scott Dermott from Harry James, Jamie King, Chris Wells alongside each other on row 7, with Boyan Plejevski and Sam Wiseman, the 16th and final rider to take to the start of the LRA Moto Extreme 200s. Revs rise, the lights go on. And for Extreme 200s, Sebastian Gazlowski versus Bradley Curtis. Lee Klaus gets the lights on finally. And for the LRA Motos Extreme 200s, we go racing. Equal start between the top 2, slightly better for Bradley Curtis, but the second phase favouring Gazlowski down the inside. Rex Austin will fire one through in his second place. Once again, a superstar from Super Seb.
Oh, a short wait on the lights there. That would have played on the riders' minds. They got jumped into turn 1. Fantastic from Gazlowski to have cat-like reactions and respond fantastically to that. He leads this race now from Bradley Curtis, or maybe not. Rex Austin with a fantastic move into turn 4. Truly heroic, because that one has been really hard to make all weekend long for anyone in any class, and clearly showing that he has what it takes to make that work. Lap 1 taking advantage of the craziness with the very short wait we had on the lights, and he's now trailing Gazlowski and trying to put that pace that we saw yesterday into effect.
1.04 seconds is the margin at the moment at the front for Sebastian Gazlowski. Rex Austin versus Bradley Curtis. The 71 looks to the inside. They have also got Tommy Keats, who's risen up slightly in the extremes and now able to take the challenge to the 2 in front. Duck to the inside there from Keats as Bradley Curtis thought twice about turning in through 4 and 5, but still able to retain what is third position. Now that difficulty arises. Bradley Curtis fighting on the 2 fronts, forwards to attack, backwards to defend, as has been sort of the tail of the tape for the best part of this weekend. So many riders have been locked in those types of battle, and now Bradley Curtis has got to manage fighting Rex Austin but also keeping Keats behind.
A 2-stroke dominance at the moment here in Extreme 200 in the case of the Metrokit GP70s, and Tommy Keats trying to fly the flag for the 4 strokes on the Ovale and get it on the podium. He is in a complete sandwich at the moment with 3 GP70s in front of him, 1 behind in the case of Max Johnson, and then the next Ovale being Jensen Ansell in 6th, who's been doing a magnificent job in the GP50R class. I've just seen Mason Federick go up the inside of him. Those 2 battling for 6th place, but practicing maybe for the next race coming up, practicing their tactics and dives on each other, finding more places to make moves on their bikes, because that promises to be an amazing race, the 50R class, after what has been a waiting game for both Ansell and Federick. But enough about that, and back to the LRA Moto Extreme 200 class. Gazlowski doing exactly what we've seen in GP70s.
Yeah, Gazlowski, I don't know what he had for breakfast this morning, but it definitely is working down the inside on Jensen Ansell there. Thomas Med fighting away with him. I think Ansell was able to get the up and the under side by side as they approach turn number 4. The number 12 will have the measure, and the all-white number 12 will go through and up into 7th position, demoting Jensen Ansell behind Mason Federick, who won earlier on in the day as well. Will be looking to chase after Max Johnson, who was denied a podium yesterday after a 5-second penalty, fighting away, I believe it was with Rex Austin for the final step on the podium. Will be looking to get some redemption today as well. Looking there, you can see the number 1 fighting away with the other riders. I think that could well be Michael Med fighting in P10. Back to the front though, Bradley Curtis still behind Rex Austin. The fight for second between these 3 riders unchanged despite their brutality in this battle. Rex Austin not batting an eyelid in the slightest, not being phased at all by the relentless pressure over his shoulder.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Zach, about Sebastian Gawlowski, I don't think it's a situation of what he had for breakfast, rather what his bike had for breakfast, because it must be the same thing for Gawlowski today as yesterday, because he was so strong in that race as well, in Extreme 200 and GP70 on Saturday, despite the issues he faced. But his bike, unfortunately, not playing ball in GP70s. We saw the domination as a teaser for the next couple of races in Extreme 200 yesterday, and we're seeing that domination now. But Bradley Curtis, as I said yesterday, possibly just taking it a little bit more chilled in Extreme 200, possibly just trying to analyse different strengths and take a step back to take 2 steps forward more, to prioritise GP70, which, of course, the premier class in the young riders of FAB-Racing. All the classes of kids trying to get up to this class of GP70s and be the best. And of course, Extreme 200 allows them more track time, but definitely more winning time, because the battles definitely do not look like they're taking it calm in this class.
Not in the slightest. 7.5 laps left to go. Rex Austin trying to fend off Bradley Curtis. It's the pink and the black of the 991, and then that, of course, Rex Austin. Then the blue and the white of the 71 of Bradley Curtis just behind him. Behind that comes the blue machine of the number 8 of Tommy Keats. He's looking to fire one through. Potentially he's got the machinery advantage as Tommy Keats, and that's allowed him to close the gap and really get involved in this battle. They split some of the lap traffic. Rex Austin, Bradley Curtis, both will clear them, and Keats will come through as well, being as aggressive as ever, forcing them to sit the bike back up. That the 38 of Sam Wiseman was none the wiser through turn number 1, probably thinking that Tommy Keats was out of his mind for going for that one, but again, he knows how important it is to stay all over the rear wheel of Bradley Curtis. Did not want to risk getting caught behind Sam Wiseman there.
Yeah, Sam Wiseman did a good job to get out of the way, but was none the wiser to the move that Tommy Keats was about to put on him down into turn 1. But yeah, again, Sebastian Gawlowski bringing that gap out and getting all the closer to the lap record by Harrison Day. A 38.939 from him, in fact, beats the all-time lap record for FAB-Racing at Hooton Park. Last year, it was in this class. A 38.943 was laid down by Harrison Day, and now it has been beaten by only 4 milliseconds by Gawlowski, proving that he is a force to be reckoned with, and already possibly getting some Moto4 British Cup team eyes on him.
Yeah, maybe so. You've got to make that statement. That's where they're all looking. The Moto4 teams is here at FAB-Racing, the majority of the grid, FAB graduates, and as such, it's the perfect sort of breeding ground, I suppose, for their talent. 6 laps left to go. Sebastian Gawlowski versus Rex Austin, although not really much of a battle between them. They're 5.8 seconds apart. This is the battle between Thomas Med, the number 12, and Michael Med, half a second between the pair of them as we find our way through. Quick reminder as well, this is both a junior and a senior race in the Extreme 200, so currently leading the way in the seniors is Scott Dermott, the 87, who won it yesterday. Then comes Jamie King, Ben Simpson and Sam Wiseman completing the field in the senior class. Right now, Jamie King ahead of what will be Chris Wells as well. So Chris Wells also should have started this race, I don't think did. So Jamie King will bring home another second in the senior class. Bradley Curtis goes through and up in a second position, though, in front of Rex Austin, finally pulling the trigger and making that move, crucially up in a second. Yeah,
he was just trying to find where Rex Austin was strong, and eventually made the move because he realised Tommy Keats was behind him and is getting aggressive on that ovale. A move possibly coming now from Rex Austin, trying to respond a bit too far back to go the inside of Bradley Curtis, and Tommy Keats does not want to waste any more time, sat there in 4th. And as Zach just said, the perfect class for adults and kids to race together. Of course, the two Taurine father and son duo, who aren't present at this round, but prominently featured at Lid and Clay Pigeon as their little duel went on. So that is a perfect opportunity for a parent and child race to go on from between the senior class and junior class. But with 3 laps to go overall, and in the junior class, it's Gawlowski who's put in another lap record and brung it down to a 38.8. That's beat his lap time not only in GP70 but overall a new lap record as Gawlowski puts FAB-Racing into the 38s, the only man in that bracket.
Incredible. It's Sebastian Gawlowski. Super, as he would probably dub it himself. 3 laps left to go, 2 at the line. Bradley Curtis, though, he's done the hard graft of getting through on Rex Austin, but that fight far from over just yet. Still 1.8 kilometres of Hooton Park to negotiate, and Rex Austin still applying the pressure. There he is, Sebastian Gawlowski. 38.848. Quickest man ever here at Hooton Park in FAB-Racing, and has no intention of slowing down with a lap and a half left to go. It'll be yet another dominant victory in the Extreme 200s. It'll be his 4th victory and his 7th podium to extend the gap at the front of the championship.
It looks to me like Bradley Curtis put the hammer down and tried to inflict some pace into this podium battle, because he has got half a second ahead of Rex Austin. Now, lap riders could have made the difference and possibly pushed Tommy Keats and Rex Austin further back behind Bradley Curtis, but it looked to me, after making that move, Curtis was already starting to pull away. So now it's about the battle for third between Rex Austin and Tommy Keats. Is there a move available for Tommy Keats on the Ovale? I'm not quite sure, as we're now about to see Jamie King getting lapped by Super Seb. He won't believe the lap times that are being put down by the number 64 as he now comes to the final few corners. Sebastian Gawslawski riding the crest of a wave. Danny Webb, of course, is the team owner of the Danny Webb GP camp. He's got many experienced riders like Henry McCartney alongside him, and that advice and that professionalism reflects on him as he stands up and celebrates another victory in the Extreme 200 class. He can't be stopped. He is setting lap records for free as this battle for the second place raged on to the flag. Bradley Curtis took home second, and on the run to the line, the GP72 stroke overpowered the Ovale of Tommy Keats. Unfortunately, Tommy not being able to get the 4-stroke Ovale onto the podium, but more opportunities for them to come later on after lunch.
Yeah, what a ride that was from Sebastian Gawslawski, and celebrating deservedly so. Like we say, we said he was missing something, just that little fragment, if you like, that final 5%. He had all of the right ingredients, all the right attributes, and he now, from Clay Pigeon to Hooton Park, has begun to put them together and to craft the makings of a champion. Sebastian Gawslawski, the future absolutely is bright. He extends the lead in the Extreme 200 Championship with his 4th victory of the season, some 7.5 seconds clear of Bradley Curtis.
Inspirational rides from Sebastian Gawslawski. The younger kids in the mini moto classes will be watching this incredible performance from him and aiming to replicate that. It's a 38.848 new lap record here at Hooton Park for Gawslawski. He was followed by Bradley Curtis in second, Rex Austin in third, Tommy Keats, the top Ovale, in fourth, and then behind him was Max Johnson, Mason Fedrick, Thomas Med taking victory in the senior class, and then behind him Michael Med, Daisy Polden, Scott Dermott, Jensen Ansel, Harry James, Jamie King, Bojan Blazewski, Ben Simpson and Sam Wiseman, rounding off the 16-rider grid combined of junior and senior.
Well, with Extreme 200s completing their second race of the weekend, they'll be back out for race number 3 a bit later on. Big thank you to LRA Moto for their support of the championship and their support of motorbike racing as a whole. You join us, of course, if you're now just tuning in to FAB-Racing, either on the FAB-Racing YouTube channel or, of course, on Motorsport Radio. It's a pleasure to have your company on what is a very nice weekend in terms of the weather. Slightly cooler here on Sunday. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis to talk you through all of the racing action as we will continue our way through the racing action. Of course, an earlier start on Sunday. They brought it forward by half an hour so that, of course, we could get all of the racing done and dusted. Of course, we'll be powering through all the way to 1 p.m. before we stop for lunch. And what that means is we're now kickstarting the second half of the day. These races are flying by, Riley.
Yeah, yesterday we saw complete dominance from many, many riders, and that's what I started off this program with, was saying that dominance was the ultimate key. But I think it's a bit of a different story this morning. We've seen some incredible battles. While Caelan Ratcliffe dominated that GP50 race, it wasn't dominance in the form that his pace was so much better than Pereira. He did it because their pace was the only one that stayed together yesterday. So it sort of flipped it on its head. But the move that Caelan Ratcliffe put on Emilio Pereira shuffled him back and delayed him in the race to catch back up to Caelan Ratcliffe. Now, if it was a maybe 5-lap longer race, we could have seen Emilio Pereira do that.
Potentially so. Of course, like we say, domination defined across a lot of Fab Racing, and you know, it's spectacular in its own right, isn't it? We have close racing, but we have a lot of riders that do make that difference. And while on paper, yeah, fair enough, they might take all 3 races of a weekend, doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. In Moto Team, definitely does not tell the whole story in the slightest with SFC Racing and Atmi Racing, those that share the front row, the 133 alongside the number 8, Sam Clowes on board the 133 Team SFC, have taken both victories in Moto Team. But like I say, that doesn't quite tell the whole story. Now, as we head into the third of the fourth motor team race of the weekend, it's eyes between the front row, because that is the battle in the championship now has grown to 11 points, 216 to 205. Lee Clowes will point them to the lights. Sam Clowes on the pole position alongside the all-green machine of the number 8 of Team Acme. We Go Racing in moto team. A good start there from the 141 of Ivana Di Francesco, but look at the start there from Ian Jackson, straight through into the race lead on the 28. What a launch that was. SFC side by side with their championship rival Team Acme, forced to concede and drop to third.
The superb launch from Ian Jackson on that number 21 machine, quickly responded by Sam Clowes on the 133. The SFC team moved back into the lead of this race. Ian Jackson hanging around there in second. That big three battle continuing on as the weekend goes on. He's quickly been shuffled out of the way though by Acme Racing, so that classic Suzuki colour inspired bike in the form of Ian Jackson has unfortunately dropped back to third place, but waiting for something to happen in the battle between Acme Racing and SFC. The tale of the two races we've had for moto teams so far this weekend has been one of has been either SFC or Acme Racing getting a much better start than the other, but now we're seeing them both on equal terms coming out of the first lap, so we're going to see some fantastic battles across the race.
So good to watch there, the force compressing into the heaviest braking zone of the circuit as the front end dips down, and well, SFC the one leading the way both overall and in the open class. Two classes, of course, in motor team, the unrestricted open class and then, of course, the restricted standard as well. Currently, what we say, ignore the time and tower on the left-hand side. It's the 133 of SFC from the number 8 of Team Acme Racing. And currently, only 11 points separate them in the championship. SFC consistent with 4 victories and 10 podiums. Team Acme, though, with 5 and 9, respectively, in terms of win and podium counts. Nothing really has been able to separate them. It's just different bouts of pace at different points of the season, and I'm sure they're going to be trading blows all the way through, up into the 28th and final race when we take to Clandau later on in the year. 11 laps left to run in this one, and SFC not running away with it in the slightest. Team Acme still there to apply the pressure.
The bigger bikes having much longer races, and in Moto Team this allows for a bit more strategy to come into play. Team Acme is able to wait and build the excitement for us as viewers and build tension and pressure on Sam Clowes out front on the SFC machine. Now 11 laps to go. Acme Racing just waiting for a moment to get by.
Absolutely. Of course, SFC from Acme Racing leading the way coming out of turn number 2 and that run towards 3. 133 from number 8 down the inside. Marco Pandolfo on the number 8 will think about it and still trying to apply the pressure as the metallic green glimmers in the sunshine here at Hooton Park. Looks absolutely fantastic. Well presented in Moto Team. Probably their golden year as well. And the weather representing that. The best it has ever been in 2026. Through the chicane, the SFC bike will have to defend slightly and has to have 2 minds here. One to ride as quickly as possible, and another to make sure that you don't drop the ball and allow the number 8 to go through.
Yeah, Acme Racing, as I said, number 8 green machine, just doing everything he can to keep in touch. A big moment there for Sam Clowes on the SFC bike, nearly allowing Acme Racing alongside, nearly wiping out his front as he moves back to the racing line on entry. That got close, and that could have ended in tears, resulting in Adam Harris, who's now, the timing not correct there, so getting a bit confused, but that's fine. Ian Jackson could have been getting to the lead there. Oh my goodness, what an amazing maneuver. Acme Racing, I was saying waiting, but Marco Pandolfo doesn't waste any more time, gets through, sits up SFC and gets a little bit of revenge for that cheeky rejoin back to the racing line from Sam Clowes only a lap ago.
Well, to be fair, I don't think there was any malice in it in the slightest. There was still a bike's width on the outside, and Acme Racing just tried to thread the needle, and ultimately you're not really ever going to go around the outside of a 90-degree right-hander in the form of turn number 2. Nonetheless, Acme Racing making the difference, going for the send through the double left-hander at turns 4 and 5, and with 7.5 laps left to go, can they extend the margin? On pure pace, on pure race pace, I would probably actually say that Team Acme have got the measure over this weekend, but SFC, they've been a little bit fortunate, maybe some lap traffic bringing them back into the mix, and to be fair, with 8 laps left to go, these longer races, more endurance style, I guess you could say, in the form of Moto Team, still very much a sprint race, but the addition of lap traffic as an extra measure could still give SFC the advantage they need to crawl themselves back into this race. They look over the shoulder, they know they're home and clear of everyone else behind them, that being, of course, the 28 of Ian Jackson in front of the 27, of course, I believe, of Dean Quincy just over his shoulder, and then the 29 of Matt Lindley, and then Ivano Di Francesco just over his shoulder on the 141. They are miles clear, so it's a straight 1v1 at the front. But look at this battle here as Ian Jackson desperately tries to keep behind Matt Lindley and Ivano Di Francesco.
As we watch this podium battle, I remind you that you can get yourself out on the track here at FAB-Racing, here at Hooton Park next year in this class, the Moto Team class, the perfect budget-friendly class to get you and your buddies out there on 125s, be it in the standard or open class. No matter what, you still have chances of getting podiums overall and contending for titles, because you can get involved in these fantastic battles that we're about to see break out between Ian Jackson and the two behind him. Oh, a bit of a run there on the grass. That unfortunately ruined his run through turn 2, and nearly again running wide. So that is going to allow a podium battle to commence.
To be honest, lads, those number plates not helpful in the slightest from Ian Jackson. The 28, which does maybe, if you squint, look like a 28, looks more like a 2 in an hourglass, and then the 29 of Matt Lindley, that is absolutely a 27. So cheers for your help, guys. 6 laps left to go in this one. They negotiate a little bit of lap traffic, one of them being the gold member bike, the number 3, as they negotiate through the final corner as well, through a fight for what will be the overall podium honours. For Ivano Di Francesco, though, he wants to take the win in the standard class and once again extend the gap ahead of Thomas Dudson, who's running just behind him in this one as well. Kicking up some dust, some very dry dust, you can imagine, as the sun continues to beam down on Hooton Park. 5 laps left to go, and Ian Jackson definitely has got the measure over Lindley and Ivano Di Francesco behind him.
Yeah, and a bit of a pointer, if you will join this class, is please make it a little bit easier for us to read your number plates and make sure we get the numbers right. I mean, nonetheless, though, you should still get out there now. Next race coming up in a few weeks' time, Ella Park, and we want to see you out there, whether that's with the gold member bike for one round or for the rest of the season. Many people out there taking turns with their mates for different races. That's why we have 4 races. Everyone can get a shot on the bike, and the budget is split between you and your buddies. So the perfect way to go racing on a chill weekend. But I'll tell you what, the temperatures yesterday were definitely not chilled. We were baking in the commentary box, and imagine these adult riders out on 125s burning up on the track. But these cooler temperatures possibly just playing into the hands of SFC, because they were able to get away a lot better than they were in the early stages of this race yesterday.
Yeah, exactly that. SFC out of the gates very, very strong, but Team Atmi still the one with the advantage. 42.471 for them. And Team Atmi Racing running away with it slightly. 3 seconds now clear of SFC. Currently showing Atmi Racing and SFC in 6th and 7th, despite them being in the overall race lead. Of course, Mario Gelli shown as the race leader. That, unfortunately, not the case, as much as I'm sure he would like it to be. Team Atmi Racing and Team SFC have run away with it from the get-go, unless there's any penalties that we're unaware of. Even then, I think, even with a 5-second penalty, they would be dominating this one. So Atmi and Team SFC, despite what the timing tower says, dominating in P1 and P2. New fastest lap of the race, in fact, last time through for Team Atmi, 42.471.
Matt Lindley struggling to find a way through on Ian Jackson at the moment. I must say, actually, there's a transformation from lid to here. How good does that bike look? The Suzuki Classic Team inspired colours look absolutely brilliant, and I must say, probably one of my favourite bikes in terms of design for FAB-Racing. But it's all good having a nice paint job. It's about how fast you can go. Let's put that to the test. Can Ian Jackson hold off Matt Lindley and keep this 3rd place on the podium? There's a lap rider there moving out of the way to just let them through. Nice and courteous from him. So doing all the right things to make sure that the battle for the podium continues on. But as you say, Zach Acme Racing on the charge. Another fastest lap for them with a 42.3, but it might be a little too late to challenge SFC, with especially lap traffic making a difference.
Just a handful of laps left to go, a lap and a half in fact, as once again Ian Jackson will carve his way through some of the lap traffic. Matt Lindley fighting with him, so that'll be for podium in the open class. Final lap of the race now begun. So Team Atmi Racing, Team SFC, a country mile clear of these guys. They'll probably over half the way through the lap. They're coming now through into turns 4 and turns 5. That's just how far in front they are relative to everyone else. Team Atmi leading the way from SFC by some margin, you have to say. Fastest lap of the race went the way of Team Atmi Racing. They fire back here on Sunday. Despite the dominance of Saturday, Team Atmi Racing coming through will take the flag, will take victory in race number 3 of Moto Team. And what a response that is. They take what is their their 6th race win of the season. 6 from the 11 so far. Over 50% win rate for Team Acme Racing. Impressive as ever. SFC will bring it home, of course, in second position. Ian Jackson as well to complete the open podium, as there's the small discussion at the end there. Interesting hand gestures coming in from Sam Clowes, to say the least. I'm sure he's going to be looking to respond a bit later on for Motor Team's final race of the weekend, and at the very least return the favour and go for his 3rd victory of the weekend.
Yeah, somewhere there in the later stages, Acme Racing, Marco Pandolfo on that bike, the number 8 machine, clearly managed to get through on SFC. Usually the tail being lap traffic, we weren't really aware of that. The timings, as you may have seen, were a bit upside down, but nonetheless, I bet that it was an amazing move if it was a battle between the two, and Acme Racing was able to close the gap. But here we go, and here is your results for Moto Team, the first of today. Still another one to come for Moto Team at the end of proceedings for FAB-Racing. And Moto Team, as you said yesterday, Zach, is doing absolutely incredible. The class is so much more competitive than it was last year, being dominated by Acme Racing, but now we're seeing a rivalry brew between SFC with Sam Clowes on board and Marco Pandolfo and the Acme bike.
Yeah, exactly that. Acme Racing, with their 6th race win of the season, will close the gap to SFC to just 5 points in the championship, with still so many races to go, with Motor Team taking the change in 2026 to encourage more entrants, to encourage more bike sharing, the increase to 4 races a weekend, and also as well the fact that instead of all other classes, they're qualifying dictating the starting position for all of their races. Motor Team do it slightly differently, in that race 1 is decided by qualifying, but race 2 is decided by the race result of race 1, and subsequently from then on in the weekend. And what that does mean, Riley, is that Team Acme, for the first time this weekend for race number 4, will start from pole.
And now we move back to the Mini Motos, AC40 Pro by 2 clicks out. This one was a bit of an interesting race to analyse rather than watch battles, as we saw Finley Styles, who was really good at sticking with Noah Barfoot in the first race on Saturday, struggled more than we thought in this one. Had a really poor start, unfortunately, for him, as you can just see him there, standing there waiting with Lucy Curtis and the rest of the field. The Bradley Smith replica Shoei, a brilliant helmet design, and a lot of these kids choosing some very good design choices, possibly at the local JNS, and that is what we're seeing here, is the passion to ride, the passion to compete. As it looks like someone has a problem there, trying to figure out who that is, but they're trying to get the bike restarted. A little bit easy to restart these bikes, as in fact we saw Matt Birkin in the senior mini moto at Clay Pigeon was able to restart the bike rather quickly, but the previous races saw Noah Barfoot once again proving he is the dominant force, and one that can't be taken down anytime soon by the looks of it.
Not in the slightest. He is on a win streak of 6 races, starting from race number 3 here at Lid. It's time for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class here for round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. The sun's still shining here at Hooton Park, and it's Finley Styles that takes to pole position for the 3rd and final race of the Pro weekend. Noah Barfoot alongside him on the front row, with James Dermott and Randy Carter sharing row number 2. Harrison Dale and Jude Good on row 3, with Zach Athasich in P7 and last. Like we say, Noah Barfoot coming into this, he has taken 6 consecutive victories, 7 in total across the 8 races thus far this season, and seems seemingly unstoppable at the front of the championship.
I'll tell you one person to look out for, those Randy Carter down at turn 1. That confidence that the second place he got in the previous race earlier on today will give him the perfect boost needed to possibly challenge Noah Barfoot on the earlier laps, and that's exactly what they need to do. It's the strategy that we hear when there is such dominance in the form of Noah Barfoot. You look at Nicola Bulaga dominating the World Superbike Championship. I've made this comparison a few times, but the best way that Ika Lecuona could stop him is by interrupting his rhythm early on in the race, and that's what the objective is here for Finley Styles and Randy Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. Randy Carter, like you say, stepped up, took the fight to Finley Styles earlier on, took Randy's his second P2 of the season, his 4th podium as well. Eyes to the lights though for the 3rd and final time. The 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. We get racing, and once again, unsurprisingly, a great start from the 36 of Noah Barfoot, straight through into the race lead through turn number 1, but an equally decent one there for Finley Styles as he mitigates the damages and stays in second. Crucially, Randy Carter will be looking to chase him down on the number 69. Behind that comes the 27 of James Dermott. Through turn number 3 for the first time, and no challenge at the front of the field.
Yeah, great job there from Finley Styles. Possibly just be a bit more calm off that one and not focus too much on Noah Barfoot, because in the end, it's all good and fine trying to fight for the win, but when it ends up putting you off the podium, which it did for Finley Styles, third, apart from his usual second place that he scored at Clay Pigeon and in race 1 here at Hooton Park yesterday, but you feel like he just has to be a bit more calm. You'd rather take second place and not challenge him than push too hard to try and challenge him and finish third. But Randy Carter definitely looking to reclaim that second spot that he fought for so valiantly in the race earlier on. The rivalry between the two looks like it's coming back to form after a bit of a breakaway at Clay Pigeon.
Hopefully so. I mean, we've seen some great racing in the pros, not for the leads by any means. Noah Barfoot has made sure of that one. He has won all but one race so far in 2026. Incredibly consistent, incredibly fast, crucially, and well, he's not really learned anything in terms of racing, in terms of overtaking people, but that, of course, those lessons will come. Right now he's learning that consistency, building that confidence, and those lessons valuable as they make their way through the ranks. 33 of Jude Good fighting away there with the 56 of Harrison Dale for 5th and 6th position in this race. 8 laps left to go as they cross the line. Nicely defended there from Harrison Dale, as Jude Good will still try to find a way through, dropping off the back slightly, and currently our closest battle on circuit. As well as that, we've got Finley Styles and Randy Carter separated by just 3/4 of a second, 7/10 between the two of them, with Finley Styles slightly quicker in race number 3. They're once again trading as to who's going to be fighting for second place honours in the pro class. Styles versus Carter could be one, though, to keep an eye on through the rest of the race.
Yeah, definitely so. Randy Carter, we did see in the previous race, did get stronger as the times went on and the times improved as well. Finley Styles was able to catch back up to him. We see a brilliant move there from Jude Good underneath Harrison Dale in the last corner. Very brave manoeuvre from him, but already looking to be responded from by Harrison Dale, going for the wider line to try and cut underneath him into turn 2, replicating that move possibly, but we saw from Caelan Ratcliffe on the opening lap of the GP50 race. But this 2Clicks AC40 Pro race is, as always, being dominated by Noah Barfoot. Finley Styles doesn't look like he can hang around with him. His best lap at the moment of 45.1 coming on that last lap, and Noah Barfoot on the crest of a wave of a 44.6.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Noah Barfoot, it just raises the question, when is the challenge going to come? He's learned at such a remarkable pace, quicker than anyone else. He's built the confidence, he's got the machinery underneath him. And you have to say, what does the future hold for a rider like this? The pro class has been the fighting ground of battles such as the one back in 2024 between Mason Federick, Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe, and they shared a tyrannical tussle, you have to say, back in 2024, fighting for the podium three-way all the way through the season. They were nose to tail. Not the case in 2026 in the AC40 Pro class. Noah Barfoot defining domination at the sharp end of the field. Currently sits 2.7 seconds clear from Finley Styles. But, we say this, the gap is closing. Barfoot may have initially found the rhythm, but everyone else is chipping away at that gap. They're bridging the gap, finding a little bit more pace. And I think maybe by Clandale, Noah Barfoot might be under a little bit of pressure, because Finley Styles isn't slowing down in the slightest. In fact, he's just set his personal best lap of the weekend and gets himself sub 45 with a 44.9.
Well, repeating what you said yesterday, it was the fantastically famous quote by Niki Lauda that the person who finishes second learns more than the person who wins, and I think that is what we're seeing here. Every rider in this class learning more and more, every corner, every lap and every race they contend, chasing down Noah Barfoot. The confidence will build for Noah Barfoot, but it will eventually hit a glass ceiling where it will feel invincible. That was stopped at Lydd when he crashed out of the lead in the wet weather conditions. Now it's rebuilding again, and it is eventually going to break once he finds Finley Styles a bit closer than he has been all season.
Exactly that. 4 laps left to go. You see there the 69 of Randy Carter, who's actually dropped off the rear end of Finley Styles. That burst of pace we saw in race 2 earlier on this morning has dropped off slightly, and he's falling back into the clutches of James Dermott. So they resume their rivalry, and sort of echoing the Niki Lauda quote, a wise man learns more from his enemies than a fool does from his friends, and that just showcases the importance of a rivalry, having that duel with someone else. And it's, of course, racing ability and racing knowledge that both Randy Carter and James Dermott will be having in abundance. Like we say, they've been swapping positions third and fourth basically for the best part of the season so far. Obviously, Randy Carter, that exceptional race 2 earlier put him into P2, but right now it's back to the status quo between Carter and Dermott in the fight for what is P3 and P4. I will just like to say, by the way, Finley Styles out of nowhere has just set the fastest lap of the race, 44.484, goes nearly 2.5 tenths quicker than Noah Barfoot. I think the challenge might be sooner than we expect. He is still 3 seconds off the back of the race leader, but the pace very clearly there for Finley.
That came out of nowhere. We're just going to have to pop into race control and ask him to give AC40 Pros another race at the end of the day, maybe, to see if Finley Styles can give Noah Barfoot another challenge, because he was in the 45s as his best lap across the weekend, and he's dug deep and jumped all the way into the 44s, nearly a whole second quicker than his personal best lap. So where on earth did that come from? Fantastic boost of confidence from the number 18, who's now on the charge, not quite able to catch Noah Barfoot, perhaps only closed about 2 tenths last time round, but definitely something that can really boost his confidence going to Ella Park in a few weeks' time. We could see that challenge as early as a few weeks.
Hopefully so. Ella Park, when we get there, fast, it's flowing, it's definitely raceable as well. A little bit undulating, considering it is in Suffolk. There's one crest at the back end of the circuit, but it's fast and it's given us some classic finishes. The season finale back in 2024 to crown a lot of our champions as well. So Ella Park, I'm sure, will be a great way to tick us into the second half of the season. But here at round number 3 for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class, it has been one young man and one young man only with yellow flags who turn number 3 to negotiate. It will be a 7th consecutive victory, an 8 from 9 for Noah Barfoot, as one of the young riders has gone down. I believe it could well be Jude Good or Harrison Dale at the back end of the field. Hopefully they'll be able to get themselves back onto their feet, and we're getting told there is going to be a red flag stoppage to this race. The final lap though, so of course through the final corner Noah Barfoot will negotiate his way through, and I believe still take the checkered flag to go with it. An unusual end to the AC40 Pro class. Noah Barfoot nonetheless will take victory as a result, but a stoppage and bringing an end to a race that, well, was already going to end. We're just getting told that we'll let you know the condition of the rider, but we are getting told that, yeah, indeed, he is up and okay. That is Jude Good, we believe. So nice to see the rider back onto the bike, sat up and comfortable. Could have been a big incident, but thankfully the roaming marshals and the marshals here at Hooton Park, they're on the scene and ready to attend. Not the way you want to end the race in the slightest, but nice to see the young rider all okay.
Yeah, we've seen a couple crashes this year from Jude Good, but I'll tell you what's impressed me is how big these crashes have been, and he's able to get straight back up. I think he's hurt his hand there, and clearly in a bit of pain, and I know what that one's like. It's a really bad feeling. You do not want to take off that glove just for your own eyesight, because that could really hurt, and yeah, oh dearie me, as the adrenaline goes away, he clearly is in a lot of pain, but again, getting straight back up after only a few seconds on the floor, and that raises true champions who never give up. As we wait for the provisional standings to come along after that red flag end to the AC40 Pro class by 2 clicks out. It was Noah Barfoot victory over Finley Styles with a 44.5 on that last lap. A really good lap time from him. Not quite in touch with the fastest lap set by Finley Styles with a 44.4. We'll see how that confidence builds for him across the season. But Randy Carter took home another podium in 3rd place, closely followed by James Dermott in 4th, Harrison Dale in 5th, and then Jude Good unfortunately not able to finish that race in 6th.
Great battle in AC40 Pros between Randy Carter and James Dermott. Finley Styles showing glimmers of pace as well and taking the battle. In fact, fastest lap of the race even by the end of it. Noah Barfoot set a personal best on the final lap as well, a 44.519 on his route to victory. Nice to see Jude Good, of course, is all okay. That's going to rack up round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship in the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. Next time we'll see these guys is when we take to Ella Park in a couple of months' time. In between that, though, of course, the Junior GP event at Silverstone. Can Noah Barfoot extend what is a 7-win streak at the front of the field?
Stage 1 of FAB-Racing, the first step in the long ladder to success as a motorcycle racer. The AC40 rookies Championship by Grassroots to Grand Prix is about to get underway for their final race of the day here at Hooton Park. A very, very large grid, as you may have seen. We had some big drama in the race earlier today. This class has had a new dominator every single round in the form of Harry Burridge taking his dominance from Clay Pigeon back to here at Hooton Park, which unfortunately went down the drain in race 2.
Yeah, it did. He slipped it all by himself on the opening lap, but still, despite that, dropped down. He dropped to the back of what is, I think, a 26 rider field. Came through to finish P7. And, we talk of champions and things like that, and fair enough, he's got the pace and he can dominate. But it's rides like that, and fair enough, he made the mistake, and that's something he's going to have to learn from. But he didn't let it demotivate himself. In fact, he used it as fuel for the fire to come back through and to still take P7. He climbs his way up into P7 in the P3 in the championship, with Eros Garrett leading the way, taking his maiden victory of the season, and with it his 7th podium. Ruthlessly consistent has been Eros Garrett, and now he's got that sort of chip on the shoulder. He's done the first victory. Can he now take that fight to Harry Burridge, who on pure pace is looking mighty indeed? Bobby Baker, P2 in the championship off the back of P2 earlier on today, sits 30 points off the rear end of Eros Garrett, with Harry Burridge 31 points off the championship lead. They'll roll their way out onto the grid for the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies class. And, well, Eros Garrett, now he's got that first win. He knows what he knows what it takes. He knows what he needs to do. And with it, now, potentially, could have the pace or maybe the confidence to go and challenge Harry Burridge.
Yeah, Harry Burridge, unfortunately just a little mistake there, and something you might actually hear us say a lot in this weekend is how much easier it is to chase a rider in front of you than to defend. And when you have that character chase, there's not a better motivator in the world to make a rider push to their absolute limit and go for it. And while it wasn't a rider being the carrot for Harry Burridge to chase, it's the story of the comeback and desperation to make a recovery and still show how good you are despite the issue you faced. And speaking of issues, unfortunately, someone having an issue before the start of the race. That is the number 12 as they all come to the grid now.
It's about the 72, that's Charlie Stingle, who so far this weekend has taken an 18th position, not yet to score a point, but I think able to get back going and will join the rear end of the grid. Currently sat P26 in the championship, tied with the likes of Harrison Dale and Ronnie Green. Yet to, like I say, put a point on the board, but still opportunity and still learning again in the AC40 Rookies Cup. Like I say, it's that freedom to fail, it's that lessons that you can learn, and that first step up through the long and grueling ladder to Grand Prix racing. At the front of the field, though, it's going to be Harry Burridge and Eros Garrett that share the front row. Harry Burridge on the left, Eros Garrett on the right. Can he get another good start and potentially challenge for his second race win of the weekend? For Harry Burridge, though, he's going to be looking to not repeat the same mistakes as earlier on today and, well, get himself back to dominant form.
Yeah, and, well, Harry Burridge was our main talking point there. But Eros Garrett, that incredible consistency, finally taking that win here earlier on today, now puts him in great stead to lead the rest of the championship. He's got a pretty hefty points gap at this point in time, and if you've just tuned in, it's not long now until the lunch break. We've got a few more races to come after that to end proceedings here at Hooton Park. But ending the proceedings of AC40 Rookies is the third and final race of the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies class. A massive grid and a massive load of action coming your way as they get underway. Harry Burridge, the dominant force, looks to recover after a poor mistake in the previous race and has already got off to a great start. But Eros Garrett, with the confidence of a win earlier on today, is now ready to respond to that dominance and fight him on track.
Yeah, pace-wise, Eros Garrett taking some huge steps forward, but Harry Burridge is going to be a mighty adversary. Their match towards turn number 3. Eros Garrett would like to keep him in his sights as best as possible. They'll break the beam, and of course now it'll be Bobby Baker, Grayson Mills and Alfie Spedding that will be chasing after him. I think a couple of problems at the back end of the field, but for the most part, no casualties in the AC40 Rookies Cup. Interesting to see as to how close Eros Garrett can stay to the rear end of Harry Burridge on the opening lap. Through the chicane, and while he's all over his rear wheel, Eros Garrett, a new rider now, off the back of his first victory in race 2.
Yeah, and it might just be Harry Burridge being a little bit nervous as well, as the temperature has climbed up across the day. I think that the track has dried up a little bit. This AC40 rookies class was one of the first to go out after the small spit of rain that we had, which has greatly affected the track's surface. Clearly some big differences based on how riders attempt this track. We've seen different moves all over the place compared to Saturday, and we may see another one here down into the hairpin. This is what we saw was the main favourite on Saturday. But I'll tell you what, Zach, actually, we haven't seen a whole lot of moves there. I mean, the big moves that I've been thinking of is the moves that we saw at the start of Senior Mini Moto at the end of the track, and the one from Caelan Ratcliffe at turn 2. We haven't actually seen that many into the hairpin, which may change as, again, the temperature increases.
Yeah, potentially so. Earlier on today there was a spout of rain. We didn't get it on the broadcast because it finished literally after about 15 minutes, but it was enough to make the track slick, not necessarily wet, but definitely slick. Move some of the rubber off of the circuit, make it a little bit slippery as well. But ever since then we've had a lot of bikes on circuit, and the track should be absolutely fine, in all honesty. The challenge of Hooton Park though comes at the track surface itself. A lot of the tarmac here not completely smooth. There's a little bit of maybe grain and rubber and a couple of bumps as well out there, which is an extra challenge, especially on some very sensitive suspension in the form of the mini motos. It doesn't take a lot for a lot to happen in these mini motos.
Yeah, tiny little movements affected by tiny bumps in the case of the big bikes. When you get on these tiny little things, a small bump in the case of a big bike becomes like a jump in some ways, and you have to really be careful there. As in fact, I saw a few moments for Harry Burridge at the start of the race, but now it looks like the number 29 has got back into the rhythm that we saw him in race 1, and has set the fastest lap of the race with a 50.388. Harry Burridge is back and ready to continue the domination. It's how you get back up, not how you fall, and it looks like he's responding well.
He is responding really well, actually, to Eros Garrett as Harry Burridge. The gap, though, less than 0.8 of a second. So even with Garrett maybe not having the pace to win this race, to be fair, that last lap is actually quicker than Harry Burridge. Yeah, he's doing so well. He's taking the right steps forward, and like I say, closing that gap. And when we talk about the wider championship narrative, Eros Garrett has a good foothold. Now all he's got to do is be consistent enough to hold it. Side by side in the fight, though, for P6, that's Jack Irwin versus Savannah Polden towards turn number 4 and 5. Fight for, like I say, 6th place. So battles all the way through the Rookies Cup field. A three-way fight here as well, because Louis Elimelech is fighting for P8. There we can see Jack Irwin fighting away. Savannah Polden just over his shoulder. There's the 127. Then behind that comes the 21 of Louis Elimelech. Like I say, 5 laps left to go at the line in a battle that could rage on all the way to P6. Tyler J. Winded completes the top 5, and also a close battle for the final place on the podium between Grayson Mills and Alfie Spedding. Fights all the way through the Rookies Cup.
Yeah, Jack Irwin there in 6th, on course for a strong result, of course. Son of Graham Irwin, frequent motocross racer and wildcard at BSB at Knockhill. His bike liveried up in the form of the bike, the Ducati V4R that his dad rode at Knockhill, and his uncle Andrew rides across the season. But 5 laps to go. Harry Burridge, that gap not being as big as we've seen it, 9/10 at the moment between him and Eros Garrett. Maybe the later stages playing towards Eros Garrett's favour.
Less than a second between the two leaders of Harry Burridge and Eros Garrett. I say that it's now gone over a second, as Harry Burridge's consistent pace sub 52 has bringing him now 1.2 seconds clear of Eros Garrett, who, like I say, brilliant effort just to stay on tabs with Harry Burridge, but Burridge responding brilliantly to the fall in race number 2. Jack Irwin staying in front of Savannah Polden just in the fight for 6th. Louis Elimelech, Imogen Vivas behind them. Imogen Vivas some 3 seconds off the back of that three-way fight, though, and like I say, a battle between Grayson Mills and Alfie Spedding. Keeping a look there, Alfie Spedding yet to take to the podium so far this season. I think also the same for Grayson Mills, whose best result so far this year has been a P6, so this could be a remarkable result for either rider in that fight for 3rd.
4 laps to go. Harry Burridge pulling that gap out every single lap. And I'll tell you what, Eros Garrett, he might finish 2nd here, but he'll be really happy with this weekend, purely off the fact that he got that victory in race 2. If he can stay on it now and take home this 2nd place in race 3, that'll be really good for his championship, which continues to grow larger. But Harry Burridge is not too far away now from sliding into the 2nd place and starting to close that gap. But Ella Park is that deciding moment whether Eros Garrett will be able to defend that by challenging Harry Burridge at the top and sort of breaking that barrier. It's great being consistent, but at some point you need to start winning races and challenging the man who's dominant, because you can't just rely on when they make mistakes.
Not in the slightest. Of course, the 29 of Harry Burridge just in front of the all-black 84 of Eros Garrett. They'll be making their way round, probably halfway around the lap at this stage. 50.7 was the last lap, 51.0 actually for Harry Burridge. He just went past the timing beam and through into turn number 1 to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race. The 29 from the 84 now on that ascent up towards turn number 3. Not long left to go. I think actually remarkably close as they dart their way through traffic. Harry Burridge, though, the more skillful of the two in that regard, and a skill that is, well, very much needed to excel in the AC40 rookies. Carper's a rider down there on the exit, I believe, of turn number 3, no, potentially down at turn number 1. I can see Marshall's running over there to attend. Unfortunate in the event of that one. Down at T number 1. 1 lap left to go at the end of this one. I think there we can see our race leader, the 29 of Harry Burridge, nonetheless, with one more tour left to go through turn number 8. 800 metres left of Hooton Park for Harry Burridge to take what will be a brilliant battle in 2026. AC40 Rookies Cup Grassroots to Grand Prix, supported by, through turn number 1, ride it down like we saw there, yellow flags through that sequence, but Harry Burridge leading commandingly, 4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. He's got to dart his way through the last bit of lap traffic now, but once again it'll be a return to the top step for Harry Burridge.
Yeah, if you can just contest this lap traffic, he'll be all good to take that next win. And I'll tell you what, it's a really impressive job, considering that he's in AC40 rookies, that he's been able to bounce back like this. It took him maybe 2 laps for him to get the confidence to go straight back and extend the gap. Really great job from him. But there we go, race 3 is over and done with. That is an incredible performance from Harry Burridge to come back to form and take victory. A statement that he is not done yet. One little mistake will not stop his charge, and it may continue to Ella Park in a few weeks. Harry Burridge wins from Eros Garrett in second, who continues to have consistent rides and make effects on the championship standings, as Alfie Spedding is now waiting to come to the line, see if he can come home in 3rd place. He does manage it ahead of Grayson Mills in 4th. Tyler J. Windard is looking like he's going to end up in 5th place. He comes across the line now, that Valentino Rossi-esque blue and yellow colouring. He's been maybe not as strong as he has at Clay Pigeon, but the podium in the race earlier on is a really good job from him. So consistent rides and positive speed on a track that clearly he doesn't like as much as Clay Pigeon. So going forward in the championship, that is some positive signs.
Indeed, so not entirely sure as to who it was that dropped down. I believe it could well have been Theodore Ford on the penultimate lap, who went down at turn number 1. Marshall's quick to the scene to attend, and a big thank you to their efforts this weekend. Round number 3 of FAB-Racing at Hooton Park. Harry Burridge, though, takes back to the top step with his 5th win from the last 6 races, with victory ahead of Eros Garrett and Alfie Spedding. His first podium of the season as well for Alfie Spedding, coming home in P3 just in front of Grayson Mills, separated by less than a 1/10 of a second across the line, let's not forget, in the battle for their maiden podium. Tyler J. Windard from Jack Owen, then comes Savannah Polden, Bobby Baker and Louis Elimelech from Imogen Vivas inside the top 10. At the front of the standings, Eros Garrett leads commandingly, 26 points clear of Harry Burridge, who moves himself in front of Tyler J. Windard, who's tied on points, 117 points apiece between himself and Bobby Baker. Like I say, Alfie Spedding taking to the podium for the first time this season will be elated, and also moves himself up to P7 in the championship.
Dominance is the way in AC40 rookies, and that just shows the talent that is coming through the ladder. It's always about the different tracks, because they haven't got that much experience in racing like other classes. So AC40 rookies, always a good show, because it's always someone at home and enjoying their favourite track. We now move on, though, to AC40 Inters, the LS2 helmets AC40 Inter class, their final race of the day. And someone to keep an eye out, the bright pink and yellow machine of Daisy Grayson. She needs a podium before the end of this round, because she's sick of sitting behind Logan Paisley.
Exactly that. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, in the form of Daisy Grayson. She'd love to finally get her way back onto the podium. She has already taken what is 3 P2s and a P3 through Lid and Clay Pigeon, but since race number 3, it's a string of P4s, and Daisy Racing would like to change that narrative ever so slightly. It'll be Albie Stone who will take 2 pole position and will look to go 3 from 3 here for round number 3 of FAB-Racing in 2026. Daisy Grayson starts alongside him on the front row with Logan Paisley alongside Oakley Hipwell, Lawson Dorrington and Austin Baton on row 3 with Casey Reeson, Jensen Brown on row 4 with Keely Bailey and Chase Carter completing the 10-rider field for the LS2 Helmets AC40 Interclass. Their final race of round number 3 before all eyes to the Junior GP event at Silverstone at the beginning of August, and then beyond that to Ella Park to continue the circus that is FAB-Racing across the country when we head to Suffolk and to Beccles down in Jamie King's part of the world at Ella Park. But beyond that, Albie Stone has been remarkably impressive. This is second weekend in the class. Used Clay Pigeon as a bit of a learning curve, and Hooton Park, he has been absolutely smashing it.
2 wins already this weekend in the AC40 Interclass. Only his second round in the class for Albie Stone. If this is anything to say, it is definitely that the championship charge is on the cards for Albie Stone as he starts from pole position in this final AC40 Inter race. We get racing in a few moments' time. The lights go out in a few minutes. It's a bit of a long one, a long wait there for the young riders in the AC40 Interclass by LS2 Helmets. But Albie Stone away well and incredibly at that. He has already bridged an amazing gap, and once again, look at that. Logan Paisley, a familiar face, dropping into second already off the line. Great start from him as Austin Baton attacks Daisy Grayson for third. Up the inside goes to number 100 to take that next spot on the podium. Daisy Grayson has to get through and get in that battle.
The defence cracked in race 2 for Logan Paisley as Austin Baton found a way through, but now we're back to it. It's deja vu in the fight for second, but Albie Stone was catchable. Their biggest demise for the 3 riders behind him with the fact that they started battling. If they work together, they still have an opportunity to win this race. Logan Paisley needs to use the momentum that he gets off the starts to challenge Albie Stone in the early doors. Austin Baton maybe just needs to accept that he'll be fighting in third for a moment, but here we go, the defence starts, and I think this is going to allow Albie Stone the advantage that he needs. Logan Paisley drops the anchors, but here comes Austin Baton down the inside of turn number 2. Down the inside also goes Daisy Grayson. She gets alongside Logan Paisley, whose defence so far this weekend has been bulletproof, but the defence shows cracks. He will hold on to third by the time they reach turn number 3. Austin Baton with a decisive move early doors still has eyes on Albie Stone.
Yeah, you put it perfectly there, Zach. The defence skill of Logan Paisley showing cracks as Austin Baton takes advantage, and now takes advantage of a brilliant run and goes around the outside of the race leader out of nowhere. We thought Albie Stone was a little bit further ahead than that, but maybe a mistake from the previous race leader, the kid who has won 2 races already this weekend in the LS2 AC40 Inter Championship. But already he's looking to respond to Austin Baton for the race lead.
Yeah, this was crucial here for Austin Baton. Like I said, the sort of his demise was the fact that he got stuck behind Logan Paisley defence, couldn't challenge Albie Stone early enough. Still, they're going to share a battle down the inside. Stone will fire one back to the inside for the lead. Daisy Grayson down the inside of turn number 3. She makes the move for the podium. Up now into third position for the number 19, but here comes Logan Paisley back down the inside through 4 and 5. Will seal it. Switch back not quite there for Grayson, so they're going to share the battle for third. Meanwhile, it's a straight 1v1 between Baton and Stone. In fact, is it even that? Stone dropping off the pace slightly as Austin Baton, our championship leader, searches for his 4th win of the season.
You feel like that move for Daisy Grayson up the inside of Logan Paisley has been building. We've been waiting for it since Clay Pigeon, and it's finally there now. Now, what we need to see is, will that be able to give her the confidence boost to finally make another move and make it stick this time? 7 laps to go. She's got plenty of time to do it, and here it comes once again. As I said, it's there, the confidence is there, and they've broken the defensive wall that Logan Paisley had built up for so long. The Lego has been kicked down as Daisy Grayson breaks through into third place.
Yeah, beautifully done there from Grayson. Now she can showcase some of that pace. And Paisley, I mean, he's been a defensive master all weekend long. It's understandable that maybe a couple mistakes are going to creep in, and maybe a lesson to have learnt there, not to have, dropped the anchors so soon in the race, to work together with some of the other riders to reach a better objective. But maybe as well, he's not got the pace to stay with them, and that's why he was white lining it from the start. Look at this battle though, behind Jensen Brown for the back end of the top 5. Brown from Hipwell, from Dorrington, from Casey Reeson. 4 riders nose to tail here with still what is 6 laps left to go in the final race before the lunch break. The LS2 Helmets AC40 Interclass down towards turn number 3. Jensen Brown will keep in front and stay ahead of Oakley Hipwell.
And I will say about Jensen Brown, who was the star man, and I can see out the commentary box window, Daisy Grayson has ran into the grass. Oh dear, she may have been looking for a move on Albie Stone, but she's somehow managed to get back out ahead of Logan Paisley. Well, no, she's gone down in a big way. That's a big crash for Daisy Grayson, unfortunately going down out of third place. A really fast one there, and we hope she's okay as the heroic marshals run to help her out. And that's a real shame. She'd finally got onto the podium battle, and I was just talking about Jensen Brown. He's now there fighting for the podium. He darts for the inside. Logan Paisley goes back through on the switchback, but he automatically gets shuffled all the way back to 5th place as he now drops to the back of the group. This is catastrophic for Logan Paisley. We missed what happened there to drop both him and Daisy Grayson so far back from Albie Stone and Austin Baton, as that battle for the victory tightens up as well. But Jensen Brown now leads this group in 3rd place. I was about to say he's doing a great job. He was the hero at Lyd, but has unfortunately not been able to replicate that pace here at Clay Pigeon. But nonetheless, he's been consistent, fighting for that top 5 and not getting too frustrated with his lack of podium contention. And now it's come serving to him. Patient, and it has been rewarded. 4 laps to go, and he's now in 3rd, leading this group. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking out the commentary box window and I can see that Albie Stone has closed that gap up back to Austin Baton. So we have a battle on our hands in the AC40 Interclass for victory.
We do indeed. Albie Stone versus Austin Baton, back under 3/4 of a second side by side in the fight for 3rd. Oakley Hipwell chasing his first podium of the season. His best result so far has been a 5th place. He would love to get that trophy at the awards presentation this evening. He would love to fend off Jensen Brown in this battle, who himself has already taken 2 victories and 3 podiums. He knows what it tastes like. He would love Oakley Hipwell to find a way through and up in a 3rd. Still 2.5 laps left to go. We're following our leaders here. Austin Baton from Albie Stone. That gap has reclosed back up. You can see Stone is pushing, the bike twitching underneath him on that run towards turn number 3. Baton, it won't be long until he's looking over his shoulder. They are also chasing onto the rear end of Chase Carter, excuse the pun, not intentional in the slightest, and Keely Bailey as well. So they might have a little bit of traffic to contend with as well.
And Austin Baton is doing everything he can to limit the damage of Albie Stone, who is on the charge in the championship. Austin Baton performed incredibly last time out at Clay Pigeon, taking all 3 wins. A fantastic race, a dramatic race here in the AC40 Interclass by LS2 Helmets, delivering us some fantastic action here at Hooton Park to end its proceedings for the AC40 Inters. And wide goes Albie Stone, and here comes Austin Baton up the inside into turn 2. A heroic manoeuvre from the championship leader to retake the lead of this race. Fantastic from the number 100. Albie Stone with some work to do, and I'll tell you what, Zach, he's been in battles but not for the win just yet. In rookies he's dominated. In the previous races that he's won here in AC40 Inters, he's dominated. Now we're going to see his caliber in bar-to-bar action.
We will indeed. Austin Baton has looked so good all season long. He comfortably leads the championship by 15 points. He's so far taken 3 race victories in 2026. He would love to add a 4th to it. Of course, Albie Stone would love to add to his 3rd. 900 metres of Hooton Park. 1 more tour on the LS2 Helmets AC40 Interclass. Austin Baton leads them across the line. Albie Stone might well have a Hail Mary to throw into the mix, but he's still a few bike lengths back. He's got to close it back up as he twitches on the power off the exit of turn 2 and into 3. I'm not quite sure he's close enough. It's going to take a heroic last lap from Albie Stone if he wants to do the triple and define domination, but Austin Baton has got the response and wants to change the narrative, showcase that he's got the pace to return back to the top step. Through 4, through 5, and now the dart towards the chicane. He's built the gap. Austin Baton under no pressure now through the final corner. Little bit of a knee up there through the final part of the chicane, but it's not going to matter. Out of the final corner, and for the 4th time this season, Austin Baton will see the checker flag first. He will take victory in the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inters and will extend the gap at the top of the championship. What a way to end the weekend, and Austin Baton taking the challenge to Albie Stone.
Yeah, the perfect way to end his race weekend as the battle for 3rd. Wow. Ends in Oakley Hipwell triumphant, getting his first podium of the season. A great job from Oakley to take charge of that dramatic last lap battle for the podium, and Austin Baton on that last lap doing the fast lap for 46.4, putting the hammer down to leave Albie Stone out of a chance of victory. But yeah, he planned that perfectly. The championship leader did so well to manage and judge that race like a true professional would, and bide his time to allow the others to do the donkey work for him out front in the first half. Got out in front, got challenged a little bit by Albie Stone, but quickly responded and took the win.
Indeed, so what a way to end the, I say first half, the first part, I guess, of the racing action before the lunch break. We are well over halfway through our 21 race itinerary for today. Austin Baton, though, taking the win by just over 3/4 of a second from Albie Stone, and Oakley Hipwell, who takes to his first podium of 2026, fending off in the battle versus Jensen Brown, who fell just short in P4. Lawson Dorrington in the top 5 from Casey Reeson. Logan Paisley drops to 7 from Keely Bailey, Chase Carter and Daisy Grayson after a vicious high side coming out of turn number 5. All okay, but unfortunately no points scored for the 119. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a first bit of the racing action that was. We're well and truly underway and through the second half of our racing action. And Riley, again, before we stop for lunch, hard to pick a favourite.
Yeah, I began today's broadcast by saying that there was one word to describe Saturday: domination. And for this one, I'm going to pick the first half of Sunday's word is drama, and may it continue for the rest of the day. We are in for some amazing races to end proceedings here at Hooton Park.
Yeah, I have to say, looking forward to what we've got left. That, by the way, when we get back going again at 1:30 in the UK. Translate that's wherever you're watching around the world. And, well, if you have been joining us since the start of the day, thank you for your company. It's amazing to have as many eyes on these young stars as possible. That journey from grassroots all the way to Grand Prix. Of course, when we return from lunch, it'll be the Metrokit Mini GP 50R category. We're going to step aside for just a moment, but we'll leave you in the amazing racing that we had yesterday, some of the fantastic spectacles that we had on Saturday. We'll step aside from lunch and we'll be back in half an hour's time. 17th and final rider to take to the start of this one. There's our Flag Marshal Lee Clowes, a loyal member of the FAB-Racing paddock, getting themselves lined up out on the grid. We've got Scott Dermott on the start lights to get this race underway. There you can see them on the gantry. Scott Dermott eagerly awaiting. He's got a bit of power under his fingers. He gets to get the first race of the weekend underway here at Hooton Park, with SFC and Team Acme Racing sharing the front row. Like I say, crucial championship implications between the two of them. Final checks and preparations, I suppose, down on the grid, awaiting the start of this race. And again, for Moto Team, I cannot emphasize enough that we have got SFC and Acme, the front row. It's eyes to the lights, and we go racing for the first time today. An equal start between the top two as SFC will be alongside Team Acme. That green bike, though, will soar around the outside of turn number 1. We know how important that race to turn number 1 is going to be. And Team Acme, who've struck first blood, they will lead as they ascend up towards turn number 3. The golden overtaking opportunity. Acme, front row in qualifying, take the lead on the opening lap.
Number 1 rule, especially on these big bikes, is get into the lead at turn 1, and that's exactly what Acme Racing did. A fantastic job from him to get into the lead. Now, what can Team SFC do to respond to Team Acme? Sam Claus back on that bike after a brief time off at Clay Pigeon. He was there at Lid and he did an incredible job there. So Team Acme Racing might have a bit more of a rival in this one, as they're now also being trailed by a few more bikes behind them that can really make an effect on this battle. But SFC and Acme Racing have definitely been the top two to look at, and now you're seeing them pull away from the rest of the field. We've seen SFC at Lid and Clay Pigeon, even the two different riders, being stronger towards the end of the race and coming along in a battle, or in terms of raw pace, as we have unfortunately had a rider down, the number 23, that is Lucas, and unfortunate for their race to end so early. But already, as I was saying, Team SFC hanging on incredibly well to Team Acme and possibly waiting for a chance toward the end of the race to spring an attack.
Indeed, so the gap growing though as we tick our way on to what will be the third lap of racing, 2 completed, and a new fastest lap of the race for Team Acme Racing, a 43.559 compared to the 43.876 of Team SFC. So the battle in the Open Championship now has grown to over a second. Not really much that SFC have got in the tank in order to go and chase them. We saw there a brief battle. That was the 27 of Daniel Baker versus Klaus on the gold member bike, the number 3, and a ride and ride format for this year. And that's the beauty of Moto Team, is that it's not the rider that scores points. Well, they're the one that obviously finishes the race, but it's the bike that actually has the championship tally against them. So you can swap out riders as you like. And of course, the gold member bike, I think, booked now for here at Hooton and at Three Sisters also through the rest of the season. Check some availability, see if you can get yourself on the grid here at FAB-Racing. There is the 27 being chased after by the, well, what should be the number 3, half a second between them as they cross the line. Also very close between the 888 of Madison Martelou and the 287 of Dean Quincy. The gap at the front, though, interestingly, back under a second. SFC have been able to stabilise the pace and stay on top of Team Acme.
Yeah, it's the perfect class as Moto Team for racing with your buddies and just having a good laugh out there. And it's a great budget-friendly class as well. But I'll tell you who aren't buddies at the moment: Team Acme Racing and SFC, who are now going head-to-head for the title continuously. After Acme Racing, a dominant round at Lid, I will remind, a few issues for them at Lid which hindered the points scored. But nonetheless, they know how strong SFC can be in the latter stages of the race. So I think, as you just said, a bit stabilising the pace a bit more, and we're going to see that build and possibly a close finish between them once again.
9 laps left to go here for the first race of 11 and the first of 4 for Moto Team this weekend. Look over the shoulder and what was a very intense battle. Running there with the 27. Registered as Daniel Baker on the timing screen. 100% convinced that that's Daniel Baker that we're following there. Potentially Mario Gelli. That's they're only separated by a quarter of a second. Out of the front, there's a stretch once again. Team Acme respond with a 43.0. So they've gone quicker than SFC's whole time. There's the 27 there. You can see Grass tracking off the final corner, running wide and gets overtaken as they cross the start-finish line. I think that is Ian Jackson versus Matt Lindley, potentially running wide at turn number 1 as well. An absolutely outrageous previous couple of corners there. They've been able to get themselves back going again. Potentially an issue as they look over their shoulder on the back straight, but not at all what you want as with still such a long time left to go in this race.
Yeah, he just got a little bit carried away, went on the grass, tried to maybe earn a little bit back of what he lost into turn 1, got a bit greedy on the brakes and probably didn't consider the fact that their tyres may have been dirty down into turn 1 and unfortunately went into the grass. But still plenty more time left in this race. 7 laps to go and there's still a chance for them to get back in the fight. But Ivano Di Francesco here hanging around in good pace as well, trying to keep the lead of that standard class championship. At the moment, Ian Jackson on our timing screens up into 3rd, so a good return from them after not being present at Clay Pigeon.
SFC have got the pace, just not quite got the consistency to take the challenge to Team Acme Racing. They've responded with their own 43.082, again quicker than they did just earlier this morning in their qualifying session. The gap still though 1.1 seconds between our 2 leaders. Following this battle here though, we've got the 28 of Ian Jackson versus the 141 of Ivano Di Francesco. That all white bike is Ivano, currently running in the standard class, and what we've now got is an inter-class battle, so no separation in terms of championship points in this one, but still an on-track battle as they'll go side by side on that run towards turn number 1. Ian Jackson, 3rd place overall, 3rd place in class. Ivano Di Francesco, 4th place overall. He won in class right now. He's got a lot more to lose in this battle.
I will note as well that we may have seen a mistake there from Team Acme Racing, as on the timing screens SFC have closed from a second to half second as we can see them outside the commentary box window. They are challenging back markers, and that is going to make a big effect on this race, as it always does in Moto Team. Already SFC taking the charge in the second half of this race and getting back involved in the fight for the win. It's not going to be long until we see some overtakes.
With quite a big disparity, between the front and the back of this grid, back markers and lap traffic is something these riders have to deal with. SFC have got a golden opportunity here as the sun continues to shine at a very hot Hooton Park in the slipstream on that run towards turn number 3. It's a tight corner, but down the inside, SFC will go for the lead of the race. A golden opportunity for them with 5 laps left to go. The switch back though for Team Acme as they'll drag race towards the double apex left-hander at turns 4 and 5. Back underneath though, Team Acme have got a double switch back into the lead of the race. SFC battling away with them as well. Reminder, just 1.7 separate these two in the championship through the chicane and towards the final corner. SFC have been given a lifeline in this race, and they did not hesitate to take it.
Yeah, Sam Claus on the Team SFC bike. He knew that if he let Team Acme Racing get away again, it might be curtains for the race with only 4 laps to go. And now he's still right on the back of Team Acme Racing. He's going to send every dive he possibly can because he knows the pace is better for Team Acme Racing. And here comes another one as he tries to go to the inside. That got close. I don't know if he got the inside line done there. He did. Wow, incredible. He set up the exit absolutely perfectly. Couldn't have done that any better. And now responds with no way through on the inside for Team Acme Racing. Perfect manoeuvre, perfect defence from Team SFC. But now it's their turn to lead this race. Can he hold on to it this time with Team Acme breathing down his neck?
The momentum has shifted in this race for so long. For the first 5 laps, really, you thought Acme Racing were going to run away with it. They hit a little bit of lap traffic, and SFC straight back into the mix, and a golden move there into turn number 3 for the 133. It was amazing. They teed it up the lap before. They executed it the lap after. Acme Racing having to sit the bike back up through turn number 3 will see them through. Really widens up on the exit. You can get on the power so early. Acme Racing looking to the inside, trying to apply a bit of pressure to the rear end of SFC, but to no avail. 2 laps left to go at the line though, and Acme Racing still over the rear wheel there of the race leader, side by side as they approach the chicane. SFC all over the white line there, trying to defend. Penultimate lap of the race, and it comes down to the 2 championship leaders.
Yeah, that moment away at Clay Pigeon for Sam on the SFC bike, you would have thought maybe just ruin his rhythm a little bit, possibly just needing some more time on the bike, but definitely not, proving that he can get straight back on that bike and challenge Team Acme Racing for this title all the way to Clandau at the end of the season. A lap and a half to go now, and he's done a great job to maintain this lead. I said it multiple times at the start of this race that SFC will get stronger as the race goes on and eventually make a challenge. They just needed a little bit of a reason to push for it when they saw Acme getting held up by back markers, and that lit a new spark in his challenge for the race win as Acme goes for the wider line to try and cut underneath. There's not enough space there at the last corner here at Hooton Park. Here we go then, the last lap. Can Team Acme Racing invent something fantastic to take the victory away from Team SFC and deny them a return to victory?
Through the first corner, using the pit lane to open up the entry as much as possible. Very Redgate-esque. If you think of turn number 1 at Donington Park, using all of the available track space. Good overtaking opportunity here at turn number 3, but not quite close enough for Marco Pandolfo on that all-green number 8 of Team Acme. Look to the inside, maybe through the long double left-hander at turns 4 and 5, but again, not quite close enough there. SFC doing just enough in order to hang on to this victory, to end the 4 race win streak, and to get SFC further ahead in the championship. Currently, 1 point separates them through the final corner. They'll twist the throttle, they'll get the power down, the checker flag will fly. SFC will take victory in what was a brilliant drag race between the two of them to the line. Just over a 1/10 of a second between Team SFC and Team Acme Racing, and potentially the tides have turned once again in a very dramatic Moto Team Championship. Ian Jackson some 14 seconds later from Ivano Di Francesco, who will take victory in the Moto Team Standard class as well. P4 overall for him. But the talk of the town, Team SFC, Team Acme Racing, once again, incredibly close on that run to the line. The big 3 are back. The big 3 that we saw at Lid, SFC, Acme Racing, and Ian Jackson. They provided some incredible action at Lid, and we finally have some more of that here at Hooton Park. It was brilliantly judged by SFC to take advantage of those lapped riders in front of Team Acme Racing. And Team Acme Racing, it's similar to what we said about Sebastian Gauslowski at Lid earlier. It's not his fault really. He did everything he could there in terms of pace, but it just didn't quite work out. More opportunities though, with 3 races still to go. Team SFC then take victory. Marginal gains over Team Acme Racing in the championship, but positive nonetheless. Ian Jackson returns to the podium in 3rd. Then we've got Ivano Di Francesco taking victory in the standard class, finishing 4th overall, ahead of Matt Lindley, Thomas Dudson, Mario Gelli, Adam Harris, Phil Mapplebeck, and George Knight. A really great race to start proceedings here at Hooton Park. Let's hope we get some more of that. Indeed, so a brilliant race to start the weekend, in all honesty. The first of our 11 today, done and dusted. We get 21 more tomorrow as well. And there you can see, the support track sides, and big congratulations to Team SFC for their respective victory, and also to Ivano Di Francesco for a victory in the standard class as well. And of course, with Motor Team, they do it slightly differently this year. For the rest of FAB Racing's paddock, The qualifying session dictates their starting position for all of their races. For Moto Team, race 2 will be decided from the finishing results of race number 1. And important there is that Team SFC will retain their pole position ahead of Team Acme Racing. What they do need to sort out though, Riley, is their starts. That race to turn number 1 that we know is all important and gave Acme Racing the control for the first half of the race, SFC fell short on. And they need to sort that out for later on this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly that. Team Acme Racing did an incredible job to get straight through and put the power down. Incredible pace to start the race from them. And Team SFC, realistically, if Team Acme didn't run into that lap traffic, and which held him up for maybe nearly the entire lap, I don't think Team SFC would have won, plainly because they wouldn't have had that spark and that moment to say, hang on, we can still win this, and go on to set those incredible lap times to outpace Team Acme Racing, catch back up, make the moves and defend brilliantly. Racing, things happen, but you can't see that happening as seriously as it did in that race to Team Acme Racing, with how much he was held up, because that gap was already quite substantial with only 3 laps done for Team Acme Racing. But yeah, it's something that SFC need to work out, but a win start them off.
Well, the first of 4 Moto Team races done and dusted this weekend. We'll see them back out for race number 2 later on.
AC40 Pros, the top class of the mini moto classes, barring the senior mini motos, but we're talking about the young riders looking to go on for a great future, and with no slack to the senior mini moto guys, I don't think they'll be in MotoGP anytime soon, but they will be at MotoGP in the Junior British Grand Prix alongside the AC40 Pro class and many more. Make sure you're there for that. It is going to be an incredible event, just as this one is here at Hooton Park. Now, AC40 Pro, a bit of a smaller grid, bigger than what we had at Clay Pigeon, but I think a lot of riders disheartened and not wanting to enter and going off and doing something else. Maybe in Spain, perhaps, that's what we've seen a lot of riders do to help hone their skills and improve their mentality for a race weekend. But maybe not coming here and making this a smaller grid, because Noah Barfoot is unstoppable.
Well, maybe that's going to change, because Finley Styles, P2 in the championship by 33 points, by the way, yet to take a victory this season, compared to Noah Barfoot's 5 so far this season. A challenger in the championship took pole position, did Finley Styles, by 0.4 of a second. He'll be alongside our championship leader and potentially dominator in the form of Noah Barfoot. James Dermott from Randy Carter, Harrison Dale, Jude Good and Zach Athasich, the 7-rider field. You say going off into Spain in Spanish weather this weekend up in Liverpool, and for round number 3 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. And nice to see the AC40 Pros out there. It's eyes to the lights for the second time today for the first for the AC40 Pros. Finley Styles, can he get the launch that he needs alongside a worthy adversary? Lights out, we go racing. A good launch from the inside second row of the grid there. Not the best of starts though for the number 19 of Finley Styles. Noah Barfoot will lead them through the opening corner as Zach Athasich trails them at the back of the pack. A golden start though for our championship leader.
There you're seeing that amazing confidence that Noah Barfoot has shown all the way through this season, crashing in only 1 race at Lid in a wet race where he was still pushing in the lead, gapping everyone and saying fastest laps. That incredible confidence in himself in this class allows him to get straight out there and put the time down. Fast lap times straight from the off is what win you races. But just like we saw in Moto Team, things can change. People can get in your way. That might not happen in this smaller grid AC40 Pro class, but things can definitely happen like this heat affecting you as the race goes on. Now these kids have endless energy. I doubt that will happen, but Finley Styles looks to be a bit more competitive and wanting to challenge Noah Barfoot this time.
More paces there for Finley Styles. That is without question. The 19, though, did just get swamped off the start. It was a really good launch, I think, from James Dermott. Like I say, on the inside second row of the grid, he jumped up almost immediately up in a second. By the end of the opening lap, though, has dropped down to 3rd. It's Noah Barfoot from Finley Styles, James Dermott in P3 from Randy Carter, Harrison Dale, Jude Good and Zach Athasich trailing in P7. Of course, these young riders still with so much to learn, so much experience to gain, and every single lap that they turn will be a lesson that they've been able to learn. Following here, though, the 27 of James Dermott, I believe just in front of the 19 of Finley Styles. Just going to wait for the timer screen to update. Finley Styles showing in 2nd position. Right there, though, we've got the black and purple, or black and pink number plate of the 27. That, of course, is James Dermott. Directly over his shoulder is the 69 then of Randy Carter with a 2.5 second buffer, both in front and behind him. In towards turn number 3. Look to the inside potentially from the 69 of Randy Carter. Not quite close enough on that occasion, but the battle for the podium, the closest one out there on circuit.
Yeah, and here at Hooton Park, these tight corners get opened up a little bit more and allow for many more opportunities, including around the outside on these mini motos. Outside maneuvers are incredible to see on motorcycles, and they're a little bit easier to do on a mini moto because it's all about carrying that corner speed. Now, these being the fastest of the AC40 bikes with the 15mm restrictor plate instead of the smaller ones in the Inter and Rookies classes allows them to take a little bit tighter lines. So we're going to see dive bombs and harder exits. And a mention actually for Finley Styles. He's had a really consistent clay pigeon, 3 podiums in a row, second place, just staying there as Noah Barfoot continues to dominate. All it takes is one mistake from Noah Barfoot to crash out the lead and Finley Styles to hang in there in second and eventually take the win, which can eventually knock Noah Barfoot's confidence and put Finley Styles firmly into title challenge.
Noah Barfoot currently on a 5-race win streak. He took victory race number 3 at Lids and since has not lost one all through clay pigeon. He did also win the opening round of the season and as Riley alluded to earlier, fell off in the battle against Fea Velthausen when we took to Lid in what was some testing conditions, and definitely a lesson that he has learned. 5 wins from 6 races, though not bad in the slightest. And like I say, leads the championship by 33 points. As it stands, we'll lead them by 38, but this is a battle that we're following now. The fight for third between James Dermott, the 27, in front of that white and red 69 of Randy Carter, up and under through turn number 3, forcing the 27 of James Dermott to go slightly defensive through the long sweeping left-hander. And now, of course, between Randy Carter and James Dermott, well, all through play and all through the season, they've been trading 3rd and 4th places. In terms of a rivalry, we've got one right here.
Yeah, those two, 3rd and 4th in the championship, as you just mentioned, always trading for that final spot on the podium. And I'll tell you what, Randy Carter is going to be desperate to get on the podium here behind Finley Styles because we were bigging up their rivalry so much at Lid. They were having incredible battles for 4th and 5th, but Finley Styles turned a new page at clay pigeon and is showing that pace was not a one-time thing. It is continuing here, and Randy Carter with us saying how incredible and close their rivalry is realizing that rivalry starting to go the way of Finley Styles by a strong margin as well, with him now getting closer to Noah Barfoot than Randy Carter, who's now made his way through into 3rd. Now, the question is, after that amazing move, was James Dermott holding him up? And can he have the pace to catch Finley Styles or Noah Barfoot? I don't think so. We've only got 4 laps left after all, but mistakes can happen, pace can drop off. But Randy Carter's got some work to do. And step 1, defend 3rd place from James Dermott.
Also in the fight for the lead, I say fight for the lead, battle to mitigate the damage, I guess, if you're Finley Styles. The gap has mellowed out. It's reached a bit of an equilibrium at the front. 1.7 seconds is sort of where the gap has balanced out to be. So Finley Styles very evidently has got the pace. I think it was the first 2 laps of the race, though, that Noah Barfoot was able to get in front and get comfortable, and right now not really feeling any pressure. You rightly said, a race can happen, you can fall off, you can make a mistake, but 1.7 seconds, as long as you keep your head in the game, as long as you keep it nice and tidy and do what you do best, especially in the form of Noah Barfoot with how good he's been so far this season, it's going to be a fairly simple one to keep. But the pace between them and good, I guess, stage setting for the rest of the weekend is that they are very, very close on pace, and potentially through race 2 and race 3 tomorrow, we could have a fight for the lead.
Yeah, 100%. It will just be a moment of learning for Finley Styles. He's going to be getting tired of 2nd place by now, and he'll be desperate to change that this time round. He'll be learning from that, as you just said, finding out where Noah Barfoot is stronger and coming back later on. We see that all the way up to the likes of MotoGP. Pecco Bagnaia, his best strength in his last High Championship Challenge in 2024 was finishing second to Jorge Martin in the sprint consistently, and then building on that and being better on Sunday. And that, I think, is what we're going to see from Finley Styles as we continue to watch this podium battle. They say it's a lot harder to lead a battle than to chase it, and now James Dermott has got the easier job, but is it an easy enough job to find the way through? I don't think so. He's starting to lose a bit of time as Randy Carter is putting the hammer down.
Yeah, the gap between them has grown to about 0.3 of a second. Not huge by any means, but it does just mean that James Dermott is kept an arm's length away from Randy Carter. A lap and a half left to go here as well at Hooton Park for race number 1 of the 2 Clicks Out AC40 Pro class. Noah Barfoot leads them by 2 seconds from Finley Styles, who did take that pole position and will once again take pole position for race 2 and race 3 due to a superb effort in qualifying. Randy Carter, James Dermott, that's the battle that we're following now. 3rd and 4th onto the final lap of the race. Noah Barfoot like I say, just has to bring it home here at Hooton Park. But who is going to be completing at the podium? Will it be Randy Carter? Will it be James Dermott? Right now, it seems that Randy Carter just needs to keep it on the black stuff, just needs to keep it tidy, and that podium will be his for what will be, so far this season, the third time, and he'll equal James Dermott. So we talk about that rivalry for third. It is right here. A brilliant battle on display between Randy Carter and James Dermott, but of course the focus at the front between Noah Barfoot and Finley Styles, who has battled to keep that gap around the 2-second margin. On a couple of corners for Noah Barfoot. He will, of course, take the checker flag, will take victory in the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. Race number 1 of the weekend goes the way of Noah Barfoot, Finley Styles, and now Randy Carter rounds the final corner, will complete the podium here at Hooton Park.
Yeah, James Dermott, he closed a little bit at the end there, and he is devastated on losing out on that final podium position. But Noah Barfoot, 6 in a row. Can he be stopped? I don't think so. He's lost 1 race this season, and I believe in that one he still finished second after remounting. So he is on some incredible form, some of the best we're seeing in the FAB paddock. And I'll tell you what, some of these kids in the AC40 Pro class, they're looking to get onto bigger bikes next year and trying out bigger bikes already. I've seen Finley Styles doing a lot of practice on an Ovale. That is going to really put them in good stead going into next year. Things like this, these mental games for Finley Styles to try and find a way to close that gap as the weekend goes on. But you can definitely see that Noah Barfoot isn't as invincible as he was at Clay Pigeon. So maybe a chink in the armour that Finley Styles can find.
6 wins from 7 races in 2026 for Noah Barfoot. He once again takes victory in the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro class. Finley Styles completes the podium and mitigates the damage in the championship, but the lead for Noah Barfoot has grown to 38 points. Not unclosable, but definitely a nice margin to have, like I say, as we approach the halfway point of 2026. Randy Carter, James Dermott now equal in their podium amounts in 2026 as well. They've both taken to the podium on 3 occasions each, and the gap in the championship between them has extended. Randy Carter extending it by a couple of points from James Dermott, 3rd and 4th. Behind that, Harrison Dale, Jude Good and Zach Atherstich learning, gaining experience and closing that gap to the front all the way through each of the weekends that they compete in. But you have to say that Noah Barfoot is on some very, very good form. He definitely has the right things for breakfast, let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly that. And those tighter lines, as I mentioned earlier, they teach you how to ride a big bike, and I think we're going to see that next year. Finley Styles, maybe Randy Carter as well, Noah Barfoot. I don't want to create speculation, a rider market rumour mill going around perhaps for next year, riders going on to bigger bikes, but that confidence and level of pointing at the apex and getting on the throttle is really going to help if Noah Barfoot gets onto the bigger bikes, especially the likes of the Ovales, which we see so dominant in the GP50R class.
We'll have to wait and see what the future brings. There's been a bit of a trend, I suppose, in the form of riders rushing their way through the classes. Barfoot can definitely take his time. Nonetheless, though, that's the first race of 3 for round number 3 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pros. They'll be back out tomorrow for race 2 and 3.
These kids go from grassroots to Grand Prix, straight from the lowest level of racing, straight to the top of MotoGP. This is the grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 rookies, and it is always a dramatic race. It's a huge grid for such tiny little bikes and kids who can be specialists on tracks that they're local to and have the experience on as well. Zach, this is going to be incredible. We've seen dominant performances in both rounds at Clay Pigeon and Lid in this class. Different riders every time as they progressed instantly in the form of Albie Stone and Harry Burridge, who was fantastic at Clay Pigeon as well. But with these kids, they haven't ridden all these tracks before, and the better you know a track, especially at that age, the much faster you're going to be. So we're definitely going to see some different names in there, and lap riders making a difference in this one as well.
You say different names. Harry Burridge is on pole position for this race. Eros Garrett, though, our championship leader, who has been remarkably consistent, taken 5 podiums across the 6 races, 3rds and 2nds, yet to take a victory. Maybe that could come today. He could well challenge Harry Burridge, who comes into this off the back of 3 race victories at Clay Pigeon on 75 points, 20 off the championship lead, and it all to gain. There you can see them, though, the army of rookies lined up on the grid.
As we now get ready, these riders will be looking to replicate that of Albie Stone and go straight to Inters. It is going to be a great race. As we look at the rest of the grid, we've got Harvey Spiller in 19th, followed by Charlie Skingle, Izzy Cook, Arlo Simmons, Ellie Kellett, Theodore Ford, Jack Irwin, Vinnie Glossop. I'm reading the grid backwards. That is fantastic. But no, this is going to have our head on backwards, this race, because the lap riders have been an issue in the bigger bike races, and it's hard to pass. These kids aren't going to be as careful and aware. So I think that is going to make the ultimate difference on who wins and who doesn't, because these kids, they don't know when to stop or calm down, do they?
They do not indeed. It can, well, take your life. It can throw it upside down. Riley Davis, as we get started for, well, the opening race of the AC40 rookies. Of course, on pole position, it's Harry Burridge, the challenger, alongside our championship leader, Averis Garrett.
All right, then here we go then. The AC40 rookies by grassroots to Grand Prix. Let's see who can get that run down to turn one first. We go racing. A brilliant start of Harry Burridge. Someone there on the red bike getting caught up, trying not to lock handlebars with Eros Garrett and a few other riders alongside him. But already, Harry Burridge looking to replicate that performance at Clay Pigeon. And someone down there at turn one, and devastated, as you can tell. But more races for you to have a good result tomorrow on Sunday. Make sure you're watching that one live. Of course, we'll be back commentating on that one, but at the moment we have an AC40 rookies race to deal with. It is incredible once again from Harry Burridge to lead this race. Eros Garrett, though, close behind in second and hungry for a victory.
Freddie Fletcher was the one that we saw down there, the number 66. But yeah, Harry Burridge and Eros Garrett. Burridge trying to close some gaps in the championship. Has only done one of the 2 rounds thus far. Coming into round number 3, would definitely be very eager to continue the domination that we saw back at Clay Pigeon. Break the beam for the opening lap of 9, and it's Harry Burridge from Eros Garrett. The gap between them 1.5 seconds. Then comes Bobby Baker, Alfie Spedding, and Tyler J. Windard, who again comes into this round P2 in the championship. Grayson Mills in P6 from Louis Elamelec from Theo Tyler, Savannah Polden, and Jack Irwin, your top 10 right now, though. Harry Burridge, unstoppable. Eros Garrett being a decent second place runner, having that consistency. But over the course of the rest of the season, Harry Burridge, if he continues this domination, will eventually claw back the points in the championship. Right now, the gap between them will go from 20 to 15. And by the end of the weekend, if they finish 1 and 2 all the way through, the gap between them just 5 points in the championship. Eros Garrett cannot afford to only finish second. He does need to find that difference, close the gap, and overtake Harry Burridge.
It seems to be a repetitive thing in the AC40 classes. We were just talking about in AC40 Pro, Finley Styles trying to manage a win over the ever-dominant Noah Barfoot, and now we're seeing the likes of Eros Garrett and Harry Burridge go head-to-head for that same reason. And one thing I want to mention, Tyler J. Windard, for those who would have watched live at Clay Pigeon, you might be wondering why he's not as far up there as he was, and perhaps might just be a little bit losing confidence after what was a massive crash for him that left him quite dazed at the hairpin at Clay Pigeon. It's been a while since then, and unfortunately Harry Burridge is starting to pull away from Eros Garrett, but he is going to do everything he can to respond. He does respond. 50.0. Incredible lap from Eros Garrett. Let's see what he can do.
6 laps left to go. Harry Burridge from Eros Garrett, 2.6 seconds. The gap between the two of them, 5.3 back to Bobby Baker and P3, Alfie Spedding and Tyler J. Windard. Like you say, maybe knocked of confidence, but has taken 3 podiums so far this season. Only 2 riders have taken victories. It was the domination from both Albie Stone and Harry Burridge through Lid and Clay Pigeon, and maybe that is going to continue, of course, with Burridge. Battles all the way through the field. We followed there the 127 of Savannah Polden through turn number 1. She's battling away with Imogen Vivas just in front, and Hudson Vivas just over her right-hand shoulder as well. So throughway battles all the way through the rookies. And to be fair, you know, when it comes to the AC40 rookies, in years gone by, they are the youngest riders and they have got the most to learn, but sometimes they can give us some of the best racing.
Yeah, and one reason for that is the 10mm restrictors in the exhaust and engine block that is used for AC40 rookies. So that is going to make for longer corners. The riders learn to take the corners faster, and that's why we see more outside overtakes rather than the aggressive power delivery that you see with the 15mm restrictor plates in the AC40 Pro class. And that is why overtakes are crazy, they're unexpected, and crashes are definitely not at a minimum with such a large class.
Just to get word from race control, the 55, Grayson Mills, has been given a penalty for a jump start. Easy to do, and we've seen it all the way through the season. And to be fair, credit to race control for catching it in a grid this large in the rookies. 5 laps left to go, though. We are just approaching half distance in this race. Grayson Mills, as a result, will drop down to P8 and some just 0.8 of a second off the back of Jack Owen in what is now a race against time between the two of them. Through turns 4 and 5, the double left-hander, double apex, Jamie King's favourite phrase off the back of his track guide. And there we can see one rider stationary off the exit of turn number 5, that run in towards the chicane. Not entirely sure as to who that is, but we have seen a couple of reliability problems and a couple of incidents as well over the course of the season. And that's just the name of the game when it comes to motor racing.
Yeah, this is where the kids learn to deal with those issues and come back in the next one and do better. They're going to be crying, they're going to be kicking, they're going to be screaming, and really upset about that, as we see in all forms of racing when things go wrong for these kids. But that just shows their passion to win, and a passion to win that we're seeing from Harry Burridge to put in incredible performances like this and keep this dominance going in the AC40 Rookies Championship. But will that be stopped maybe even as early as tomorrow or when we get to Ella Park? Because I mentioned earlier how some riders have more experience at one track than the other. None of these riders, well, most of these riders haven't done a full championship of FAB-Racing yet and haven't had the experience. So with 3 laps to go, Harry Burridge trying to make the most of his incredible pace, but I think it's that kind of pace and that kind of confidence that is going to carry on, and Eros Garrett has got to find a way to combat that, as the gap is now at 4.1 seconds. You feel like that is a done deal now, as long as Harry Burridge can stay on it. But Bobby Baker as well, he's in third. The gap's really big between the podium battles, but we're seeing one battle really close here.
Yeah, indeed. That's led the 77 of Theo Tyler, 1.1 seconds off the back of Louis Elamelek for P8. After the lunch break for round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. We're into the final stretch of the day here at Hooton Park. The sun is shining. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, and Riley Davis to talk you through the rest of the racing action here just outside of Liverpool. The first race after the lunch break is going to be the Metrokit Mini GP 50R category, and well, it's been Avali versus Metrokit all weekend long. It's been Jensen Ansel versus Mason Fedrick all weekend long as well. They're 1-1 in the race win category. Jensen Ansel winning yesterday, Mason Fedrick winning this morning. With one race left to go, who's going to come out on top?
It was a tale of two halves, really, in the race we had earlier and the race yesterday as well. Mason Fedrick really responded fantastically, taking victory today after spending the entire race on Saturday waiting behind Jensen Ansel, and then that flipped over. Jensen Ansel waiting and couldn't find a move to get through on Mason Fedrick, and now at a tie it comes to blows here, where the two Ovale riders are going to see who has to wait and who has to defend. Hopefully we see some dive bombs and some epic action rather than what was essentially a single file race to the line.
Yeah, exactly that. Jensen Ansel maybe just needs to be a little bit more aggressive in the pursuit with Mason Fedrick. Behind them, Emilio Pereira and Tommy Williams on row 2. Bo Morris alongside Josh Perkins, Freddie Taylor, Joey Athasich. Reed Saxby, the 75, who's had some troubles with his bike so far, but can see him at the back end of the grid with Jensen Cedras alongside him on the 5th row as well. There you can see Nick Klaus directing the riders' attention to what will eventually be the lights. Everyone's ready to go. 12 laps of racing for the Mini GP 50R category. Jensen Ansel on the left, Mason Fedrick on the right. The race towards turn number 1 around the tight, technical and twisty Hooton Park circuit. The revs rise. The lights go out and we go racing, popping up there, not once but twice for Jensen Ansel. That's going to allow Mason Fedrick to take the lead towards turn number 1. Well collected though by the 22, who still stays in front of Emilio Pereira, still in second position, but that is an advantage you do not want to hand to the number 5 of Mason Fedrick.
A massive wheelie from Jensen Ansel on the number 22 Ovale, just let go of the clutch a little bit aggressively and up went the front wheel. That was brutal, and he did a fantastic job to even stay on that, let alone stay in second place. So thankfully he is okay and still ready to fight with Mason Fedrick. But that's given Mason Fedrick the perfect start to this race, the perfect advantage that he needs to settle into his own rhythm with a bit of a buffer behind him.
Exactly that. Nice first lap into the books for Mason Fedrick. First of 12, Emilio Pereira under pressure from Bo Morris and Tommy Williams. There was a three-way fight between the three of them earlier on today as well, going in favour of El Toro. Emilio Pereira is his actual name. In towards turn number 3, Bo Morris applying a bit of pressure, trying to get his front wheel alongside the rear wheel of Emilio Pereira, but no dice there as Pereira will hang on. Bo Morris still applying that pressure just over his shoulder. Also Tommy Williams, who is still searching for a podium. He has taken 2 in Extreme 200s. Would like to add another one to the tally through the sweeping chicane at turns 6 and 7, now into the long right-hander at turn number 8, and getting onto the scene as well, Josh Perkins, who has really, excuse the pun, perked up this weekend. He's really arrived with some fantastic form, taking the challenge to some front runners in this category. Down the inside, the ascent, oh, contact! Pereira goes down, contact with Bo Morris, who sent the move towards turn number 1, front wheel to rear wheel, and Emilio Pereira goes down at T1.
I don't want to speculate there, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't contact. It was just a real surprise from Bo Morris to send it up the inside of Emilio Pereira. A real shame to see El Toro go down. That's the first mistake in terms of going down we've actually seen from Pereira all season long. He hasn't crashed, and that confidence has unfortunately been knocked here by Bo Morris as he sent it up the inside and caught Emilio by surprise in these early stages of the race. He panicked a little bit and grabbed a little bit too much front brake, and it looked like front folded, but I'm sure we'll be able to see replays of that after the broadcast and maybe make a decision, but it's not our decision to decide whether there's a penalty in place. That's race directions planned.
Exactly that. It was an ambitious send to the inside of Bo Morris. I think Pereira just asked a bit too much of it. There is the bike stationary yellow as well. I think Pereira, has he stopped again at turn number 3? Potentially. We'll have to wait and see, but he is plumb last in this race. A huge shame for Emilio Pereira. But yeah, nonetheless, Bo Morris, an ambitious dive. I just think Pereira turned in a bit too early, trying to squeeze the move a bit too much, and in doing so, dropped the front of the bike himself. No malice, and to be honest, not really much blame you can attribute. Down the inside, though, for the race lead. Side by side is Jensen Ansel, will go for the dive bomb. Fedric gets the up and under, will hang on to the race lead, but now it's a drag race towards turn number 3. Here comes Jensen Ansel's perfect opportunity down the inside to take the lead of the 50R category. Oh no, he's dropped it again. Too ambitious on the power, and Jensen Ansel has dropped it from the race lead.
Oh, it was a brilliant sequence of switchbacks between Fedric and Jensen Ansel. We were talking just before this race began how we're going to see some dive bombs and finally some aggressive moves between the two rather than waiting for each other, and unfortunately Jensen Ansel took that a little bit too bravely to heart and wanted to win the race too early, getting maybe a little bit too brave on the throttle on exit. What a shame for him. He's able to remount, but look how devastated he is. The number 22, heartbreak for the rider on the Ovale, and now it is Mason Fedric. It is his race to clear off like he did at Clay Pigeon. Up into second goes Bo Morris, fresh off overtaking Emilio Pereira. Penalties may be given out, but we'll have to see. That's not our decision. Josh Perkins, though, has made his way up into third, as you said, showing some really strong pace this weekend as we see Mason Fedric move on past Emilio Pereira. That battle for third hotting up now as it now stretches back to the more two-stroke group.
Pereira, I think, out of this race. You can see him just in the background of shot pulling out of this race, and to be honest, I think that's the right decision. He needs to make sure the bike is okay for the main championship in the form of the Metric Mini GP 50, the standard 50 class. That's his priority. That's the one that he is in dominant stead to go and win. Mason Fedric, though, has been so ruthless in his consistency so far this season, and is going to be taking out some huge points on Emilio Pereira's current 38-point lead. By the end of this one, that'll be down to just 13. Mason Fedric, 4 wins, 5 podiums in the 5 races that he's competed in the 50R category. He'll be looking to, well, add another win and another podium to that tally. 5 laps left to go as he crosses the line. Bo Morris, almost an eternity behind him. Look at the gap. Back to Bo Morris and further behind to Josh Perkins. You have to say, though, it's so unfortunate for both Emilio Pereira and Jensen Ansel. 2 huge mistakes from 2 riders you don't often see it from.
Yeah, that's 2 big hitters in this class out of the race, and that is an even better situation for Mason Fedric in the championship. Bo Morris now is going to have that opportunity to be on the podium, which is become a little bit rarer with Emilio Pereira and Mason Fedric coming along at Clay Pigeon. But now the Metric Mini GP 50 clearly showing it's a little bit stronger here at Hooton Park than it was at Clay Pigeon. Is now in third is Freddie Taylor, joining the battle between Josh Perkins and Tommy Williams, who is struggling to get a podium in the GP 50 class but has already claimed 1 or 2 this season in the 50R class. But it's a bit of a challenge for Tommy Williams to get this one on the board because he's currently in 5th place and he's got a long gap in front.
2 6th places this weekend. It's Freddie Taylor's first weekend of the 2026 FAB-Racing season, and well, right now he's on course for his maiden podium on his debut weekend, the 118. Following there, the battle between Tommy Williams and Josh Perkins, 4th and 5th. Currently, they were fighting for a podium earlier on in the day as well. Josh Perkins was the one to beat Tommy Williams on that respective one, but right now Tommy Williams has got a second opportunity to chase after the rear end of the number 30. They aren't a million miles away though from Freddie Taylor. There is still podium opportunity here. If Tommy Williams can work with Josh Perkins for a little bit, give it 2 laps, it might be a completely different story heading on to the final tour.
I mean, from what we've just seen from those 2 big dramatic crashes is that battles can instantly end. As down in the background there, unfortunately, Nelly Nuth, as she continues to learn and adapt to the bigger bikes. That's an unfortunate mistake from her. She was running towards the top 10 at the time, but Tommy Williams now overtaking Josh Perkins in that hairpin, I think, while we were watching Nelly Nuth get off the track, and a big gap. I think that dive bomb lost them a lot of time to Freddie Taylor in front, so they've got to work together to try and do something on these last 2 laps. So we feel that's a gap a bit too big.
Maybe so. Tommy Williams, that all blue 51, trying to chase after now the 118 of Freddie Taylor. 2 laps left to go here at Hooton Park for the 50R category. Mason Fedrick searching for his 5th victory and to close the gap in the championship down to, like I said earlier, 13 points, despite the fact he was completely absent in this class back at Lid. Down the inside to negotiate some lap riders. I think that could well be Oliver Wilson. He's just making his way past. Final lap then for Mason Fedrick, the number 5, the black and red machine, who is, well, a veteran in the FAB-Racing paddock. Climbed his way from the very beginning in the rookies through the pros, and now onto these bigger, these geared bikes, racing in Europe and across the UK, and is one of the best at his craft. Out of the the first half of the final lap, just 4 corners left to negotiate for Mason Fedrick. It will be his 5th victory in the Extreme 200s, and to close, some very crucial points down after Pereira's peril here at Hooton Park.
Yeah, at Lid, he wasn't there to score points, but nonetheless, it does not matter. Another win to the tally for Mason Fedrick. He takes victory here in the final GP 50R race at Hooton Park. A fantastic ride from him to withstand the pressure early on from Jensen Ansel. Despite that dramatic start, he kept his cool head and allowed Jensen Ansel to be the one to push too hard and make the mistake. But Freddie Taylor, on his first weekend, as Zach mentioned, in FAB-Racing for 2026, takes home a podium, and he'll be very happy with that to end his weekend in the 50R class. And that battle between Tommy Williams and Josh Perkins ending in Tommy Williams' favour, finishing 4th ahead of Josh Perkins in 5th, and Joey Atherstich managing 6th at the end there as well. But wow, Zach, I said literally just before we came off for the lunch break that there was one word to describe what we had so far on Sunday, and that was drama, and it definitely has continued. Jensen Ansel and Emilio Pereira, 2 heavy hitters in the championship in multiple classes in the form of Emilio Pereira, going down in this race, and quite early on as well, allowing for more interesting and new faces to enter the podium battle. But it is Mason Fedrick who wins this race in the 50R class, ahead of Bo Morris taking another podium. Freddie Taylor, his first of the year, in 3rd, ahead of Tommy Williams, Josh Perkins, Joey Atherstich, Reed Saxelby, Jensen Cedras, Jasper O'Neill White, and Carter Spinks rounding out the top 10 in the 50R class. But we talk about different machinery, Zach. 2 strokes versus 4 strokes. I don't think that really mattered there, because ultimately it was just 2 in 1. The 2 strokes came to blows and ended up having the drama together in the form of Bo Morris and Emilio Pereira. That dive bomb making Emilio unfortunately force himself into a mistake trying to defend, and then Jensen Ansel and Mason Fedrick also battling each other on the 4 strokes.
It sets the stage for what will be a outrageously good Junior GP event when we take to Kart Silverstone at the beginning of August, on the weekend of the MotoGP British Grand Prix as well. So if you are at the MotoGP, definitely, head over and literally on grounds to Kart Silverstone for what will be the biggest minibike event in history. And of course, all broadcasted by Motorsport Radio. So make sure, of course, you do tune in wherever you're watching, even if you can't attend the event itself. The stars of the future on the grids of today. And, well, we saw exactly there the moves that can be made. Very much looking forward to it. For the 50R category, that's going to wrap it up for round number 3 of FAB-Racing. They'll be back out at the Junior GP event at Silverstone, and beyond that for round number 4 when we take to Ella Park.
Drama was the word for Sunday at Hooton Park, and it is going to continue on. And one of those big factors of drama was in the senior mini moto class. No Matt Birkin for that race, and as I look out the window, it doesn't actually look like he's here again for this race, so clearly not wanting to race on Sunday for one reason or another. I messaged him a few days ago and asked him what his issue with his bike was at Clay Pigeon in race 2, so maybe I'll have to send him another message and figure out why he was absent. We wish all the best for him and hope that it wasn't any too serious problems preventing him from going out there. But his brother is out there. Josh Birkin lines up in second behind Harvey Jeremy on the front row of the grid, and behind him should have been his brother Matt Birkin, but then fourth on the grid, winner Tom Burt lines up in fourth. Behind him in fifth, Andy Whedon, Nick Bennett, Chris Yeomans, Gary Eldridge, Nicky Lewis and Kieran Roberts at the back of the grid in 10th. So Zach, that is a big pointer, as we said in race 3. They need to score some strong points because it is vital to stop the charge of Matt Birkin.
Tom Burt has been so consistent, right? I mean, Matt Birkin, fair enough, and the majority of the races he's finished, he's won them, right? He's taken 4 wins so far this season, but yesterday we saw a mistake, an uncharacteristic mistake from Matt Birkin. He's had suffered with some reliability problems as well throughout the season, and that has allowed Tom Burt to flourish. He starts this on the outside second row of the grid. Harvey Jeremy starts this one from pole position. Lee Cars will give them direction to go to the lights for race number 3 for senior mini motos. We go racing at Hooton Park. Great start there from the 45 as Tom Burt sticks his leg out to, deny Andrew Whedon the inside through turn number 1. Tom Burt straight through on the 68 and up in a second. Now trying to challenge Harvey Jeremy. The two of them shared a titanic tussle earlier on today before Jeremy's mistake, and hopefully we'll share a similar one this time. Through turn number 3, though, the race leader unchallenged as Harvey Jeremy cements it from Tom Burt in P2.
Yeah, that second race win of the season from Tom Burt has electrified him for this race, and he is pumped up and ready to challenge Harvey Jeremy. He's off to such an incredible start. He started 4th, I remind, and he's looking for one of those overtakes that we thought was impossible all weekend. We saw an incredible elbow-to-elbow, knee-to-knee battle between him and Harvey Jeremy in the early stages of race 3 before Harvey crashed on, I think it was lap 3, and we might be seeing that again if they keep pushing so hard to take points out of Matt Birkin. They need to almost work together, you feel, to keep each other firmly in the title fight, but at this point, now they've already taken some hefty points out of Matt Birkin, they're thinking more about each other as title contenders. So we see Tom Burt now right on behind Harvey Jeremy and waiting to possibly find a move or leaving it till later.
Potentially so. Obviously time will answer all of those questions, but Tom Burt definitely looks hungry. Now he's thinking, though, of the championship. Does he settle for P2? Does he go for the win? How serious is it to him? Senior mini motos, of course, both as serious as you make it, really. We've seen a lot of times the banter and but equally the brutality in senior mini motos. It definitely has two halves. Tom Burt with the duck on the back of his mini moto probably tells you all you need to know about the duality of this class. And right now he's hunting down Harvey Jeremy. A quick look over the shoulder there from Jeremy to see that the 68 is still very much hot on his heels in towards turn number 3. Really too much slowing down you have to do on the seniors because of how heavy they are. They're not carrying too much speed, but look at that drive there off the exit of turn 3 from Tom Burt. He is eyeing up that move in the not too distant future. Harvey Jeremy as well, tied now with Matt Birkin on points, will take P2 in the championship by the end of this race, but does want to stay on tabs with Tom Burt in the lead of the championship as a late dive to the inside of the final corner. Never going to work there as Jeremy sees it coming. Harvey Jeremy searching for his 3rd win of the season as well in 7 laps time.
The fastest lap being Tom Burt on the 44.507, and I'll tell you what, it's not much faster than Harvey Jeremy. All of milliseconds slower on the previous lap was Harvey Jeremy, so very equal on pace, and this is going to make it even harder to find a move, but a move that Tom Burt is going to keep trying to find, not quite finding the inside line there, but no, an inside line on the exit as Harvey Jeremy runs it wide on the throttle, possibly getting a bit too excited to defend, and that allows Tom Burt on through. But I'll tell you what, look out for Josh Birkin, brother of Matt Birkin, I guess you could say goat of the senior mini moto class. He's definitely going to get involved in this battle. He's had the experience of this weekend so far and definitely has the chance at battling for victory on this occasion.
Absolutely so. Harvey Jeremy still hot on the heels of Tom Burt. So plenty of opportunities still. Look for Josh Birkin, who's trying to assist his brother as much as he possibly can. Has only just joined us for this round. Has taken a third and a second place. Right now he's going to go for 3 from 3 in terms of podiums, and that's, 3 more podiums than his brother would have gotten this weekend. Bit of salt on the wound there for Matt Birkin, who I'm sure will be back fighting and swinging at the Junior GP event at Silverstone. And what a stage that could well be to win as a senior mini-moto rider, going into work on a Monday and feeling pretty chuffed about it as well. And then beyond that, to the rest of the second half of the FAB-Racing season as well. It's Bert from Jeremy from Birkin, then comes Whedon and Nick Bennett. That's the battle we're following now through the final corner. The blue and the red leathers there of Andy Whedon, just behind the all-red 711 of Nick Bennett. Let's see if there's going to be any convenient moves for him as he makes his way towards turn number 1 with 5 laps left to go. Tries to find a move on that onto Andy Whedon.
They're just fighting for 4th and 5th there, right outside the podium positions, possibly hoping for something to happen in that packed group of Tom Burt, Harvey Jeremy and Josh Birkin. Something can definitely go wrong if someone sends a dive. As it's continuing to lead this race is Tom Burt from Harvey Jeremy. Josh Birkin just waiting for something to happen, possibly, and biding his time and building into this race to eventually spring a move. His lap times gradually improving as the weekend goes on, but now with the final race of the weekend being here for the senior mini motos, it's enough time for homework and time to put it all to the test for Josh Birkin.
Exactly that. 4 laps left to go. Burt, Jeremy, Birkin, 1, 2 and 3. Then this battle, Whedon versus Bennett. Can see very closely as well on the timing screen. Less than a second covering the top 3. So all very, very close at the sharp end of the senior mini-moto field. Through turn number 3. And Andy Whedon still in front of the 711 of Nick Bennett, who has taken wins and podiums in FAB-Racing before. He's been a part of the paddock for a number of years now and always one to take the fight to the front end of the field. A bit of fluctuation maybe in terms of his pace. A good drive there on the run to the chicane. Can't quite convert it. Back to the front though with just 3 laps left to go. 2.7 kilometres of Hooton Park. Burt versus Jeremy, pulling the gap away from Josh Birkin. So a 1v1 straight 2-horse race at the sharp end of this field in the MasterMac FAB-Racing Senior Mini Moto class, round number 3 of 2026. And Tom Burt wants to go and catch. He wants to go and take his 3rd win of the season. So too does Harvey Jeremy, but only one of them will be leaving this round top of the championship.
The lap times are getting hotter and hotter. 3 riders, the whole top 3 of Tom Burt, Harvey Jeremy and Josh Birkin have beaten Matt Birkin's lap record set in 2025 of 44.249 from Matt Birkin, and now all of them into the 44.1s, including Tom Burt even dropping down to the 44.0. So Tom Burt on the move and putting down an electric pace, but he's definitely not done yet. Harvey Jeremy is going to make sure that he knows he's got a harder title fight on his hands than Matt Birkin. Harvey Jeremy's had an electric couple of rounds. Clay Pigeon, that got close. They're brushing shoulders as they're coming up to lap traffic, side by side, then into turn 4 as we're about to enter the last lap. The gloves are off here as they both look to maximise the points made on Matt Birkin. Who's going to come out on top in this race 3 for Senior Mini Moto?
We'll have to find out. One more tour, 900 metres, 8 corners of Hooton Park to negotiate. Both of them searching for their 3rd victory of the season. Tom Burt, though, with the championship pressure on his shoulders, a lot more to lose than Harvey Jeremy, who is chasing him down in that fight for the title. 1 lap left to go. Now into turn number 2. Harvey Jeremy finds a bit of space towards turn 2, but can't quite seal the deal. So Tom Burt will fend off the attack, and now that's compromised his run. Harvey Jeremy towards turn number 3. There'll be no attack into the prime overtaking opportunity, but we know he's strong through the final part of the lap. He pulls to the outside through turns 4 and 5, forcing Tom Burt to defend. There is opportunity still in Senior Mini Motos. Who's it going to be on that run to the line? Tom Burt versus Harvey Jeremy. The 68 versus the 45 through the chicane. Is there a Hail Mary? No, there's not. It's going to be a case of who can twist the throttle first, get that run to the line. It's going to be Tom Burt. Is it going to be Harvey Jeremy? Checker flag flies. Tom Burt takes victory in Senior Mini Motos, extends the lead in the championship with his 8th podium, with his 3rd victory, and pulling more and more of a gap away from the challengers.
Once again, cinematic scenes in the Senior Mini Moto class. We thought it wasn't the most interesting of the classes at Lid, but it is certainly delivered at Clay Pigeon, and now absolute blockbuster scenes here at Hooton Park. Drama, overtakes, dive bombs, crashes, all you want here in Senior Mini Moto. And of course, this is going to be at the Junior British Grand Prix. Don't miss it, because that track is an incredibly fast layout, so we're going to see some mental dive bombs.
Absolutely. Let's run you through the results in just a couple of moments' time. In terms of the championship, though, Tom Burt now leads by 33 points. After 3 wins, 8 victories. He's won 1 in 3 races so far this season. Harvey Jeremy tips over Matt Birkin because of Matt Birkin's absence in that race. Unfortunately, will be trailing by quite a margin. Of course, Josh Birkin taking the podium for the Birkin brothers, bringing it home, of course, for them with 3 so far. 3 over the course of the 3 races, and like I said, that was 3 more than his brother. In terms of the results, it was Burt from Jeremy from Birkin, then comes Whedon, Bennett, Yeomans, Eldridge, Nicky Lewis and Kieran Roberts, the 9-rider finishers over the course of what was 10 laps of racing in the senior mini motos. The championship heating up, and Tom Burt's debut season in FAB-Racing could well be a dream come true indeed. They'll be back out for the Junior GP event in Silverstone and beyond that as we kickstart the second half of the FAB-Racing 2026 season.
The main event returns. The MK Mini GP70 class is on track in a few moments' time. Sponsored by Amphibian Scaffolding. Thank you to all the sponsors once again here at FAB-Racing that help these riders through their careers and fund some fantastic action that we are seeing live from Hooton Park. Make sure you join us next time out at Ella Park in a few weeks' time, whether that's coming to watch in person or watching here live on YouTube, Motorsport Radio or FAB-Racing. Pick your channel. Either one shows the incredible scenes here in FAB-Racing, and GP70 has been nothing short of incredible headlines, lap records, domination, battles and podium challenges all across the grid.
The premier class of FAB-Racing, the Amphibian Scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP70s. And what a series this is. The final grassroots stepping stone before they move on to bigger, faster bikes that they then begin a new journey through the Grand Prix. Of course, that Grand Prix journey all the way to the top. The reigning champion of the 70s, Harrison Day, currently running at the front. Mind you, not just running, but running at the front of the Moto4 British Cup in 2026. And well, he's not the only one to have done it. Is our champion of 2026 going to follow suit? Well, potentially so. The likes of Sebastian Gazlowski have been the talk of the town here at Hooton Park, denying proving the allegations wrong so far this weekend. Some people doubting the legality potentially of his engine. He's thrown that in the bin. He's actually on the lowest powered bike of those at the front. His riding is more than enough to prove them wrong, and he has currently taken a victory today. He finished P6 yesterday from a pit lane start, let's say, from Sebastian Gazlowski. The gap between himself and Bradley Curtis, just 6 points at the top of the table, and they start alongside each other on the front row of the grid. Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe, the 2 behind him. Lee Clowes points to the lights, takes their attention. 14 laps for the Amphibian Scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP70s. Gazlowski versus Curtis. Lights go out. We go racing. Great launch from the front row. Gazlowski will beat them towards turn number 1. Rex Austin straight down the inside of Bradley Curtis. Once more nailing the start is the 991. Through turn number 2, no challenge at the lead. But Rex Austin needs to look over his shoulder because there could yet still be a challenge now from Bradley Curtis. Parks it in the middle of the road as the 991. Bradley Curtis has no way through. Fight at the back end of the field as well as Boyan Blazewski will find a way past on Harry James. Bradley Curtis drops to 3rd. Meanwhile, his championship rival runs away with the race lead.
Isn't it just amazing to hear these awesome little two-strokes singing their way into turn 1 here at Hooton Park? They're so cool, and it's one of the only places in the world where two-strokes still race, and I'm all for it. It's so cool. And we get back to this podium battle though that has been we've seen all weekend long. Rex Austin versus Bradley Curtis has been the story in the GP70 class, barring Gazlowski's issue yesterday where we saw Bradley Curtis take a win. But now it's a three-rider duel as Caelan Ratcliffe sends it to the inside and goes into the back of Bradley Curtis. A move that went completely wrong for Caelan Ratcliffe. The Hornet unfortunately getting a bit too confident on the brakes, and Bradley Curtis has unfortunately been taken out of podium contention. Lucky to stay on the bike, but yeah, possibly just getting a bit too excited at the start of the race.
Yeah, just looking at the fronts, they're asking way too much of it there. A costly mistake for Caelan Ratcliffe, one that he absolutely will learn from, but championship implications for Bradley Curtis. He has to bounce back in this one because currently, as it stands, Sebastian Gazlowski will retake the lead of the 70 championship in what has so far been such a dynamic duo at the front. They've been swapping positions, trading blows in the first 3 rounds of the season, and more to come through the final 4 as well. But Super Seb leads from Rex Rex Austin now 2.4 seconds is the gap. Max Johnson has been brought up into P3 from what would be his first podium of the season. Red flag, though, we're getting told out there on circuit. That's going to bring a halt to the racing action by virtue, of course, of the incident we saw a couple of laps ago. We'll confirm, of course, when the riders are all okay. But that's going to bring a temporary stoppage to the 7-seat race. Gazlowski, Austin and Johnson were your top three when the red flag was called, and this could be the lifeline that Bradley Curtis could need to sort of revive his chances in this race.
Yeah, 100%. That is going to give him another opportunity to get a shot at the podium. Might just be a little bit shaken up by that one. He'll get back to it just fine. Things like this happen all the time in racing. I'm sure he's mainly just annoyed at that inconvenience, but I think he's quite lucky to get back out there in a few moments' time and challenge for the podium once again. But I think the best thing he needs to do right now is go back to the pits and make sure that hasn't resulted in anything damaging his bike.
Hopefully so. Ambulance out there on circuit now. Thank you to the marshals, to the medical crew, and of course to all of the FAB-Racing race control for their efforts in making sure that the race meet gets done as effectively, efficiently, and most importantly as safely as possible. We could not go racing without them making sure the riders are as safe as possible. Of course, Kellen Ratcliffe, an incident between himself and Bradley Curtis a couple of laps ago, a small mistake, and of course we'll confirm when everything is all okay. A brief delay to things, of course, for the amphibian scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP70s. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your company here for round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. And Riley, up until that point, of course, we saw some great racing. Of course, Sebastian Gazlowski running away with it, really putting the hammer down this round, sort of, swinging from Clay. We all from Lid. We said that he was missing that final 5%, that final fragment, and since Clay, he really has sort of accelerated his progress, found that extra edge that he needs, and has just been utterly dominant this weekend.
Yeah, the truth was at Lid, he finished second in all those races behind Bradley Curtis, and the truth is that he had the pace to win, more than enough pace to win, because he was hanging with Bradley Curtis for that entire race, but it was just so difficult for him to find that way through. Bradley Curtis really liked that move into the penultimate corner at Lid, and maybe Gazlowski was a little bit more confident going into that first chicane and then the hairpin further up the track, and it's somewhere that's quite easy to defend on the last lap situation, which allowed Bradley Curtis to anticipate that he was going to try those moves because of how strong Curtis was in the penultimate corner. And so coming along to tracks like Clay Pigeon and Hooton Park, Gazlowski was able to make sure that he can put the hammer down straight away and not even give Curtis a chance to get ahead of him and defend on the last couple laps. The dominance has been utter brilliance from him, and I think it might continue for the rest of the season.
Let's talk about Rex Austin for a moment as well, the 991. He was running P2 up to the stoppage. Currently he's taken 2 P3s, his best result so far of the season. Through Lid, through Clay, his best result was only a P5, which happened through race 2 and race 3 at Clay Pigeon. Has turned a new leaf, though, here at Hooton Park. Has found some more pace, and crucially, I think his best attribute so far this weekend at a tight, twisty, technical Hooton Park, where we were speaking with Jamie King, with Chris Wells, who come and spoke to us during the lunch break as well. Track position, incredibly important, and on most occasions Rex Austin has beaten Bradley Curtis to the opening corner.
Yeah, I think Rex Austin has really impressed me, actually. He's one of the riders that has been the best at making those moves and getting them done, because most of the riders I've seen this weekend that have made moves, while they've been fantastic, they've spent quite a long time thinking about them, or they've thought wrong about them and made a mess of it. Like we saw there, Kellen Ratcliffe possibly just getting a little bit too excited. He unfortunately won't get to restart in this race. The Hornet, his end to the weekend for GP70s, and hopefully he'll be okay to rejoin the GP50 races afterwards. But Rex Austin, as I mentioned, he has been doing really well with the overtakes. How he came back in that first race was truly incredible on Saturday, because he carved through such a big grid for GP70s, to be honest, after losing what was so much time at the start. He went on the grass on 2 occasions, out on the exit at turn 1 and out on the exit at turn 2 as well, so possibly lost maybe 5 seconds to the leader, closed it down and got to 3rd place. So yeah, probably for the GP70s my rider of the round.
Just getting confirmation from race control following Caolan Ratcliffe's crash. I have to say, first of all, I want to respect his determination to get back out onto circuit. To have a fall like that, to be checked by the ambulance and still be in a condition where you say, no, you know what, I want to restart. Unfortunately, logistics and, of course, safety reasons with the medical crew wanting to check up on him mean that won't unfortunately be the case. Beyond that, though, we'll be getting a reduced distance restart. We'll be going for 12 laps, but a full grid restart. And what this means is, again, a lifeline to Bradley Curtis, who had the contact with with Caolan Ratcliffe, dropped him all the way back off Sebastian Gazlowski. Now he gets put straight back onto that front row. They get one formation lap. This is Bradley Curtis's chance, maybe not to beat Gazlowski, but at the very least to be finishing back in those podium positions where he deserves.
Yeah, it's a lifeline for his championship points especially, but I'll tell you what, who is hindered? Rex Austin has more work to do from the second row to get back involved in the podium battle and hoping to challenge Sebastian Gazlowski, but that is no mean feat here in the GP70 class by amphibian scaffolding.
Not in the slightest, but he has been very good at that clutch release. We've seen on other occasions other people being a bit too hasty on it, popping the front wheel up, getting it down. It then subsequently bounces back up once again. Just getting, obviously, confirmation that things can go back racing again. One thing that, one rider that's going to be heartbroken is Max Johnson, who was denied after a denied of a podium after a penalty yesterday, inherited a podium position today, and now gets dropped all the way back to where he started, which is down in P5. Still not a million miles away from the podium, but he's going to feel a little bit hard done by a full grid restart. Yeah,
but one thing is that Caolan Ratcliffe isn't there to compete for that podium position on this occasion, so might have a better chance at it, but he's got Daisy Polden to fight with as well, and a few more other riders that may come into the battle for that final spot on the podium. You feel like it's going to be a battle of, Gazlowski out in front, and really just a race between him and himself, and Curtis and Austin battling for the podium, which can easily go wrong if they start battling too aggressively for second place.
So just getting, of course, confirmation for when we can go back racing in with timing and stuff, of course, for the MetroKit Mini GP 70s, brought to you by Amphibian Scaffolding. Hopefully soon it'll be time to go racing for the third and final race of the Premier class of FAB-Racing, the final step on the grassroots journey before they then begin a new journey on that Grand Prix route, starting in the Moto4 British Cup, which is predominantly made up of FAB graduates. One of them, Harrison Day, the reigning champion of the 70s from 2025, a guest entry in the Extreme 200s back at Clay, showing his experience, showing his mettle, and Harrison Day doing a brilliant job up in front. Another one, of course, Henry McCartney, who's come through the ranks of FAB, unfortunately taking a little bit of a rest period after breaking his wrist at a test at Mount Airy Park, but nonetheless it just goes to show that FAB is the breeding ground where legends are absolutely forged, and take that ride all the way through to Grand Prix racing. Look at Scott Ogden in Moto3 as well. FAB is the place to be to nurture that young talent.
As we get going now for the warm-up lap on the GP70s. The GP70 class by Amphibian Scaffolding getting back underway after a brief moment of a red flag incident for Caolan Ratcliffe and Bradley Curtis. Bradley Curtis managing to stay on the bike, and thankfully Caolan Ratcliffe is okay and showing that determination. Tried to get back out on track, but unfortunately couldn't rejoin after that incident. So the number 96 is going to try and regroup and nurture any injuries he may have and make sure they are numbed so he can race in the GP50 class later on. But Sebastian Gazlowski will start from pole position, unsurprisingly ahead of Bradley Curtis, who's got a lifeline chance to fight for the podium once again after a red flag restart. Rex Austin will start third ahead of what would be Caolan Ratcliffe in fourth. Now Max Johnson ahead of Tommy Keats, Maxwell Keats, Daisy Polden, Bojan Blazewski and Harry James at the back of the grid.
Making their way around on the formation lap, one that will be one to calm the nerves more than anything. The adrenaline spiked through the first couple of laps. For some of them, they've got to get their composure back. Gazlowski knows the job at hand. Curtis knows the lifeline that he has been thrown. A lot riding on this race. Championship implications, just 6 points at the top of the Amphibian Scaffolding MetroKit Mini GP70s. Let's go again. 12 laps of racing. Gazlowski alongside Curtis. The revs rise. The lights go out. And we go racing. Good launch there from the 50, from the 64. Max Johnson getting a bit of a wheelie as well as Rex Austin once again will do the job down the inside of turn number one. Will beat Bradley Curtis Curtis to the opening corner and will take second place. This is great news for Gazlowski. It's disaster for Curtis, who almost immediately now has to once again be on the counter-attack. He cannot let the 991 in front.
A fantastic start for Rex Austin, and now his best opportunity to possibly have a go at Sebastian Gazlowski, who's already trying to put the hammer down and escape like he has in every race so far since Clay Pigeon. I'm interested to see now, with Rex Austin leading this group behind Gazlowski, how he can manage this first part of the race, because to be honest, he's been in the doldrums in the start of the racing, fighting people who have dived him in turn one, or of course fighting back through the grid like in race 1 on Saturday. So now what can he do to try and stick with Super Seb and fend off Bradley Curtis?
Have to wait and see. Rex Austin, though, his starts have been impeccable in 2026, particularly here at Hooton Park. Bradley Curtis getting a good run there, but not good enough to the inside of turn number 4. We'll have to settle in behind. Got to be careful because Max Johnson is still there in 4th. He popped the wheelie off the start, but with Caelan Ratcliffe's absence, despite his determination to start, the medics need to check up on him. So Max Johnson, by virtue, will inherit 4th place. Only takes one bit of a problem for those in front, and straight away Max Johnson takes his maiden podium of the season. Through turn number 1, it's the 991 leading the 71. Rex Austin from Bradley Curtis in the fight for second. Get your binoculars out. That's Sebastian Gazlowski leading the race with 10 laps left to go. A look to the inside almost from Bradley Curtis, who right now is just analysing his opponent, searching for where or when maybe he could go for the move. It definitely is not going to be down the inside of turn number 4, but we have seen some bold, brave and ambitious moves around the outside of there, coming from Bradley Curtis himself as he tries to send one to the outside of turn 4. So it definitely is possible. Bradley Curtis might just have to get a bit creative and force the initiative a little bit to find his way back into second if he wants to keep the championship lead. Here could come the drive, though, down the inside of turn 1.
Didn't quite happen for Bradley Curtis as he still sits on the back of Rex Austin. Now, it's a bit of a switch around from what we've had most this weekend. It's been Rex Austin sat behind Bradley Curtis trying to find a way through. So now, when it switches over, we're interested to find out how Bradley Curtis can manage this one. He seems to like that move as an opportunity into turn 4. Doesn't quite get it done there. Rex Austin keeps the line covered off, but as he keeps looking for lines, and as Rex Austin keeps defending those lines, of course, it's almost writing off the chance of catching Gazlowski for victory with 9 laps to go, as you probably would in this GP70 class, having to regroup and come back for Ella Park. I will mention, as they continue to joust for this second place, Max Johnson is catching up.
He is. Lap times last lap. In fact, actually, Max Johnson dropping off the back a little bit, just under 2 seconds off the rear. But if they start battling very quickly, that pace is going to, creep back into the 141's hands. Last time through, by the way, Sebastian Gazlowski 1.2 seconds quicker than anyone else. He set the overall FAB lap record here at Hooton Park earlier on with a 38.8. He's smashing that out the park, and that consistency to be within such a fine margin. Fair enough, Hooton Park, it's only 8 corners. It's, less than a kilometre in terms of length. It's less than a 40-second lap time. But still, to repeat that on multiple occasions in slightly different conditions, on tyres that are wearing down, on a rider that probably is feeling a little bit tired at this stage of the weekend, is incredibly impressive. Down the inside, Bradley Curtis thinks about a move for second, but meanwhile, Sebastian Gazlowski running away with it. 38.6 he's just set.
You can throw the record books out the window. Gazlowski is coming for all of them. That is incredible. He is 0.4 of a second quicker than the previous lap record by Harrison Day, a 39.0. So incredible performance from him to find such gains of 0.4 of a second at a track like this, such a small track on these small bikes, such fine lines, making improvements on every corner to all bring the advantages together like one big jigsaw puzzle. It's like the perfect lap almost. There's still more time out there, and at this point he's hunting for it like a qualifying session. He knows how much faster he is than everyone else because no one's even been able to get anywhere near the 13.8 at this point. But I'll tell you what, Bradley Curtis was able to get close enough to Rex Austin and finally pull off that move that he's been searching for a while now. He goes through at turn 4, a brilliant move from the 71 as he gets back up into second place. Clearly that red flag playing to his advantages and getting him back onto that second step of the podium.
He needed to do that because any less than second he'd lose the championship lead with Gazlowski right now with Sebastian P1 and Bradley P2. The gap comes down to a single point heading into Ella Park at round number 4 for the halfway point of the 7th round 2026 season. As it stands, they're on 4 wins apiece. Bradley Curtis 8 podiums to Sebastian Gazlowski's 7, and well, the pair of them have just risen to another level this season. both of them coming through the ranks of FAB-Racing. Bradley Curtis especially finding huge gains year on year, leaning on the experience, of course, of his older sister Lucy, and taking those lessons and allowing him to develop his craft. But Gazlavsky, throughout his entire career at FAB, has always been one fighting at the front, and he's showing that in the limelight here at the final race of the 70s for round number 3. Both of them, I cannot wait to see how that rivalry blossoms through the rest of the season. Gazlavsky, Curtis and Austin 1, 2 and 3, but separated by 7.8 seconds from third to first. Following there, the 127 of Daisy Polden with yellow flags through turn number 3, so having to keep eyes up through there. I think maybe a potential issue for Boyan Blazhevsky, I think, has had maybe a problem or so. Nonetheless, back to green flag racing. 3 laps left to go in the amphibian scaffolding MetroKit Mini GP 70s. Gazlavsky grows the gap to 8.6 seconds, with Curtis and Austin still inseparable in the fight for second.
Yeah, and I think at Hooton Park we're seeing here a rivalry build up between Bradley Curtis and Rex Austin. It's getting really intense between these two. The moves become more daring every time as they continue to fight for second place on this podium. If Gazlavsky continues to run away with the championship as he is doing with this race and Clay Pigeon before that, then it is going to be a battle for second between Bradley Curtis and Rex Austin. But Rex Austin has got some work to do to catch Bradley Curtis in the standings. But we're only just in round 3. There's plenty of time for him to do that, and plenty of time for him to gather some pace similar to that of Super Seb here we're seeing in the lead, and dominate some rounds in the future.
2 laps left to go for the Mini GP 70s. Gazlavsky looking to go 2 from 2 on Sunday. He started from the pit lane yesterday, climbed all the way back to P6 in what, well, could have been quite demoralizing as a rider. Could have put him on the wrong foot, could have cast a shadow over the weekend. He's not allowed it in the slightest. He dominated in Extreme 200s. He's dominating in the MetroKit Mini GP 70s. 9 seconds clear of Bradley Curtis. Make that 10.5 seconds clear of Bradley Curtis. Constantly a second a lap quicker. Around a 38-second lap. Sebastian Gazlavsky could be cruising his way to the title unless he can be stopped when we take to Ella Park. Through turn number 5 for the final time, and through the wiggles at turn 6 and turn 7. Sebastian Gazlavsky turned a new leaf back in Clay Pigeon and since has been unstoppable. Out of the final corner. It's his 5th win in the 70 season. Checker flag flies. It's Super Seb's day once more. Victory in race number 3. Bradley Curtis, some 10 seconds later, will come home in P2. Nothing can be taken away from that young man. Sebastian Gazlavsky once again dominating in the 70s.
If you'd have told us that at Lid that Sebastian Gazlavsky would have done this and come out the doors swinging like that at Clay Pigeon, we would have believed you because of how motivated he would have been after that disappointing, in his terms disappointing, run of second places at Lid. Just missing out every single time to Bradley Curtis, even one of them going to the line, if I remember correctly, between the two of them. So now he's turned a new leaf, as you said, Zach, and pushed forward to put himself in a whole new class almost. Again, the only person in the 38s by a whole margin of nearly a second to Bradley Curtis with the next best lap of a 39.5. So 9/10 quicker on a track like this is just incredible. So GP70s then comes to an end for the weekend at Hooton Park.
Just indeed, let's run you through the results before the provisional championship. Sebastian Gazlavsky takes victory from his rival Bradley Curtis. Rex Austin completes the podium, just 0.2 of a second separating second and third at the line. Max Johnson just missing out, but once again consistent in P4. Daisy Polden the top 5 ahead of Maxwell Keats, and Harry James the last of our finishers. Boyan Blazhevsky we lost on lap 8, with Kellen Ratcliffe not taking to the restart after a tumble in the initial attempt at the 70s. In terms of the championship, Bradley Curtis's consistency with 4 wins, 9 podiums and 9 top 10s. He has not taken a step off the podium all season long. His consistency sees him just 1 point clear of Sebastian Gazlavsky, whose 6th place yesterday could well be pivotal in the championship narrative. Kellen Ratcliffe still P3 in the championship from Rex Austin, and Max Johnson your top 5. In terms of the MetroKit Mini GP 70s, we'll see them back out for the special Junior GP event at Silverstone, and then beyond that to the second half of 2026.
And now the Pit Bike 140s come out on circuit for another Barnstormer race. we've seen the big three, Harrison Quincy, Jamie King and Chris Wells, do battle in race 1 and race 2. Chris Wells on his return from the Isle of Man at Clay Pigeon didn't quite make it to the round because he was away, and it doesn't matter because he's still on a championship charge, Zach. 2 in a row for him already this weekend. And Jamie King, 2 mistakes in 2 races at the same corner. Erase that and he has a real chance at winning. That is going to be playing on his mind big time though, where he could overthink it and do the mistake, focusing too hard to not do it.
Chris Wells starts this one from pole position alongside Jamie King. Just 15 points separate them at the top of the standings, despite Chris Wells' absence at Clay Pigeon, and Jamie King's 7 podiums from the 8 races thus far. He's been consistent, but not consistent enough to fend off Chris Wells' challenge. Harrison Quincy, just behind Chris Wells, has fixed a couple of issues in terms of his camshaft that he was suffering yesterday. Straight back on pace to take the fight to the top 2 today. Stephen Humphreys alongside him on row 2 from Simon Gates, Callum Maxwell, Perry Tomset, Di Francesco, Daniel Cliff and Ben Simpson, your top 10 for Pit Bike 140s. It's eyes to the lights with 13 laps of racing ahead of us. Jamie King needs a good launch here. Lights go out. We Go Racing. The 76 has got anything but a good start, chopping the nose off there of Harrison Quincy, and around the outside will give it a good go. That's Stephen Humphreys up to 3rd. Chris Wells will lead them through the opening couple of corners. Jamie King hot on his heels despite the bad start, needs to find the difference. Wells goes defensive, ducking and diving Jamie King, but to no avail, as down the inside Harrison Quincy will retake 3rd place on the opening lap.
Wow, that was an aggressive start from Jamie King. He knew he had a bad start and instantly moved to defend. As the front wheel went up in the air, he lost control of it a little bit and it started to veer off, nearly taking Harrison Quincy onto the grass. But Harrison Quincy's done a great job to recover that place that he lost in that situation and is already back on Jamie King looking for revenge. But Chris Wells is off to a brilliant start in this race. Jamie King has work to do to pull that gap back in. It was in these early stages that Jamie King seemed the strongest of the two between him and Chris Wells in race 1 and race 2. So clearly that changing sides in this situation, but can he prove that theory correct and be stronger in the second half?
The wait and see. Long race for the pit bikes, and Jamie King, well, probably closer to Harrison Quincy than he is to Chris Wells, and that's not where he wants to be. He's got the pace, absolutely. He's probably been the quickest that we've seen from Jamie King so far this season in terms of outright pace, taking the fight to Chris Wells, whose debris yesterday was the pickup tray, and well, almost actually come back to bite him when Jamie King kicked it up in the air. Both of them have suffered some hurdles so far this weekend, but Chris Wells has been the one to rise above the challenges, and Jamie King the one to crack under the pressure slightly. We saw it in race 1 yesterday. We saw it in race 2 earlier today as well. Down the inside goes Simon Gates to the inside of Stephen Humphreys, having to set the bike up slightly at the apex there, but still able to seize control and take what will be 4th position away from the 241. 11 laps left to go. Wells versus King versus Quincy. About a second separate the 3.
That was a great move from Simon Gates to commit to that one and stay brave on the inside. A really, really positive manoeuvre from him to put himself into the top 4 contention for this one. Of course, if something goes wrong in that top 3 battle, he will automatically be involved, as we're seeing Harrison Quincy on a second run of form, trying to keep up with Jamie King, as it looks like Chris Wells has found something in between the last race and this one. But wow, a move from Harrison Quincy to take revenge on Jamie King for ruining his start, back up into second, and he's got 10 laps now to catch Chris Wells ahead. Harrison Quincy, as you said, Zach, has fixed those issues and found a new level of confidence to return as the reigning champion in the Pit Bike 140 class. Now, can he make that happen again and win the championship again? Both him and Jamie, though, still looking for the first win of the season.
They are. Harrison Quincy up now into second. Chris Wells so far has taken, well, 4 wins, and this would be his 5th. And it's remarkable, actually, the consistency of the top 3. Of course, Quincy and King, neither of them have taken a victory, and yet they're both within 20 points of Chris Wells. That will, they're all within 20 points of each other, I should say. 135 to 120 to 116. Chris Wells will close the gap in the championship. Quincy, I think, actually will overtake, very much close the gap to Jamie King himself. So that really tighten things up. Probably less than 10 points between the top 3 at the end of round number 3. But the fact that Quincy and King are in this position, despite having not won a race thus far this season, is still pretty impressive. I think it just shows that Chris Wells and his domination in his raw pace through Lid and Hooton Park, the 2 rounds he's taken part in, is just that much more extraordinary. This race, though, through race 1 and race 2, he was under a bit of a challenge. Not the case in race 3. He really has turned the wick up.
Yep, he's got that experience back down. He's overtaken them in terms of the racing mindset. He's had a bit of a break, of course, as I said, wasn't at Clay Pigeon, and has now got back into that natural rhythm of being on a pit bike. He's had a longer break since Lid, a very long break, of course, that round being in April, so a very long time to be off the bike for, whereas Jamie King has been here, there and everywhere riding bikes, and Harrison Quincy, of course, was at Clay Pigeon. But now he's had those 2 races, he's built that confidence, he's battled a bit with Jamie King, and now he's away and looking to continue to dominate.
Chris Wells actually 0.6 of horsepower down on Jamie King, in fact. So King has definitely got the machinery underneath him, and he's got probably what is dubbed as the most powerful bike on the grid as well. So zero excuses really for Jamie King not to be taking the fight. But like we say, he's very rarely the outright fastest. He's just good at banking those results, and as good as that is, you do also need to be cutthroat in some occasions to minimize those mistakes in those high pressure scenarios. And for a champion of his caliber, he's not really been up to that standard this weekend, bottling it under pressure, cracking under relentless pressure, to be fair, from Chris Wells. Jamie King looks over his shoulder. He's under no pressure from Michael Meds, champion in the British Minibike Championship as well. So of course definitely experienced in this class, coming over to Fab, and while the Fab guys showing just how good they are. But still, Michael Med impressive up there in P4 with yellow flags through turns 4 and 5, a bit of a problem there. But Michael Med up there in 4th, he just got through on Simon Gates and ahead, and however there is a bit of a problem off the exit of turn 4 and into the chicane. One of the riders down, and well, that's going to be them out of the race.
Yeah, a 41.7 from Chris Wells, his best lap of the race, and all of them, Jamie King, Harrison Quincy and Chris Wells, within a tenth of a second. But as I mentioned, lap times, Michael Med moves up into 4th place and sets a 41.5. He is the lap time king. He's been in 4th on his own instead of following this little pack of riders, being Chris Wells, Harrison Quincy and Jamie King as a yellow flag still out in that sector. No moves, not that they're close enough to make them anyway. But yeah, Michael Med clearly building into the race, finding more confidence and doing an amazing job to be 0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap than the race leaders.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking very quick, and like I say, champion of B&B is Michael Med, but still not quite enough for a podium in Fab. It's Wells from Quincy from King. There you can see them as they fly through turn number 1. Chris Wells' gap at the front and his advantage at the front is coming down, so maybe the stamina not quite there for Chris Wells. You said he was off the bike for quite some time. He's not doing any other racing in 2026 either, and maybe that just this late portion of the race, Quincy can find that difference, and it was the difference in race 2 to reclose the gap. Jamie King then just in 3rd. We're basically seeing a repeat of race number 2 here. Jamie King drops behind Quincy. Quincy leads the charge, closes back onto Wells as they then start to chase down some lap traffic. This race far from over, despite Wells's consistency and the gap that he was able to bridge early doors. Still, there's an opportunity for Quincy and for King to get their maiden victory of the season.
Yeah, when he spoke to us in the commentary box, Chris said his only bike riding recently has been riding enduros with his buddies over on the Isle of Man, and of course that is a very, very different thing to riding pit bike 140s here in FAB-Racing at Hooton Park. A tight Nadri circuit like this is completely different to not only riding off-road but across fields on the Isle of Man. But yeah, Michael Med, another fastest lap of the race, 41.4. If he continues on in this championship, he's going to become a threat to be reckoned with, because these three nowhere near those lap times at this point in time. Harrison Quincy looks like he's got a second win though, maybe about to catch Chris Wells. He's running out of time.
Yeah, just 2 laps left to go. 1.8 kilometres of Hooton Park to negotiate. 16 corners, make that 15 and 14 as they go through turn 1 and turn 2 for the penultimate time. You can see Roman Ratcliffe in the Tom Brooks media leathers. Tom Brooks, one of the veteran commentators of FAB-Racing back in the day. Nice to see him still represented out there on the grid. 10 years to the year, in fact. Motorsport Radio started their partnership with FAB-Racing, and since a legendary partnership that has seen us through to the modern day. A lap and a half left to go, though, with Chris Wells, Harrison Quincy and Jamie King only separated by 9/10 of a second, the three of them, and separated by less than 20 points in the fight for the championship as well. It comes down to the wire once more in the pit bikes.
Yeah, 1 lap to go, and I don't think there's a move available for Harrison Quincy. Chris Wells looks like he's responded, but I'll tell you what, there may be an opportunity here for Jamie King, who looks like he's had a second chance at this one as he looks for an inside move. This is going to be a dive bomb from Jamie King. Thinks better of it at this point in time, thinking of the championship, thinking about going into this round. He was much further ahead of these guys. And again, Michael Med with another fast lap of 41.3. Heroic laps from him, but still not enough to get on the podium like this. Harrison Quincy, he got close, but it's not going to be enough as long as this last corner goes well for Chris Wells. And it does. It was a fantastic weekend of return for Chris Wells, who does the triple here at Hooton Park. Harrison Quincy, a return to form for him. Will be disappointed not to get a victory, but nonetheless in the fight and capable of victory.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race that was for Chris Wells. And in terms of the championship as well, the implications have brought it down. Just 15 points separate the top three. Chris Wells has podiumed in every single race he's competed in, all 6 of them through Lid and Hooton Park. He's won on 5 of those occasions. He sits within just 6 points of Jamie King. 151 to 145 to the 136 of Harrison Quincy. This championship is absolutely on, and what a legendary season it could well be. Between them, countless pit bike championships, from Jamie King to Chris Wells to the reigning PB140 champion of Harrison Quincy. What a season we are being treated to here in 2026.
Well, here we go then, the standings after that Pit Bike 140 race, the final one of the weekend. Once again, the big 3, you can't separate them, but I'll tell you one thing you can't stop in that big 3 is Chris Wells being the front man of that 3. He wins a 10th of a second ahead of Harrison Quincy, who returns to race winning potential form ahead of Jamie King in 3rd. Michael Med doing a special round here at Hooton Park and laying down some fantastic lap times, so hopefully he sticks around because he can make that a big 4 in the future, with only a few weeks until the next round at Ella Park. But behind him we have Simon Gates, Stephen Humphreys, Callum Maxwell, Matthew Rayland, Perry Tomset and Daniel Cliff at the bottom of the top 10. So again, a tale of the big 3, but I'm really interested to see here. Michael Med, as I said, could make that a big 4, and a new face in the Pit Bike 140 battles would be fantastic.
Maybe so. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for Pit Bike 140. Like we say, a legendary title campaign in force. Just 15 points separates Jamie King, Chris Wells and Harrison Quincy, champions in their own right. And they'll be back out for round number 4 as we kickstart the second half of FAB-Racing in 2026.
The Nova Racing Mini GP50 class coming up now, with only a couple races left here at Hooton Park. And I said again, I'll say it again, drama has ensued on Sunday. It has been incredible to see. Cinematic scenes across all the classes, GP50 being one of them. And in fact, our main men of the battle, El Toro and the Hornet, both fresh off some pretty brutal crashes already today, and might just be a little bit susceptible to another couple riders joining their fight.
I have to say though, Caelan Ratcliffe, that drop in the 70s, he's obviously been cleared by the medical crew, and it's great to see him back out onto the grid. So the Hornet not giving up in the slightest. However, he might be knocked slightly after it. Same too with Emilia Pereira. Both of them, they're young riders. As professional as they are, as good as they are, they're not susceptible, they're not immune to those mental knocks. No one is. So that's going to take them maybe a couple laps to get them back into their rhythm, to build up their confidence once again. But we've seen through the weekend their determination to pick the bike back up and get back going again. Ratcliffe, before he was even checked by the ambulance, was already pushing to be back on the grid. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Pereira had the high side in qualifying, fought back all the way through the weekend, and has honestly been probably at the highest level that we've seen them both. They share the front row of the grid, by the way. Emilia Pereira, El Toro alongside the Hornet of Caelan Ratcliffe on row number 1. Bo Morris alongside Tommy Williams on row 2 with Josh Perkins and Reed Taxby on row 3. Nelly Noof alongside Jensen Cedras with Oscar Rowland, Adele Everett and William Skingle, the 11 rider field for the Nova Racing Mini GP50s, and their third and final race of the weekend. Greeting themselves up in front of Lee Cars, our flag marshals, and final chats there with Emilia Pereira and his dad, just giving that final bit of motivation that he needs to chase after his second victory. They're 1-1 in terms of race wins. Emilia Pereira a first and a second, Caelan Ratcliffe the second and a first. Such a good rivalry between the two of them, the Bull and the Hornet. And, well, just 12 laps of racing to decide it all. Behind that, of course, Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, who's still searching for his first podium. He's gone on a string of 3 fourth places over the last 3 races, and he's desperate to find the difference and get onto the podium.
Yeah, this might be his best chance as we get racing here for the GP50 class. It's been the highlight as they get going for the final race of the weekend. An incredible launch from Emilio Pereira as he goes into turn 1, the corner where he crashed in the GP50R class. And Caelan Ratcliffe, you wouldn't even think he crashed and hurt himself. He's fine because he sends the move up the inside as he did earlier today. Another amazing move at turn 2 as he goes defensive into the hairpin, runs a bit wide on the exit, but is able to put it back in time to stop Pereira from getting through. We're in for more action, Zach, as Tommy Williams gets back up into 3rd place.
Yeah, Tommy Williams, he's going to want to have that measure over Bo Morris, who has been punchy this weekend. The two of them came to blows back in Lid. If you don't remember, back into the first chicane, Tommy Williams and Bo Morris had that contact and since have been rivals in the championship. Tommy Williams just falling short of the podium on the last 3 occasions. Would like to change that narrative with 11 laps to go. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, will lead the opening lap with Emilio Pereira under a bit of pressure from Tommy Williams. Caelan Ratcliffe trailing by 21 points in the championship. Would like to bring that back down as Bo Morris looks to the inside of Tommy Williams, and, well, to no avail there. That was a bit of a tight dive bomb to make, quite an ambitious move, and, well, like I say, no way through on that one. 10.5 laps left to go. Ratcliffe, though, building the advantage early doors in this race. Pereira needs to turn it around soon if he wants a chance at winning.
Yeah, he's put in an amazing shift in these early laps. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Emilio Pereira, possibly just struggling to gain some confidence on these early laps from that surprise move from Caelan Ratcliffe. But it's a repeat of what we saw in race 2. It looks like Caelan Ratcliffe, again, talking about his confidence, has built up the confidence after that battle in race 1, a fantastic battle. In race 2, made the move at a really odd corner where we haven't seen that many moves yet, into turn 2, surprised Pereira and was able to get away, and it was able to last him for the rest of the race. We're seeing exactly that here, but Pereira has got a little bit more work to do because Williams and Morris were behind him. But I think Caelan Ratcliffe ran wide there at the hairpin because Pereira has already closed that gap back in. This could become a 4-rider battle if things come to blows again between the number 31 and number 96, because that duo, ever present, 57 and 51 of Tommy Williams and Bo Morris, are catching up.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of these riders could still have an opportunity in this race. Anything can happen with 9 laps left to go. Ratcliffe, though, still just about with the measure on that yellow and black 96, with Emilio Pereira on the black and the blue 31. Then comes the all blue 51 and the white and red 57. That's Tommy Williams and Bo Morris respectively. Like we say, they're pretty matched in terms of pace. They're giving the rest of the field a bit of a demonstration. Josh Perkins, the next rider in the field, running P5, just 0.3 of a second clear of the number 2 of Jensen Cedras. Emilio Pereira, I think, has once again found his stride and once more can start charging up onto the back end of Caelan Ratcliffe.
Yeah, the lap time's so tight on that last lap as well, and it's going to be the same here again, but I think Caelan Ratcliffe putting in a shift and on cue, a 41.0, a good chunk faster than the rest of the field at this point, 0.2 quicker than everyone else in this group along with him. But it's now turning into a group of 3 as Bo Morris tries to find a way through the number 57, the white and red Metrokit Mini GP50 here in the Nova Racing GP50 class. Can't quite find a way through just yet. He's going to have to get creative with 8 laps to go, but I think he might just be biding his time, which seems to be the title really here at Hooton Park. Bide your time, wait for a move, possibly a mistake from the rider in front.
Yeah, maybe so. It has been quite single file and not processional because we have seen some great racing. It's just the case that you do have to make the difference as a rider. You've got to force the error or get creative. Caelan Ratcliffe, one of them, who sent the move to the inside of turn 2. Bo Morris has been creative as well. He sent an audacious dive to the inside of Emilio Pereira earlier on in the day in the 50R class, down the inside of Tommy Williams as well. It was late, it was bold, it was daring, but he's pulled it off down the inside. Tommy Williams gets the switchback. Will have to go the long way round. Has he got the agility? Yes, he has. Side by side between the pair of them and just edging out Bo Morris there. A brilliant fight back from Tommy Williams. They negotiate the lap traffic. Bo Morris not leaving a single bit of margin through the chicane. Darts straight to the outside of turn number 8 as well, and is eager to once again contend for the podium. 6 laps left to go as they break the beam. Emilio Pereira dropping off the back of Caelan Ratcliffe, but Tommy Williams' podium dreams could still be alive here at Hooton Park.
That was perfection. A textbook outside move from Tommy Williams. Pushed Beau Morris up onto the inside, sat him up, and went right along around the outside, getting on the throttle before the white and red bike alongside him. Truly incredible, and showing the confidence is there for Tommy Williams to push on even further and even catch Emilio Pereira in second. He's all over the back of El Toro as we now look at this battle further back between Cedras, Perkins and Saxelby. I'm almost speechless at that move. Tommy Williams planned that so perfectly into turn 4 and 5 and got the great exit for it. Now, lap traffic has made a difference slightly in that battle between Morris and Williams, and it could make a difference here, perhaps pushing Ratcliffe further back towards Pereira.
Potentially so. 5 laps left to go. We saw there Josh Perkins, that's the black, blue and yellow number 30, being chased down by the number 2 of Jensen Cedras just over his shoulder. That's the battle we're following right now for P5. In front of that, though, by quite some margin, 5.6 seconds are our leaders. Caelan Ratcliffe leads Emilio Pereira 1.8 seconds. It has been such a tight battle between the two of them. In fact, 1.8 seconds, probably the widest that we've seen the two of them apart. Caelan Ratcliffe taking that tumble. They both took that tumble earlier on today, and they both picked themselves back up, but Ratcliffe doing it and bringing the metal with it with 4 laps left to go. He's got the advantage and he's got the pace. 40.7 for the 96.
Yep, another great lap on the board, and that is Sebastian Gawlowski's lap record beaten once again. It was originally a 40.924. Caelan Ratcliffe is on the absolutely incredible pace that we saw in race 2 with a 40.738 for him in the previous lap, clearly showing that crash in GP70 made no difference to his confidence or pace. The number 96, the Hornet, leads them across the line with 3 laps to go. Pereira under pressure as Tommy Williams keeps that gap stable around 0.8 of a second, but hopes to close it as the race goes on. That in fact opened to 2.8 on that last lap. I didn't quite see that, so perhaps Pereira having a great lap there, or a mistake from Williams, but he still remains ahead of Beau Morris, who might just be losing touch with this podium battle.
Maybe slightly. He's 1.2 seconds off the rear end of Tommy Williams last time they broke the beam, and to be honest, seeing a bit of a checkered pattern in terms of Ratcliffe and Pereira on the standings, because they've been trading first and seconds all the way back to P1 of Clay Pigeon. Of course, 2 laps left to go in this race. Caelan Ratcliffe with, well, now what is provisionally a new lap record in 2026. Of course, we've only been at Hooton Park for 2 years. So of course lap records are meant to be broken, but Caelan Ratcliffe has been just putting in the work, and I think a perfect embodiment really of his effort this weekend, facing the adversity, bouncing back and clawing back the points in what is proving to be such a good rivalry in the 50s.
Yeah, and these lap times and battles are a perfect embodiment of how close together Caelan Ratcliffe and Emilio Pereira are in this championship fight. As Caelan Ratcliffe crosses the line with 1 lap to go, I'll point out the laps that they just did. Their best lap times are 2 milliseconds apart, Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe. So clearly, so tightly locked together on pace as the race eventually built up to a quicker stage. And I think we're going to see that bubble over to the next round at Ella Park. Long may it continue, because this class has been by far my favourite here and at Clay Pigeon. The Mini GP 50 class by Nova Racing taking my award, I suppose, as class of the round. But wow, a classy performance from Caelan Ratcliffe on the number 96. The Hornet responds after an accident in the GP70s. He's just fine. He gets back up and wins the Mini GP50 race. The final one of the weekend goes to Caelan Ratcliffe, leaving Emilio Pereira with response to happen at Ella Park.
Well, Caelan Ratcliffe has broken the trend. Since race 3 at Lid, Pereira and Ratcliffe have traded victories, but for the first time in 2 months, someone in the 50s has gone back-to-back with race victories. Caelan Ratcliffe doing the double here on Sunday, race 2 and 3, and closes the gap in the championship with a new lap record down to just 15 points at the top of the standings. Emilio Pereira and Tommy Williams complete the podium, and Tommy Williams getting his maiden podium of 2026 as well. He breaks the streak of 3 consecutive P4s. Before that, it was 3 consecutive P5s, and he'll be hoping to go back-to-back with podiums when we take to Ella Park, of course, beyond that. Behind that, Beau Morris just missing out after getting caught up in lap traffic from Josh Perkins, your top 5. Jensen Cedras, Reed Taxaby, Will Skingle and Adele Everett, the 9th and final finisher for the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. And Riley, you said that was your favourite class of the weekend. And, well, once again, the Hornet, El Toro, Kaden Ratcliffe, Emilio Pereira trading blows once more in 2026. And Tommy Williams, what a story. The hard work, the perseverance has finally paid off with a podium here in race 3.
Yeah, another action-packed race, dramatic race. Kaden Ratcliffe literally replicated his previous race in race 2 in the GP50 class. Exactly. He made that incredible dive on lap 1 into turn 2, surprised Pereira and never looked back. Thank you, of course, to Nova Racing, the sponsor of the Mini GP50 class. And, of course, all the sponsors in FAB-Racing, including the title sponsor, MasterMac Surfacing. You all help these kids go racing, and more racing means more fun for you guys and more commentary for us. So thanks a lot. And now we move on to Extreme 200s, multiple machines, multiple dive bombs and multiple moments of drama across the last couple rounds. FAB-Racing's Extreme 200 class allows many different bikes on the grid. Of course, sponsored by LRA Moto, the bike that Jamie King is piloting in the senior class. Looks to be taking victory in this one after 2 podiums in the previous races this weekend. But an interesting one to see because the GP70s clearly having the measure over the Ovales. This time with no Henry McCartney or Harrison Day, no SX85s or CRF 150s to contend with.
No, not at all. So Sebastian Gazlowski has really risen to the occasion. Back-to-back victories here at Hooton Park, climbing his way up to 4 wins and 7 podiums from the so far completed 8 races in the Extreme 200 category. He got caught out in race number 1 back a lid, but since has not been off of the podium. And, well, this weekend, Gazlowski, I mean, you can't say enough good things about him. You can't overstate just how good he has been this weekend. Bradley Curtis, 2 consistent P2s for him. Same to Rex Austin, 2 consecutive P3s. Bradley Curtis and Rex Austin through the Extremes and through the 70s have really given us a nice little tussle. Meanwhile, Gazlowski running away with the win. Curtis and Austin's battle for second has been electric.
Yeah, it has been incredible to see all the way through the 70s and the Extreme 200s. And I think a difference making in this class, comparing the action from here to Clay Pigeon, is also the absence of Finlay Polehill, the championship leader, coming into this round. So that's unfortunate not to see him there because him and Gazlowski were so even on pace at Clay Pigeon. But nonetheless, more dominance for Gazlowski to claim in this race, and he starts on pole position ahead of Bradley Curtis, and then on the second row we have Tommy Keats, Rex Austin, behind them Max Johnson, Mason Frederick, Thomas Med, Jensen Ansell, Maxwell Keats, Daisy Polden, Scott Dermott, Harry James, Jamie King, Chris Wells, Bojan Blazewski and Sam Wiseman. As we now get rolling for the Extreme 200 race, it's going to be some extreme action once again here to end the weekend for this class. LRA Moto sponsors as they come off the line and into turn 1. Rex Austin getting aggressive on the inside, can't quite make the move that he made in GP70s. Bradley Curtis maintains second, but as we expected, Gazlowski already pulling the pin and realistically gone, but a great start actually for Mason Frederick, obviously winner twice this weekend in the GP50R class on the Ovale, flying the flag for the 4 strokes there in 5th, sat behind Tommy Keats. He's got a chance of a podium in this one.
He does indeed, plenty of racing opportunity, but Sebastian Gazlowski, like you say, pulling the pin and lobbing the grenade to get away from the rest of the pack. Bradley Curtis, though, crucially a good start for the 71. Not that his starts have been bad by any means, but it was better than Rex Austin. Then, of course, you've got Tommy Keats, who really rode onto the back end of Austin and Curtis through the weekend. And, well, in race 2, we saw that come to blows between the 3 of them, having a very good battle indeed. Let's see if that can continue. Still 13 laps left to go. Mason Frederick in 5th, from Max Johnson in 6th. Then comes Thomas Med, Daisy Polden, Michael Med. Then comes Jamie King, Harry James, Chris Wells from Boyan Blazewski, Simpson and Wiseman down in P15. In fact, we've already lost one of the riders. It could well be Sam Wiseman, I think, already from the final race of the Extreme 200, brought to you by LRA Moto Weekend. Gazlowski, though, not as dominant, maybe on pace, as he was in the 70s. Only 0.6 of a second quicker than those around him. Max Johnson fighting away with Mason Frederick, though. That's for the final place inside the top 5.
Yeah, I think Gazlowski's just taken this one a little bit more chilled, because it wasn't that long since they got off the bikes for the GP70 class. A 39.1 on that lap. 7/10 gap to the lap times he was setting at GP70s to claim the FAB lap record of a 38.6. Truly heroic from Sebastian Gazlowski on the Danny Webb GP Camp branded Metrokit Mini GP70, and I'm sure Danny Webb will be proud of his rider with these amazing performances that will surely bring him up to the Moto4 Cup as early as next year. Wow, what a move there from Max Johnson to manoeuvre Mason Fedrick out of the way and take their place as the GP70s clearly being the dominant force in the Extreme 200 class here. With 11 laps to go, Gazlavsky clearly, as you said, not as dominant. Curtis only 1.8 behind at this stage.
Yeah, still opportunities for Bradley Curtis. Rex Austin 3/4 of a second behind the 71, and we're following this battle between Mason Fedrick, the number 5. Well, in fact, actually now it's Max Johnson in front. On the 141 is Mason Fedrick. Oh my goodness me, a late dive to the inside. What a move. Respect there to Max Johnson, who saw it coming and now reaps the reward of a better exit down the straight towards turn 1, and he'll go through to retake P5. What a battle that is, only for 5th, mind you. But these two giving each other so much respect as Mason Fedrick chases after the 141 once again.
Yeah, that was fantastic from Mason Fedrick. He just stuck his wheel in there and it caught the eye of Max Johnson. He's like, oh no, he's sending a move, so he's moved out the way to avoid it and let the door wide open for Mason Fedrick to say thank you and take it. But he knew that he'd be able to beat that Ovale down the straight, and that's exactly what he did, playing to the strengths of his motorcycle. As Fedrick once again closes in the corners, going to lose time here. It'll be frustrating for Mason Fedrick, but this all teaches riders how to make the difference in your own self and learn where your bike is stronger, your enemy's bikes are weaker as well, and you can take advantage of that. That's exactly what we're seeing here, and those kind of negativities create positivities in the future and teach the riders how to manage with what they've got and not make too much excuses about the bike, just focus on themselves. We're seeing that here in that battle for 5th.
9 laps left to go. The penultimate race of the weekend, round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships, and well, so much intrigue and things to look forward to. This will be the 3rd round of the season, 3rd round of 7, before we head to Ella Park, Roura, Three Sisters and Clandau for our 7-round campaign in 2026. In between, though, race 3 and 4, no summer break for these young riders. We'll be taken to the Junior GP event at Kart Silverstone on the weekend of the British Grand Prix for MotoGP. So if you are attending that event, make sure you pop in and watch the stars of the future demonstrating their talent. 8 laps left to go in Extreme 200, and so much of that talent will be on display at Silverstone in what is such a good facility, such a fast-flowing circuit with plenty of overtaking opportunity. In all honesty, quite the opposite of what we've got here at Hooton Park, where you do have to be quite technical with where you get the overtakes done. When we go to Silverstone, it'll be slipstream frenzy, overtakes almost everywhere.
Yeah, I cannot wait for it. And this battle we're seeing for second here, closing up between Rex Austin, Bradley Curtis and Tommy Keats at Silverstone. You can times that by 3 with the amazing fast corners they've got going on there. There'll be moves at every corner, and it's going to be fantastic. Make sure you're there watching live here at the FAB-Racing YouTube and Motorsport Radio. But we continue to watch this battle, a battle that I said in the GP70 race is turning into a rivalry. It used to be Gavslavsky versus Curtis, but now with the domination of Super Seb and how far ahead he is of everyone else, this is becoming Rex Austin versus Bradley Curtis.
It really is, and honestly, that's been the story of the weekend, to be honest. Gazlavsky in front. If this was a fight for the lead, it'd be amazing. It's still a great fight for P2. Bradley Curtis having to fend off Rex Austin. Don't forget Tommy Keats on the number 8 as well, closing them in, and if there's any battle between the two of them, he's straight back onto the scene. These 3 gave us a good spectacle in race 2. They're doing the same thing in race number 3. 5 laps at the line. Gazlavsky 6.6 seconds clear of these guys, as Bradley Curtis will be looking to defend for 2nd position. So no avail through turn number 8, and Rex Austin does need to start getting a bit creative here. He needs to find a little bit more pace, does the 991, and then extract on that. Hooton Park, as we've spoken about, is challenging to overtake. You've got turn 3, which is probably your best bet, but ultimately it's all about getting the run out of turn number 2 if you want to set up that move. Bit like this from the 991, but just not close enough. By the time they get on the anchors, that small dip down as you go under braking makes it a bit more challenging, and also contrary to most hairpins, turn number 3, it's actually an early apex with an early throttle application, so you're not really leaving the inside open for a late dive, and that just plays worse and worse into the hands of Rex Austin, who has also just got caught up behind some lap traffic. That's going to give Bradley Curtis the breathing space that he needs to try and solidify P2. Yeah, a real shame for Rex Austin, and he now safely makes his way through on the lap traffic. I kind of feel bad for Tommy Keats. He's almost got himself a front row seat to spectate what was a battle for P2, really struggling to
keep up on the straights with that Ovale 4-stroke. Just can't quite get the exits that GP72 stroke can. It's a full race machine. Not the Ovale isn't, but that GP70, there's a reason why it is considered the premier class in FAB racing. But this is a premier battle that we can see if we see Rex Austin catch back up to Bradley Curtis. And it seems to me like when in the face of adversity, Rex Austin puts the work in and digs deep, and it really gains him an extra 0.2 of a second, as we see there. Only a lap after that, lap traffic probably put about 0.7 of a second between him and Curtis. That's closed right down to 0.4 of a second. I don't think there was a mistake there from Bradley Curtis. So definitely Rex Austin putting the hammer down and getting a little bit of a motivation boost to reclaim second. Is now looking like he's trying to make a move, already closing that gap back at all. Bradley Curtis taking a lot of curb there on the outside, Zach, but as I said earlier, Tommy Keats a front row seat to watch this battle, but unfortunately struggling to join it unless something happens to Curtis and Austin in front of him.
Keselowski, if he can keep it clean for the next lap and a half, we'll go 5 from 6 in terms of the races he's competed in. Yesterday in the 70s, it was a pit lane start that should have been from pole position, and he fought his way through to take P6. Crucial points in the championship, but Extreme 200s, it has been utter domination. The Super Sebastian show, as he'll look to extend the gap in the championship. With Pole Hill's absence, it's been Keselowski's time to step up. One more lap left to go here at Hooton Park for the LRA Moto Extreme 200 category. Sebastian Keselowski could well go 5 from 6 over the course of a very hot, very tough and very endurance-based weekend. He could be the one to rise above it all and to excel in challenging circumstances.
Yeah, it's just been an incredible weekend. Once again, like Clay Pigeon, that battle for third, so tight. Tommy Keats desperate for something to happen, but we continue to watch the race leader, who sits behind Jamie King, but he's definitely not behind him. He's lapping him, and to be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised if it was for the second time, given Keselowski's pace. He could lap the whole grid at this rate. The number 64 comes around the final corner, his final race of the weekend, to take yet another victory. He wins them all, apart from that one where he faced an issue which was not his fault, and proves that his pace could have seen him win every single race this weekend, and at this rate, all of them for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian Keselowski on top form. And to be fair, you know, form is temporary. We see it ebb and flow, and Bradley Curtis really stepped up at Lidberg. Keselowski wasn't as quick, and we are going to see that fluctuate over the course of the season. But it's the overarching average of consistency of that form over the course of 2026, and Sebastian Keselowski doesn't look like he's intending to slow down in the slightest. He beats Bradley Curtis and Tommy Keats to the race victory, with Tommy Keats coming home in P3, beating actually what was Rex Austin, who falls just short in P4. Max Johnson completes the top 5, just ahead of Mason Fedrick in what was a brilliant battle between the 141 and the number 5. Then comes Michael Med just in front of Thomas Med, in fact, in P7 and 8, from then Daisy Polden, Harry James, Jamie King, Chris Wells, Boyan Blazewski and Ben Simpson, the 14th and final finisher of an Extreme 200 race, with Sam Wiseman, the sole DNF at the end of that one. You have to say, Riley, Extreme 200s gave us some, maybe not the blockbuster action we saw at Clay Pigeon between Harrison Day, Henry McCartney, Bradley Curtis all getting involved. But you still have to appreciate the domination that Keselowski brought, and also the battle that we saw from Curtis, from Austin and from Tommy Keats.
Yeah, and again a bit of drama at the end there. Tommy Keats actually made his way into third, so I think what happened there is Rex Austin sent a dive into the hairpin on Bradley Curtis, ran it a bit too wide, possibly onto the outside curb, like we saw Jamie King do quite a few times, which cost him 2 wins in the pit bike 140 class, and that allowed Tommy Keats to finally take that podium, flying the flag for 4 strokes in the Extreme 200 class, sponsored by LRA Moto.
Well, that's going to rack it up for their weekend. For the Extreme 200s, we'll say goodbye to them, of course, until we're back out racing to kickstart the second half of the 2026 MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship season. Of course, a lot of these riders will be taken to the Junior GP event in Silverstone, and we'll see them then.
All right, then it is time for Moto Team. It is the final race of the weekend. 4 races per weekend for this class, so non-stop action. And Zach, non-stop action between Acme Racing and SFC, piloted by, of course, Marco Pandolfo and Sam Clowes. We've seen some amazing action between the two, some drama as well. Big dive bombs, lap traffic making the difference, and a resurgence in championship chance for SFC.
Yeah, I mean, FAB-Racing really bought the fight here on Sunday. Yesterday it was SFC's sort of spotlight, really. They took both victories off the back of 4 second places at Clay Pigeon. Meanwhile, FAB dominated that one. So SFC really needed an answer to that, and well, they brought it. And between the pair of them at the front of the standings in the open class, it's just 6 points, 4 wins to 6 from SFC to Acme, 11 podiums to 10 from the 2 championship leaders as well. The consistency between them has been, well, unparalleled from anyone else, and once again they share the front row. This time though, interestingly, and well, better late than never, for the first time this weekend, Acme will start from pole position.
Yeah, this will make a big difference on who gets to run down into turn 1. SFC with the outside line could cut underneath Acme-Racing down into turn 2. It's a brave move that we've seen only done by Caelan Ratcliffe, so possibly Sam Klaus of SFC maybe talking to Caelan Ratcliffe and asking him how you manage it. But on these bigger bikes it's a lot harder of a task as we get ready for the final race of the weekend.
Eyes to the lights for Moto Team. Acme on the left, SFC on the right. A lot riding on this race. The reps rise, the lights go out. It's a long hold, and we go racing for the final time for round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. The 29 of Matt Lindley tries to split the 2 championship leaders and does so straight through in a second place ahead of the 133 of SFC. Team FAB-Racing will lead them on that ascent towards turn number 3. A slight dip down and ascent to the inside of the 133. Goodness me, what a dive that was, and potentially could be championship implications for that one, because it allows them the freedom now to chase after the number 8 of Team Acme, who settles into this race unchallenged.
Yeah, an incredible start from Matt Lindley to send it up the inside of SFC into second. However short-lived it was, he's now put himself into permanent podium contention as long as he can keep it clean ahead of Ivano Di Francesco for the rest of this race, leading that standard class then. But the open class, of course, and overall, Team Acme-Racing out front and off to the start that they wanted. SFC, though, piloted, of course, Sam Klaus, making sure that he is not done yet. 12 laps, a long race on these 1-2-5s. Budget racing at its best. We're about to see some action between the top 2 in the championship.
We are indeed. Acme versus SFC. Acme, probably not the team you want to have give the advantage in the early phase of a race. They currently sit just shy of 7/10 clear of SFC in second position. Then comes Matt Lindley, Ivano Di Francesco second. First and second in standard class, third and fourth overall from Mario Gelli in P5. Then comes Mappelbeck, Dudson, Joyce, Harris and Jackson, your top 10. Ian Jackson down in P10. Unlike him, absolutely, he's the only rider other than Acme and SFC to take a victory. That was all the way back at race number 1 in Lid. It's been a while, but he's still been a front runner, so to be down in P10, very much unlike him. He's fought his way back up into P8 though next time they break the beam, and still a long way to go if he wants to ascend to the top of the open class.
Yeah, clearly a difficult start for Ian Jackson. He got a really good start in the previous race earlier on today. He was up in second at one point off the line, but has unfortunately not got that same luck on this occasion, but has got plenty of time to fight back through the grid as well. Lap riders get involved in that top 5 duel, so Ian Jackson could take advantage of that as he sits in behind Thomas Dudson, who has had a bit of an off round, was in podium contention, didn't quite get an overall podium last time out at Clay Pigeon despite the pace. I mean, Ivano Di Francesco's performances were fantastic, and that is what we saw. Thomas Dudson trying so hard to beat that team, and as they still run consistently, Ivano Di Francesco in 4th place to continue leading the standard class championship standings. But now we see Ian Jackson making the move and trying to get back in touch with Thomas Dudson.
Indeed, so 10 laps left to go in Moto Team. 2 races going on, the open unrestricted class and then the standard restricted class. The most budget-friendly form of motorsport in the UK. So if you are watching this, inquire on the FAB-Racing website as to the regulations. Get yourself an eligible bike. You can even share the cost with some of your mates. There's 4 races a weekend, 2 qualifying sessions, easily divisible by 2 if you can find a friend to partner up with. We've got 2 battles though, speaking of doubles, between Team Acme and SFC, separated by about half a second across the line in the fight for the overall and the open lead. And then Matt Lindley from Ivano Di Francesco being chased after by the championship leader is the 29. So just 0.3 of a second between the 2 respective lead battles. The all-white 141 goes to the inside of turn number 3. Can't complete the move, but we've got, 2 couplets and both of them for respective race wins.
Yes, this becomes a battle for the standard class win, as you just said, Zach, and a battle for the final spot on the overall podium. A fastest lap there, though, from Team Team SFC, a 42.7, 2/10 of a second quicker than Acme, and again showing once you get to the later stages of the race, Team SFC come out swinging and start to find the pace. It was in the later stages that Acme Racing was able to get through on SFC, and the means of how that happened we still don't know, but we will see if it will be lap traffic on this occasion or pure pace from SFC to close the gap. Nonetheless, it will always end in drama, as everything has here today on Sunday. Every class has had something to shout about, and now we've got two leading battles on this final race.
Down the inside, Ivani Di Francesco almost got a wheel ahead there of Matt Linley, but, well, the 29 quick to slam the door in the face of the 141, who's going to have to think twice again about going for a move. Team Acme versus SFC, though, that is the gap as they cross the line. Consecutive fastest lap of the race for Team SFC as he looks to go to the inside. Klaus trying to find the way through on Pandolfo, who's riding the all green number 8 inside line for turn number 3, parking in the middle of the road but going even deeper. The 133 goes for the move for the lead. Nicely done from the championship leader there. Acme Racing covered it but couldn't cover it enough. Klaus through to the lead.
Perfectly executed, and looking to take another race win this weekend is Sam. He's doing fantastically. On the last lap, he was 4/10 quicker ahead. He was 4/10 quicker, on lap time than Marco Pandolfo on the Acme Racing machine. The number 8 now trying to make another move in the slipstream down towards turn 1. We're promised for an amazing battle here in the final race of proceedings at Hooton Park. This is going to carry on all the way into the end of the season between these two. It could have been a big 3 had Ian Jackson attended Clay Pigeon. Unfortunately, struggling here at Hooton Park, but that's just fine. This duel, this rivalry, one-on-one fight between Acme Racing and SFC is going to go all the way to the flag, let alone the end of the season. Let's see who comes out on top on this occasion.
Side by side in the fight for the standard lead, Ivani Di Francesco got the ride out of the hairpin, looks to go to the outside of turns 4 and 5. We're just seeing the aftermath of that battle as we focus our attention back to the leaders. In terms of Moto Team, and again the communal aspect of the FAB-Racing paddock, they've got a Facebook fantasy league, equivalent of sort of any fantasy league out there, basically based on your individual results as a rider. Sam Klaus is leading that by virtue of his results so far in 2026, with multiple victories and podiums to his name. Take a look on the FAB-Racing Facebook social channels, and make sure you're staying up to date with all things fun and games in the world of FAB-Racing. 4.5 laps left to go for SFC. Team Acme as well. As a huge off there for the 28. Oh my goodness me, he's gone down. Ian Jackson from P5 has dropped it through turn number 2.
Oh, devastating. They are having such a good return to form this weekend, and unfortunately that beautiful looking machine has to skid through the grass, but thankfully looking undamaged, unscathed and relatively clean still despite that small off, and that hopefully Ian Jackson can get back on and get going again as we pan back to the race lead. Now SFC versus Acme Racing for the final crown of the weekend. 4 races all leading up to this moment. 2 went to SFC, 1 to Acme. Now can Acme take it to a draw of 2 wins across the weekend, or SFC take the advantage heading to Ella Park?
Maybe so. Such an exciting championship, the golden year, I think, of Moto Team. The last couple of years, fallen off, but it's breathing new life, really, in 2026. The new format, new riders, new teams, and just increased level of competition. We've got a fight in the championship in both the open and in the standard classes, and it just makes it so much more exciting. It's accessible, it's fun, it's fast, and it's such a good series is the FAB-Racing Moto Team. So get yourself involved if you haven't already, but if you can't, just enjoy it as a spectator, because this is brilliant. We've still got Ella Park, Raura, Three Sisters and Clandal. If you're local to any of those circuits on the FAB-Racing calendar, pop down, have a watch. This is incredible racing. SFC versus Acme with 2 laps left to go at the line.
Yep, all new faces challenging for the podium every weekend, this time in the form of Matt Linley in the overall podium scheme of things. Last time out, it was Ivana Di Francesco who came to the overall podium. Before that, Ian Jackson. But nonetheless, all the time, we see these two, the orange and red and white bike of SFC out front, followed by the green number 8 of Acme Racing, which now, as always, in fine Moto Team fashion, lap riders make the difference. slightly hindering Acme Racing there. Marco Pandolfo making quick work to get by nicely and turns the bike tightly to get a great exit. And that green bike looking like he's on a bit of a charge here. Fastest lap last time around with a 42.4. Looking really good at this late stage of the race. But at this point on these bigger bikes, it's going to be hard to overtake, and it's a gap that still needs to be closed.
They're virtually inseparable on pure pace. 42.536 for SFC, 42.477 for Team Acme in terms of personal bests. What a start to this season that we've had over the course of the first 3 rounds, and the second half is going to be just as amazing. Half a lap left to go. SFC did not get the initial launch that they needed. They were under pressure, in fact, from Matt Lindley for quite some time. They're getting caught up behind some lap riders, though, and that might well be the final lifeline that Team Acme need in order to win this race. It's got to be a late last lap dive to the inside of the final corner. I don't think they've quite got the gap, but they're going to give it a go anyway. Team Acme down the inside to take the lead of the race on the final lap. They've used the lap traffic to their advantage. The checker flag flies, and Marco Pandolfo will do it at the line. It's 2-2 in terms of the race victories this weekend, and what a Hail Mary that was from the all-green machine of Team Acme down the inside of the final corner. The lap traffic opened the door that they need, and it's heartbreak for Team SFC.
We've been waiting all weekend for a last corner battle, and it came in the very last race. Zach, you were saying our moto team has turned a new leaf and given us an amazing show, and that was the show of the weekend. Lap traffic making another statement in that race, but SFC, unfortunately, he left the door open, did Sam, and Marco Pandolfo had no reason to not try it. It was the last race of the weekend, and he's now, with that amazing dive bomb to take the inside line, made it 2 for 2 for both SFC and Acme on this weekend. Fantastic.
Tactical lap traffic deployment there. The gap opened up and he just went for it. I mean, it was incredible. SFC tried to set up the switchback through the final corner, and, well, a smug smile indeed from Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing. SFC and Sam Clough still a brilliant job. They went 2 wins and 2 second places, tied with Team Acme, and that'll be, well, 1 point separating them as they were coming into this round. Matt Lindley from Ivana Di Francesco, P1 and P2 in the standard class also. Phil Mapperbeck, P5 overall from Thomas Dudson, Mario Gelli and Adam Harris in P8. Then comes George Knights and Phil Joyce, your top 10 with Lucas Reed, Madison Marcelou, the gold member bike, the arrive and ride format that we've got on the number 3 from Ian Jackson, who took a tumble after running as high as P5. 3 DNSs in that race. There was Dean Quincy, Peter Appleton and Daniel Baker, the 287, the 7 and the 27, who we did not see take to the start of the 21st and final race of the day for round number 3 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Riley, I mean, it's been a busy day, it's been a hot weekend, but we have seen some just spectacular racing.
Yep, as the temperature heats up and we get into the thick of it for summer, and more racing comes along in the form of British motorsport. Drama came our way today, dominance came our way on Saturday, and long may it continue for the rest of the season. Only a few weeks now until Ella Park, and I think we've got fireworks going off as championship battles begin to form.
We've ticked off the first 3 of 7 rounds in 2026. We kick-started it down in Kent, in Lydd. We then went down to Dorset for Clay Pigeon. We're up here near Liverpool for Hooton Park. We'll go to East Anglia for Ella Park, back up north for Rowra, Three Sisters, and then to Wales for Clandal for our 7-round campaign in 2026. We've got multiple championships separated by less than 10 points apiece at the front. Of course, in the meantime, we've got the Junior GP event from the 6th to the 8th of August at Kart Silverstone alongside the MotoGP British Grand Prix, and we'll be there, of course, to bring all of the coverage, all of the action, to get as many eyes on the stars of the future as they ascend their way through the ranks. I mean, Riley, just a quick summary on the weekend that we've seen, and I guess what we can expect when we take to the track at Silverstone and Ella Park.
Well, honestly, I have no idea. At this point, it is completely unexpected, because we did not expect, certainly, a last lap lunge like that from Acme Racing into the final corner. So the best part about this is we have no idea what to expect, but the only thing that we can expect is the best action to come along. Make sure you're watching, as Zach said.
Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your company. If you joined us through yesterday and today, thank you for joining us, of course. And hopefully we can share your company through the rest of the season. If you've joined us for one race or for all 30 that we've had this weekend, a big thank you. Big thank you, of course, to all of the marshals and the staff here at Hooton Park for being fantastic hosts for round number 3 of FAB-Racing. Big thank you to Race Control, to the medical crew, and of course to each of the riders and their families for their efforts over the course of a weekend. And yeah, crucially, hopefully we'll see you when we take to the track in a few weeks' time. Don't forget, save the dates. If you're there on the MotoGP weekend, come over to Kart Silverstone. If you're not there, watch us live on the 6th to the 8th of August, where we get the stars of the future on one of the biggest stages in mini bike racing history. Until then, it's goodbye for now.